Morning, everybody. Let's see, I don't know how many Christmas time. Oh, we got pretty good. Look at Mary. I know I had to save the a red jacket for tomorrow, but anyway, it's kind of fun. Busiest December of my life, I will say. Thank you for the photograph. Thank you, Carol, for organizing it. And so we are going to start today's meeting the way we always do, by pledging allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today. Thank you for those who are streaming the meeting. Always very happy to have you, and we'll just go ahead and jump right in. And I saw Susan. I walked in with Susan Shaw this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Secretary Valentine, members of the board. I'm here to talk about two ramps on the HOV express lanes that are being converted from, or one's being converted and the other is being constructed. So the first project is the Opitz Boulevard ramp project that you can see on the next slide. And am I advancing or someone's advancing? I need the next slide. Okay, there we go. Thank you. And so on the photo, the overhead photo here, you see the ramp. The 95 express lanes are in the center there. North is pointing up. And so it's a new access point that is to and from the south from the express lanes. So the purpose of this project is to provide additional travel choice for I-95 corridor users and to increase accessibility to and from the express lanes. And you can see in the upper right, there's a medical center there. There's also commercial and shopping in this area as well. So then there'll be a new reversible ramp constructed, as well as a signalized ramp intersection at the top on the bridge there. There'll be a gate-controlled access point because this is reversible, similar to the 95 express lane system. One new added feature on the bridge will be a sidewalk connection across the north side of the bridge between Telegraph Road and River Rock Way. And, you know, today you can see little goat paths of pedestrian use approaching the bridge. And so that's a really, we know that there's a need in that area. There'll be a dedicated lane for the loop on the bridge, and then there's an existing slip ramp that will get adjusted farther south on the express lanes to make room for this. So on the next slide just shows the project schedule. You can see that a framework agreement was signed. This is being done as a concession enhancement on the existing system. That was done back in 2019. We did have a public hearing in October. We offered both a virtual and in-person session. I would say that we had no one show up for the in-person session, which was fine.
Oh my goodness.
But I think, you know, it's not in an area where there's a lot of residences. It is more commercial, and the impacts are very small. It's within the existing footprint of the corridor. And so today we're coming to get CTB action on the use of the ramp, and then construction will begin this summer, and it's about a 2-year construction schedule. And we have coordinated the project with Prince William County. They have a commuter parking garage that they're constructing to the south, or to on the east side of 95, and we're working together with them to coordinate those two projects. And so the next project is the Seminary Road ramp project. And on the next slide, you can see an overhead photo that shows the ramp. This is an existing ramp. In this photo, north is to the right into DC. This is on the 395 portion, and you see there a 3-level interchange at Seminary Road. And so this ramp comes out of the express lane systems and ties in at the top of the interchange at that 3rd level. And so today it does operate as HOV only. It's the only ramp that is operating as HOV only. And the other thing I think you can see here is the MARC Center, which is one of the buildings that it will provide access to. And so on the next slide, the purpose of this project is to encourage greater use of the existing interstate network. This ramp back in 2018, which was the last time we actually collected traffic data, had less than 300 vehicles per hour during peak periods. The ramp capacity is between 1,200 and 1,600 vehicles per hour, so significantly underutilized. Our projections after converting the ramp would have about less than 500 vehicles per hour. So it does increase the usage, but you can see it still is well below the capacity of the ramp itself. And so we believe that this will improve network reliability and provide predictable travel choices, improve safety, and we also showed through our traffic study that it did reduce congestion on the general purpose lanes. In terms of what's some of the conversion information, it was constructed back in 2012, opened in 2016. There's no additional civil construction required, no new signage or digital messaging boards, but we will be taking some existing signs and overlaying them and or replacing them both on Seminary Road and on the 395 express lanes. In terms of where we are on the schedule, we actually had a public meeting last night, but we started this back in 2019 when the express lanes were open. We actually had a public hearing back in December 9th of 2019. And then COVID hit and just no action was taken, and so now we're back trying to move this forward, this project forward. So we've completed our traffic analyses, just updating it, but really, kept the same traffic volumes because those were all done pre-COVID, and we think those are the most conservative projections. At our meeting last night, which was virtual, we had a little over 20 people that attended. We did have a few questions, but some of those people, I will say, are staff, and we had a newly elected council member there as well as city staff and VDOT staff, and then some residents that were also interested in the project. Moving forward, we are looking to have our we have public comment period that's open through the mid-December, and then we would look to have the CTB act in January on this ramp, begin construction in the spring, and then it would be open later in 2022. In terms of our project delivery for both of these projects, we already have entered development framework agreements with Transurban to develop both of these projects. And so they will be, as part of that agreement, required to submit both a technical submission as well as financial criteria. And those would be subject to VDOT approval. In terms of VDOT responsibilities, we remain responsible for all of the reports, the traffic reports, as well as the necessary governmental approvals, and then we'll be reviewing and approving the design, the final construction, and providing oversight during the project. And then in terms of our partner, Transurban, they'll be responsible for the engineering, for doing all of the studies, project delivery, project funding, as well as operating and maintaining once the ramps are up and running in express mode. And so what we're asking for the CTB, and this will be in January, would be to designate these two ramps as HOT, high occupancy toll lanes, and to specify that the requirement for the occupancy requirement would be 3. And so there will be a draft resolution for both of those ramps that will come in January. And so that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Susan. Any questions, comments?
Just one.
Ms. Hines, anything you want to add?
No, I would just say that on the Alexandria project, the Seminary Road,
the question of whether it should be hot or not was a question when we cut the deal for this section of 495, or, 395. And it appears that it can go hot without having a negative impact on anything else. So I'm glad to see.
Hopefully, and making the cut-through traffic in neighborhoods better.
Maybe, we'll see. I think more it's about feeding the Mark Center directly, honestly, so.
Okay, well, Ms. Shaw, really well done, and so anyway, I'm glad that you went after the public hearing last night.
Yes, all right, thank you.
So, yes, I'd like to get one presentation under our belt to kind of get them, I'm following in Mr. Williams' legacy of, running efficient meetings, but I did, we all know, I do want to point out that we do have a new board member with us this morning, Mr. Tom Folks, who is taking Jerry's place on our board. He is representing the Bristol district. I cannot tell you how happy that you said yes to this assignment and request. And so, Mr. Folks, would you just like to take a few minutes and introduce yourself to the board?
How do I operate this? Just talking, okay. Good morning, yes, my name's Tom Folks. I live in Washington County, Virginia, and have been a resident of that area for more than a half century. I'm a graduate of the University of Virginia Law School, although I grew up in Mississippi. And my career has been in law and business, and for over 20 years I was affiliated with Emory and Henry College, where I was athletic director. I was head of the development office, and I was a member of the faculty for most of that time. And so I've been active in the community. I was a member of the VEDP board for 11 years, and on the original board appointed by Governor Allen when the General Assembly created that board. And I served under 4 governors, twice as chair of the VEDP board. And so I was honored when Secretary Valentine and Secretary Thompson called me and asked me if I'd be willing to serve on this board. And I understand the importance of it, particularly to Southwest Virginia, both on the highway side and the rail side. And I look forward to serving with other members of the board and for the sake of the Commonwealth. So thank you.
Thank you, and welcome. I would say, Mr. Folks, you already have a family photo, a hot lane presentation under your belt. So there you go. You are hitting the road running. So yes, and I was really, really impressed with your commitment to transportation and multimodal solutions. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. With that, and it's really great too, because during this presentation, Russ Dudley is going to present the Economic Development Access Program, and with him is Christy Morton from the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. So Christy, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And with that, Mr. Dudley, I'll turn it over to you.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, today I'm going to give you an overview of actions we have taken in response to a JLARC review of our program, Economic Development Access Program, and code changes to the program. I will also present recommendations for policy changes as to address the JLARC recommendations and the code change. As we prepared these recommendations, we have worked very closely with VEDP, and as they are a partner in this program, and as the Secretary mentioned, we do have Christy Morton here, Vice President of External Affairs, here with us this morning. She'll help me out with the presentation, and we'll answer any questions you have about the roles and responsibilities of VEDP in our program. So next slide, please. So this is, the next 2 slides will serve as an overview for those that are familiar with the program and a short introduction to the program for those that may not be familiar with the program. The Economic Development Access Program, a roads program, commonly known as we just call it EDA, is intended to provide funding to support new and improved road access to economic development sites with new or expanding eligible businesses. VDOT typically works closely with VEDP to determine the eligibility of the business and the need for the access road to the site. The General Assembly allocates $5.5 million annually to this program, along with the airport access program, which is not very active, and the rail access program. So we share in that funding. Board policy provides $500,000 of unmatched funds to each project, or a maximum of $500,000, and $150,000 matched to each project maximum. We do provide additional allocations for MEI sites. Those are major employment and investment sites, a little bit different. The EDA program only provides funding to publicly owned sites, so that's important to keep in mind. The EDA allocations are often part of larger incentive programs or packages that VEDP puts together to attract new businesses to the state. For example, from fiscal years 12 to 21, VEDP has included our EDA program on 34 project incentive packages. Of those projects, we've won 14 of those projects, and one is still in contention, I understand. Those 14 successful projects totaled $748.9 million in capital investment and provided 2,146 jobs to the state. So our EDA allocation supports some very successful business packages that have brought many jobs and significant capital improvement to the state. Next slide, please. The program does provide funding to two different types of projects. The first we refer to as regular projects. We could probably come up with a better name than just regular, but these are projects where we already know the businesses that are coming to the site. In those cases, VDOT reviews the request to ensure that we can allow access and that there isn't already suitable access. VEDP reviews the request to make sure that they meet the definition of the Virginia's basic employer requirements so that they are eligible. The locality must show capital investment of 5 times our allocation as a condition of the allocation. Bonded projects are basically speculative projects initiated by the locality in the hopes that they will attract a eligible business. In these cases, VDOT makes sure that the access can be allowed, and if we have any traffic projections, we'll look at the traffic projections to make sure that the proposed design meets those needs. The locality provides a surety to cover the allocations, and they have 5 years to attract an eligible business. If they cannot attract an eligible business in those 5 years, they have the option of just paying us back completely or paying us back over a 4-year period, at which time they still have those 4 years to attract a new business, and we can cease the clawback of funds at that time. Next slide, please. So I mentioned some recent actions, the JLARC report and code language. This slide just kind of gives an overview of that. In late 2020, JLARC published a study of 31 different economic incentive programs in the state, which included our program. The study made several recommendations to improve the usefulness of our program as well as the viability, and they did suggest that we align our program with the other Virginia economic incentive programs as best as possible. Then in 2021, the General Assembly special session, Senate Bill 1253, made changes to the code language, giving us a little more direction on what they intended the program to be. Specifically, the new code language directed VDOT to consult with VEDP and develop guidelines which consider the number of jobs created, the anticipated capital investment by the private sector coming to the site, and any other relevant criteria of the economic development project whenever we allocate EDA funds. So by the time the legislation was proposed, VEDP and VDOT had already been working together to address really the JLARC report. Next slide, please. This gives a little more information of our collaborative efforts with VEDP. You see, we've been working with them for nearly a year on this endeavor. We did ask VEDP to take a look at our program, other programs, talk with stakeholders, and give us some feedback, and which they did and provided some excellent feedback. And we used that feedback to develop some program recommendations that I will go over in just a minute. But for now, I'm going to let Christy go over their part of their feedback and how they got there to where they're going. So next slide, please. Give us an overview.
Thank you so much, Russ. I really appreciate that. Madam Secretary, members of the board, thanks so much for the opportunity to join you all this morning. I just wanted to briefly go over kind of the process, which I know Russ has touched on. VDP, I did work closely with VDOT to collaborate with them on ways to address some of the concerns from the JLARC report. In response, VEDP reached out to some of our key partners that we work with on a regular basis in site development and other economic development initiatives, including our regional economic development organizations, local economic developers, and engineers that work on site suitability. This included both partners that had participated in the EDAP program and some that had not. Based on feedback from those partners, VDP developed proposals that would address their concerns and using the recommendations from the partners and evaluation of other state programs. And then we shared those partner perspectives and draft recommendations with the EDAP team here at VDOT. And then they develop proposals, of course, based on those recommendations. So I'll just quickly kind of run through what those recommendations, or the feedback, rather, that we heard from the partners that we engaged with. The first there being localities are reluctant to pursue bonded projects under current conditions. Localities, especially in more rural areas, can be somewhat risk averse, of course. Certainly don't blame them, but want to make sure that they're not going to have to repay at the end, and that was a concern that we heard. The second one there, EDAP's timeline does not align with the market. There's been a lot of discussion lately about large economic development projects out there and about Virginia's readiness of sites. And one thing that I think we're all learning is how quickly the process moves along. And so the 5-year window is really too short, kind of given lead times for attracting economic development projects. The timeline should incentivize quick construction of road and offer additional time to attract those projects, because it does sometimes take longer to actually secure the project itself. Design-only grants should be open to non-MEI projects. I think the important piece here, that design-only grants kind of free up resources for other aspects of road construction and site development, and they should require construction before the permits expire, and that way you don't get into a situation where the permit has expired and the construction has not taken place. The fourth one there, alternative methods to justify funding are attractive, and so I think this was mentioned certainly specifically in the legislation about incorporating job creation into project metrics, especially useful in small communities, and then incorporating the Virginia Business Ready Sites program tier levels and the advancement of those tier levels as part of the requirement. And that's the site development program located at VEDP, where we assign a tier level to all economic development sites around the state. And then stakeholders feel that funding has not kept pace with rising development costs. Obviously, road construction costs have continued to rise while VDAP funding levels remain the same. And then some developers are unfamiliar with the VDAP program. And so, localities who proactively invest in site development may know about it, but some of those that have not been as involved traditionally are not aware of it as a resource. And so ways to try to improve that. So with that, that's kind of an overview of what we heard from partners. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all may have now or at the end. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, thank you. Are you aware that localities have not pursued a project because they think the project is too risky? Or is that just a smokescreen to try to have less hurdles to accomplish for the local development? And then my second question is, how does this relate to Go Virginia? Because this looks very similar to some of the work that has been funded through Go Virginia.
Yes, sir. So, Madam Chair, Mr. Merrill, I will take your first question. I would say that certainly, the cost of development is a real barrier for localities. In Virginia, traditionally, it's been your local governments that have invested in site development. We're hoping to change that with some significant investment from the state. We're hopeful for the Virginia Business Ready Sites program, but it has definitely been a real barrier for local governments. And so, and then when you talk, while bonding is often an option for them, you know, having that debt on the books can be an issue. And so certainly the costs of site development, you know, are a barrier. In terms of your second question about Go Virginia, we work very closely with the folks at DHCD and the Go Virginia board and their staff on site development. I would say the Virginia Business Ready Sites program is, you know, funding dedicated specifically to economic development sites, whereas with Go Virginia, site development is one of the 4 initiatives that they can spend, you know, funds on. So they consider projects that, whether it's, you know, innovation or workforce development, site development is one of those. And what we do is take the information that we have, just much like we do with VDOT and other entities who may be involved in Virginia around site development, is we have a database. The Governor and General Assembly in 2019 gave us funding to complete a characterization of 466 economic development sites across the Commonwealth. And from that, we've established a tier level for each one of those sites. So we know everything that needs to be done to that site. We know exactly how much it will cost, the timeline. We have all of that information. And so we share that with our partners at Go Virginia. If they have a, you know, a site application, we provide information to kind of help them as they're making decisions, much like we would with VDOT in terms of, you know, being able to provide an insight based on information and data that we have at VEDP. So I hope that answers your question, but the programs are different, of course, but we collaborate very closely because site development is a huge issue for economic development, and so it's kind of all hands on deck at the moment, I think.
Mr. Mayor, I will say that the collaboration has gotten stronger over the years, and they can actually support each other. So site readiness is just one of the major obstacles Virginia faces in bringing new business to the Commonwealth. So I think with Commerce and Trade, VEDP, Transportation, all collaborating in this manner, our part being very small, but still contributing to try to bring companies here is playing a bigger part. And you know, representing the port, I will say that they really recognize the importance of having this work done. So it all just goes hand in hand. But I will say that VEDP has done a really good job of pulling this collaborative team together.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Smoot,
Thank you.
are you still on the Go Virginia board?
Yes, I think so.
Can I tell you that I was on the board, he was chair?
Oh, really? Great.
Yeah. You were with
Yeah, early
William
on.
Fralin.
Early on, yes.
Yeah, early, Region 2, was it Region 2?
Who?
Region 2.
Yep.
We had Lynchburg and Roanoke and Blacksburg and
Right.
that whole area.
Yep.
Anyway, just a little history.
It is. Two questions. In order to successfully apply for a grant, does there have to be a commitment for a particular industry or company to come into the park, or is that down the road?
That would generally be down the road. Are we speaking about the EDAP program specifically or the business ready sites?
Yes, if for example, if a locality wanted to make a request to extend utilities or a roadway into part of an existing park, does there have to be a committed user of the space that they're extending to?
Sir, not for the Virginia Business Ready Sites program. The goal with the program is to get a site within 12 to 18 months of readiness, so that when you do have a prospect on the line, you know, that site can be ready to go within 12 to 18 months.
Okay, thank you. Second question, on the design-only grants, is there also going to be a payback requirement after a certain number of years if they're not successful in attracting a use?
Secretary, Mr. Smith, I can address that out, and with our recommendations, I can address that. But we are going to recommend design-only grants for EDA, similar to the MEI sites. And the only condition for those design-only grants is that they develop VDOT-approved sites, so they won't have to actually implement a project within blank number of years. That's the
Okay,
way
so
the
there's
MEAs
not a payback.
There's not a payback unless they don't get a VDOT approved site plan. So they have to get a VDOT site approved site plan. But there is not a payback if they don't attract a business.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dudley, are we ready to proceed?
Ma'am. Appreciate it. So next slide, please. So based on the collaboration with VEDP, we've come up with 5 policy recommendations for the board, and I'll go over each one of these individually over the next few slides. So next slide, please. Our first recommendation, our policy recommendation, is to develop and utilize a more robust application process, similar to what you may see in the rail access program. Today, for regular projects with known businesses, VDOT evaluates the need for the access to the site, and VDP determines whether the known business is an eligible business, and there is no scoring involved. For bonded projects or speculative sites, we review the request for the access, and we wait to see what the business can be attracted. So today, we hope to increase the potential for project success and to address the code changes and the JLARC recommendations. We are proposing to use 5 evaluative criteria that you see on the slide to score our new application and to actually create a scorecard basically that we can provide the board so you have a relative value of the potential success of the project and possibly not bring you a project if it doesn't have a potential for success. For known projects, of course, the 2 criteria that would be the most important would be capital investment and job creation. But for speculative sites, of course, we don't know the capital investment and we don't know the potential job creation. So the most important aspect there would be site readiness or site potential, and we've heard much about that already right now. So to do this, VEDP would provide us their score, and they are proposing to use, you hear, their business site readiness program to do that. So we think that's a great collaborative effort between VEDP and VDOT. We also want to provide some additional support for our economically distressed communities, which would benefit from participation in the program that we don't see so much of today. So that will be something we would look into during the application process, or we would consider. And I'll touch on that just a little bit more in a recommendation down the line a little bit. The next slide, please. So our first recommendation is to increase the maximum allocation available. We heard that our stakeholders did not think the program allocations had kept pace with inflation or had kept pace with the need, and we actually have not increased the allocation since 2009 when the unmatched allocation went from $300,000 to $500,000. And since 2017, the average project estimate has actually been at around $1.25 million, and 14 of the last 21 allocations made since 2017 have been for the maximum amount. So we think there's a demand and there's a need for this. So as a result, we are recommending increasing the total maximum unmatched allocation from $500,000 to $700,000 and leaving the current matched allocation at $150,000. Next slide, please. As we discussed just briefly, we are also recommending design-only allocations for non-MEI sites. Today, as you heard, we only do that for MEI sites. However, if we allow these smaller design-only allocations, it would help localities prepare their sites before they came back to us for these construction allocations. That would increase their site potential and their site readiness score when they do come back to us. This would also help address the lead times that we heard that localities are concerned about to attract businesses. We are also recommending that, so that we don't come back to the board consistently for these allocations, that for anything under $100,000, we would administratively allocate these funds and then come back to the board once a year and let you know who we've allocated these funds to. Next slide, please. Sorry about this. So VEDP also found, as you heard, that some localities were reluctant to apply for our funds due to the clawback provisions associated with capital investment. And our next two recommendations are intended to address this concern. First, we want to ensure that economically distressed communities have the opportunity to apply for the funds and feel that they will have the potential to succeed with the use of these funds. So we are proposing that we use the definition of economically distressed communities as used in the Commonwealth Opportunity Fund to help those distressed localities meet our capital investment needs. So specifically for non-distressed localities, we propose to keep the capital investment requirement at 5 times the allocation amount. For single distressed localities, we are recommending that we drop that capital investment amount to 4 times the allocation. And for double distressed localities, we're recommending that we decrease that once further to 3 times the allocation that we provide the locality. We believe this will help get the money where the money's needed the most and where it can provide substantial benefit and attract more users to the program. Any questions on that?
Madam Secretary,
Mr. Dodson.
so for the uninformed, what's the difference between non-distressed, distressed, and double distressed?
Would you like to cover that? I mean, I can provide that, but I would probably butcher it, so I'll let Christie cover it.
Thank you. Yes, sir. That is based on levels of unemployment in a community. So there's distress, and then there's double distress, which is 2 times the unemployment. And then sometimes, I don't think this deals with poverty and poverty, unemployment and poverty.
Times the unemployment of the state or the country?
Poverty, it would be at the Commonwealth. Let me get the actual definition for you.
I think I can help out with that, too.
Okay, go ahead.
So I believe the Commonwealth Opportunity Fund uses poverty and unemployment to address distress. And so if you're above the one or the other, the state average of one or the other, either positive or unemployment, you are single distressed. If you, it's double distress if you are above the average for both. So one, unemployment
It's
or
not
poverty.
a number, it's a concept.
So it's, if you're above the unemployment level or poverty level, the average in the state for 1, single distressed, 2, you're double distressed. BEDP updates that list annually. So it would be the year of your application, that would be the year that would be your allocate, that would be the determining factor.
After the figures come out from the Commonwealth in relation to the numbers.
Secretary.
As far as the unemployment and as far as the poverty level.
In the Commonwealth, so.
After they come out with the numbers. What month is that, like in the winter?
I do not know the month.
Oh, but we do it continually. You must pick a point in time when you work with it. So when do they come out?
I will check on that.
So we're updating those numbers all the time.
Nuance.
That was a really good question. Because sometimes we take those things for granted, and that was just a great question.
I've learned from the desk.
Okay, Mr. Dodson, do you have another? No. I'm going to call on you today.
So next slide, please. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Miller.
Use the classic unemployment, you know, I mean, you've seen so much in the last few years where people have dropped out of the workforce and they're no longer counted in the unemployment numbers, but yet the impact is similar, if not worse. So are we, and I know it's a nuance, but are we looking at that? Or are we looking at the classic unemployment number?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller, I'm going to defer to VDP on that.
Christy knows this answer. Yes, sir.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller, we use classic unemployment. There's,
The number's hard to get at, I understand. But
yes, sir. It would be very hard to try to get to that. And so we
And
just
hard
use
to
the standard
compare.
numbers as they come out. That's exactly right.
I think until we come up with a better, your point is good, though. I mean, how do we capture that? But if you're looking at unemployment rates, you know, among states, having some standard, that's why we use it.
Exactly right.
Madam Secretary, so sorry.
Ms.
I
Hines.
do have several questions, but I'll just ask the one I have on this particular slide. Mr. Dudley, do we have information that would lead us to believe that the 5 times the allocation for the cost of the road construction is going to still put this within reach of the non-distressed localities, because we're raising the 5, what we're timesing times 5, so that an investment has to go up in order to qualify. Am I understanding that right?
Madam Secretary, Ms. Hines, we don't have any specific information that this would attract, or the 5 times allocation deters anyone who is not in distress.
Just, I guess my question is, have you run this against any projects we've funded to just make sure that when you go up to that basically 850,000 times 5, that things wouldn't have fallen out?
Madam Secretary, Ms. Hines, that is a maximum allocation available. So if a locality did not want to request the total amount, so if they wanted to leave it at 650, they could leave it at 650 and not ask the total amount, which would not increase their payback capital investment. So this does provide just an extra benefit for those projects that we do see that they are increasing in value.
I have no question about going to distressed and double distressed at all. I just don't want
Leave people out.
I don't want to leave people out who thought they had access and say they, well, okay, so you can only get 650, but because we did 5 times that total amount, now you're not eligible for the full amount, but everybody else can get it. That's my concern.
And Madam,
There's no question that if you raise the price for some and lower the price for the others, it's going to have an impact.
But I don't want it to
There's
have.
no question.
I know.
How much is the
What
question?
we don't know, and I'll just use the rail plan, the rail grants that we do, we're always way, the amount of investment that they're making is always way, 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 way above our requirement. And that's really my only, I'm sorry, Jennifer, did I misstate that?
No, you did not.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure that we're not making this one so tight that places
So, Mr.
that-
Dudley, have you tested it against awards that have been given in the past?
Madam Secretary, Ms. Hines, we have looked at that in the past for bonded projects to see how much of that has been paid back over the years. Now, we have not tested that to see how many of those were distressed localities and how many of those were not distressed localities, and would they have had to have paid that amount back. So I can only see that this will improve the process and the potential for new localities to participate in our program. But we have not specifically looked at those that had to pay us back to see, were they distressed or were they not distressed? And that's an excellent point. And we can certainly look at this. And this is new for all of us. We've never been to this detail. So I imagine that this will be a living thing, and we'll learn from what we publish here in the policy, and it will get tweaked to make it fit the needs. So,
Mr. Dudley,
yes, ma'am.
Could you run some tests for us before the vote in January?
We could look at that, absolutely.
Appreciate that,
Yeah,
Madam
that's great.
Secretary.
Absolutely.
Really good question.
Yeah, very good question. So next slide, please. Okay, you've got it right here. So this I thought was a great recommendation we got from VEDP, really innovative. The recommendation is to provide credit for capital investment for jobs created or jobs retained in the program. We know that sometimes we'll have businesses that provide a lot of capital investment, but relatively few jobs. And then we have the other ones that provide a lot of jobs and very few capital investment. And those are the ones that we're concerned about. They're not providing all the equipment and everything, but they provide plenty of jobs. So to incentivize jobs being created or retained, we thought that providing credit toward the capital investment requirement would be a great idea. So our recommendation is that we provide a capital investment credit of $5,000 per new full-time job created by new businesses and $1,000 per full-time job retained if it's an existing business but expanding toward the capital investment needs for regarding the clawback. So fantastic idea. I was really, when I saw that, I said, why didn't we think of this before? This is great. So, that's, next slide, please. So- Yes.
Back, please.
Mr. Miller.
How do you define, I read what's on this chart, and then can we go back, please? And then I heard what you said, which was a more illustrative, I think. You said if the business was expanding and the job was retained, as opposed to just not expanding and the job is retained.
Yes, sir.
The real question is, how do you measure when a job's retained? I mean, is the job, so, like, if I do nothing, is the job gonna go away? And if I do something, is it then retained? How do you measure that?
That's a good question, Madam Secretary.
First one's real easy, right? I got
Absolutely.
50, I had 10,
Have a new
I
job.
had 10 new jobs. But
well-
I've retained the 50, or what if I didn't do anything? Are those 50 going away? I think you ought to think about that a little bit.
Absolutely.
Christie, this was your this was VEDP's recommendation. So how do you typically, look at those? I know with the airlines, we had this incentive fund to try to recruit new airlines. Then COVID hit, and it was much more about retaining the airlines, and it was extremely clear about how that worked. And so do you have a process for retaining, how you could look at retaining workforce?
So we don't have that at VEDP. So for us, for our programs, COF and others, our incentives, a company is eligible if they're expanding and adding new jobs. We don't have any specific programs for retaining current jobs. Ours are all on adding new jobs when a company is expanding.
And let me be clear, it's really important to retain jobs, right?
Absolutely.
The question is, how do you know
Yeah.
if you're retaining them or not by the extra dollars? And I don't know how you know that. I mean, some cases you know, or you sort of know. Somebody comes to you and says, we're leaving,
Yeah, then you know.
right? And if you take them at their word and they're truthful and so forth, then you do some stuff to retain them, okay, we retain them. But somebody just puts in an application and says, hey, I'm a 60-person outfit here and I need some help on this and that, and that'll retain those jobs, were you really shutting down? Were you moving? Were you, was it going away? So anyway. So I'd be uncomfortable without understanding how we're going to measure that on the retention piece, although it's critically important.
Absolutely. So we can look further into that.
So you'll look at retention,
Absolutely.
testing, going back and looking at where this has been applied for distressed areas.
Ma'am, if it was
Want to make sure we're not leaving people out.
I want to make sure that that the non-distressed people have access to the full amount, that there's, that multiplier doesn't, push them out because they're not making that much of an investment to get to where they need to go. That's one of my concerns.
Madam Secretary and Ms. Hines, I will point out too that the multiplier was 10 times before 2009, so we have reduced it.
Well, you didn't tell us that.
I did. I know I did, but not this time. But before we increased the value from 300 to 500, at that point in time, the multiplier was 10 times, and we found that we were excluding folks. That was just too much, so we dropped it down to 5 times many years ago.
Because it's another.
I didn't know that either. Okay.
Madam Secretary, I actually have a couple other questions. I don't understand how the credit for capital investment actually is going to work. Is it going to show up in the scoring? Is it a reduction in what they'd have to pay us? I mean, I understand how it works on the rail one, but I don't understand. So there's the do you qualify, and then there's the what you have to pay back. And to me, those aren't clear yet. So I would just tell you that. And then when I read the design-only option, to me, I added that on top of the $850 that's possible. So that makes $1 million possible per site. Am I understanding that correctly? So basically, we're giving them we're giving them $300,000 that they don't have to, that is unmatched.
So, Madam Secretary and Ms. Hines, so the maximum allocation for any locality would be $850,000 annually.
So cumulative, so if they,
So they could get construction, they could get design one year, they still have whatever they may want to get. They still have a little bit for something else that year, but in no one single year could they get more than 850,000 total allocations.
could be investing $1 million in a site if they come in a year later for construction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And they don't have to put in anything to match the design money.
The design is if we go back to the recommendation, I believe it's 150 not matched and 50 matched.
The 50 match is required.
So it would,
Is
yes,
required,
right.
okay. All right.
Mr. Williams, I'm reluctant to call on you, though. But anyway, just putting that out there.
This program has been the bane of my existence. For 8 years I've been on this board, and the questions that are being asked and the issues being raised are the exact reason. We, take Christie off the board, we don't have economic development experts out here that even understand the concepts any better than we do about some of these questions being asked about job retention and all these things. I am super glad to see that these recommendations include working much more closely. I mean, I've been complaining about it for 8 years, the first VEDP person I've ever seen up there. And I'd rather us just give them the grant and let them fund it with the rules that we have to go with. But
So,
short of that, we're gonna keep it, and I understand that. But the one recommendation I'd have is, it would be great to see an analysis when these things come to us. It doesn't have to be, too detailed, but somewhat. What's the probability of success? Is the market even looking for anything like this? And those questions may have been answered, but we don't see it. We're being asked to approve the funding. And then, a final recommendation by VEDP that this is a good idea. These are the sorts of things we're looking for. That may happen already, but we don't know it. We just here it is, this $500,000 to Martinsville to put this driveway in. And we say yes all the time. I say no a lot, but it doesn't matter.
Madam
But
Secretary.
I mean, we're finally getting there, I think.
Madam Secretary, Mr.
Dudley,
Williams.
I will say that, I tried to prepare you for these questions. And so I'm going to just see how well you do with this.
Well, I really haven't asked the question. I just had,
But
I see us getting to the next step.
No, but I said, this question's going to come up. Why is it here? Why are we doing this?
My
And
final
what,
comment would be, I know that we have tremendously skilled people at DOT, so I'm not,
yeah.
it's not, I had the same discussion with your predecessor. It's just,
Okay.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Williams, so this is exactly with the next steps. We have been working very closely with VEDP on this process itself, and we have talked about better defined responsibilities about who does what and who is the expert where. And when we come to site readiness and site potential, and should we even recommend the site? Because it's not ready. I'm talking speculative sites. Those are the ones I think those are the projects where we have the concern. Then we're going to rely, and that score is going to be heavily weighted towards site readiness. If they give us a site that does not have high potential, it will not score, and you will not see it. So that's the whole point there, is that I don't want to claw back money. It's much easier not to do it. So and then with regard to the employment, how we track employment, and we're working much more closely with the VEDP on exactly to your point, who is the expert in what, and we're experts in the road access and whether the design meets the need based on traffic projections. But when it comes to the economic aspects and stuff, I'm not that man. I'm not that person. So we are just working very, very closely with these policy recommendations so that we have the right mix. As far as who does it, I think Christy could probably give some examples, some other programs that kind of work the same way where VEDP supports the other programs. I don't know whether agriculture or other things, but it's just a matter of someone's got to take it. Where does it belong? But it always needs to be a collaborative effort where the experts, wherever they may lie, make those decisions. And you were absolutely correct. In the past, it has almost been just a checkbox. We come here, we tell you. I don't want that to be the case anymore, just because I don't want people to fail. I don't want people to fail, and that's what we don't. That's what this is all about.
Madam Chair, this is all going in the right direction. And I'm so happy to hear Russ
Okay,
say that.
are you taking
Say
minutes?
those things. But I do think to fulfill our fiduciary responsibility, we need to know more than what we've known for the past 8 years.
So, Mr.
Voting
Williams,
aye.
your input and
30%
perspective
clawback.
has had a
30%.
great impact on those of us who run this
Took a
program.
long time.
And it has not been easy, and I will say that the JLARC study really did help us, gave us a lot of momentum to develop a program that has real meat and criteria in it. So, the way that it's working right now is the way I think government should work. It is extremely collaborative. Whatever happens, we're going to try to put this in January when we have a vote, put it in the best posture that we can. I think we have come a long way. Russ has done, and his team has, have done a really good job in creating a substantive program. So anyway, we will leave it there. And, I knew this was going to be, I said, Russ, you better be ready. But anyway, so in January, you do have some homework for everybody to bring back to us.
Yeah,
And
yes, ma'am.
Christy, I will say that it's extremely helpful to have you here with us, working with Stephen Murray, current CEO at VDB, one of the greatest privileges I've ever had to work with someone. And Jason Alcubi, who is the transportation expert at VEDP, is coming on board as CEO, two tremendous leaders, and then having Christy there. But the collaboration, they want it as much as we want it. So that's what I would say. They look to us because they don't know the world of access like we do, and we really do bring some value to these decisions.
Well, final word on that, Madam Chair. I know that many of these communities need these investments. A 30% failure rate is pretty high. So obviously, we funded a bunch of them and should have never had a dollar given to them. So that's why I like if VEDP's accessing the probability and that there's actually a market for something like that, then we'll eliminate a lot of that. And the clawback is painful. You see budget language every year. They don't have to pay that back. They don't have to pay that back.
Exactly.
We shouldn't be
I
happy.
still remember our vote, Mr. Tom. We were lonely out there, but yes, we don't like clawbacks either, trust me. But anyway, thank you. Oh, anything else? Oh, Mr. Merrill.
Would it be possible to get some background information about how many applications there have been and how many were approved? Because you talk about the localities are saying that are hurdles, but we're only talking about $5.5 million annually. And if we increase it to $850,000, we will have fewer sites. I'd just be curious to know, we had a lot of applicants that we turned down.
Mr. Merrill, Madam Secretary, Mr. Merrill, we generally have, this is an underutilized program. We generally have a surplus every year, and so it is not as Christy mentioned, not everyone really knows about the program. That's one thing that's not in the policy, but that's something that we need to do a better job of, is promoting the program out there so folks know it exists. They don't always know that the program exists. But we do have, that was one reason I was comfortable with increasing the allocations, is we have a surplus every year of these allocations. So we're not effectively utilizing the funds that the General Assembly has given to us to run this program. The General Assembly has given us this money to provide the localities, to support their economic development, and it's not being effectively utilized, and that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make it more efficient and make it better utilized and put it where it needs to be put at best.
Mr. Tom.
Thank you. I was going to note on that just to follow up on your comment, because that was one of the pieces of the feedback that was provided that people don't know about the program, but yet it wasn't in one of your program recommendations about how you're going to tackle that.
Yeah, Madam Secretary, Mr. Tung, we did believe that was we needed a policy for that, for us to go out and promote it, and to just to gin up some energy.
He had to get through Mr. Williams first and then promote it.
But then to add to that, we obviously do hear about the painful clawbacks that occur, and I'm sure there are probably wildly successful programs, and maybe some feedback on some of those would be beneficial as well.
Secretary, Mr. Tung, we absolutely have some very successful projects, and we presented something like this a few years back, and we can gather that information again and reshare it. It's good information to share.
Okay, you're going to have a long presentation.
I am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Foltz, what we try to do most of the time, sometimes life happens, we try to give a presentation a month before you have a vote so you have time to review it. Does not always work, but we do try very hard to make that happen.
Madam Secretary, just an update. You asked the question about when poverty and unemployment numbers are updated at VEDP. Poverty is updated in December, and unemployment numbers are updated in the May-June timeframe. So
you'll have those before you have the 6-year improvement program in June. So, Christy, thank you. I think you're going to stick around for one more. And is Mr. Cary here? Oh, right there on the end. Good morning. Our Chief Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Folks, Rob Cary from VDOT.
Thank you.
Really glad to have you. Had some very insightful questions when we met yesterday, going over sort of VDOT 101, I guess I would say. Well, good morning, everyone. I think we should have a slide presentation. There we go. As you can see, I'm here. I'm going to talk about the Amazon Multimodal Improvement Feasibility Study. And I want to start out really by saying I'm very, very proud of this study. I think it goes a long way to demonstrate where transportation is in Virginia in 2021. Because in this study, sort of at the core, and I'll talk about it in here, was prioritizing a multimodal network that's taken advantage of all the investments that have been made really by this board and others. But when you think of the CSX deal, when you think of the metro enhancements that are going on, when you think of the project that I'm going to talk about, there's a lot of things that are happening. And in the waterfall of kind of what's being prioritized, I will tell you, what's being prioritized in this project are pedestrians, bicyclists. The human scale of this project is really at the front. And auto users certainly will have access to it, but those auto users are not the first one in that waterfall of priority. And I think it says a lot. In a setting like Arlington, the National Landing Area, transit is the way of life there, and the car is a secondary thing for many people. And I just think that we as an agency, I can tell you in 30 years, we have come a long way to not automatically start with the car and everything else sort of fit in around it. And so anyway, for that reason, I just wanted to say that up front. I'm very proud of this project and where we are. I'm going to share information on one of 5 projects that were in an MOA with the Commonwealth when Amazon announced their second headquarters was coming to the National Landing Area, and that's the Route 1 multimodal study. There was also the CC to DCA Intermodal connector, which is basically a bridge over the Reagan National Airport. There's a Crystal City East Metro entrance. There's a Potomac Yard Southwest Metro entrance, and the Pentagon City, Crystal City, Potomac Yard transit expansion. All of these things work together to make this project possible. So I wanted to at least touch on those to make sure that you know that was all part of a suite. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this slide here shows the Route 1 project. As you can see, the long rectangular block. You see the CC to DCA intermodal connector, the transitway expansion, the Potomac Yard Metro, and the Crystal City Metro East entrance. So there's your suite in one map of what we're talking about, but the only project I'm directly going to talk about is the Route 1. Next slide, please. Commonwealth's agreement on this project included a transportation project on Route 1 in the National Landing Area that was specifically to improve safety, accessibility, and the pedestrian experience and bicycle experience crossing Route 1. The study was undertaken to make the best decision on the Route 1 corridor to meet the transportation needs related to the corridor and the community's future. In the study, we looked at converting Route 1 to an at-grade urban boulevard, and also we looked at improving the existing grade elevated or grade separated elevated Route 1 configuration. We looked at both of those options on Route 1 between 12th Street and 23rd Street. Next slide, please. Route 1 study recommends an at-grade configuration with a multimodal transfer station, pedestrian facilities, bicycle facilities. The approach was also selected because it has the most desirable characteristics for the multimodal vision for the National Landing Area. The approach is going to require an extensive amount of travel demand management, and I'm going to talk about that in a later slide in some more detail. But that traffic demand management approach is really going to, what we're counting on and what we think is very feasible in this project is a 20 to 30% reduction in volumes from what we saw in 2019. Because of all the investments that you all have funded in these other modes, the mode shift to these other, whether it be on VRE, the new Amtrak trains that are running through there with the Long Bridge coming and all these metro expansions, that's going to make things possible to get people who traditionally have driven out of their car and take another mode. Other features of the project include 2,100 feet of bike lanes, and I would note, and we'll show a cross section here momentarily. There's an ability for more bike lanes along Route 1. It just wasn't really aligned right now with the Arlington's vision for Route 1, but there is the real estate is there if that was chosen. There's 8,000 linear feet of sidewalk, including 3,250 new linear feet of sidewalk. There are 2.8 acres of walkable pedestrian space in this corridor planned. 190 new trees would be planted. 1.8 acres of landscaping would be provided, and 1.9 acres of pavement would be removed with the new project. The estimated cost on this project is $180 million. This estimate was finalized about 45 days ago with the when we published the Phase 1 study that we're talking about here today in October. We were in the process throughout that study of refining and narrowing down what we estimated this project might cost. There is a second phase to this project in terms of the studies that we're going to further refine and work through that to really narrow in on what's possible. I'll talk about that a bit later. But at this point, I wanted to let Deputy Secretary Donahue talk a little bit about the financing of this project going forward.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I do want to walk through really how the Commonwealth plans to make its kind of commitment to this project here today. And so just a quick kind of refresher, how and when did the Commonwealth make a commitment to this project? So back in 2018, the administration, and this was both the McAuliffe administration, then leading into the North administration, working with the General Assembly through the Major Employment and Investment Commission. That is a commission made up of essentially 7 members of the House from the Finance and Appropriations Committees and 5 members from the Senate Finance Committee, worked with Amazon during the HQ2 kind of competition, or whatever you want to call that process, where they nationwide said, where are we going to locate our second headquarters? Many jurisdictions put together an incentive package, and in Virginia, we have a process where the executive branch works collaboratively with the legislative branch to discuss the types of commitments we might be willing to make. And so as a part of that process, a number of commitments were made, and as a part of a proposal that was sent to Amazon, various things related to tax incentives and other things that I will inaccurately describe and will not attempt to do so this morning. But the part that is important and pertinent to this board is the $295 million commitment that was made for transportation projects.
Can I just, I don't want to interrupt you, but well, I guess I do, but, you know, do you all remember the competition nationally? And there were states offering billions of dollars of incentives in transportation, a $9 billion express lane network. And our approach was very different in Virginia from a transportation perspective. The team, we worked really hard to put together and pull together all the investments we were making through the CTB in Northern Virginia. We looked not just at surface transportation, we looked at what we were doing with the airports, we included all the local investments. At this point, there was no Long Bridge. We did just get the historic metro agreement with DC and Maryland, but it was about $15 billion. And our approach was, the Commonwealth of Virginia has $15 billion invested today. Whether or not any company comes to Virginia, we are doing this work today, and it was very multimodal. And so our approach was, how could we make the site work? And we really focused in, and it came down to these 5 projects, 4 of which are in our 6-year improvement program. We were able to actually compete them through our normal process, and it was $295 million based on the number of jobs that they would bring to the Commonwealth. And Christy, I do believe they are even above schedule right now. They're actually accelerating the program. And so this was the last piece to that commitment, and we wanted to make sure we were bringing it before the board, before this administration left. And so anyway, just wanted to give a little bit of context to this, and then the Route 1.
Yes, and so again, as the Madam Secretary said, there's $295 million in transportation improvements for 5 different projects. This board has already allocated $160.6 million, which fully funds 4 of those 5 projects. The one remaining and outstanding commitment is the Route 1 project, and until we funded $4 million to do some of this preliminary work to study this project, and we honestly weren't sure what the cost was going to be. There were some people who said you can do it for $100 million. We thought that was probably wrong, and then there were others who said maybe it could be upwards of $300 million. And the truth was, well, why don't we study it, and then we'll actually know what we think it cost.
Can I just say to Rob Cary and the team in Northern Virginia who really worked on this, the amount of work that's gone into getting to an alternative in October of this year. So they've been working this whole time, looking at the designs, the scopes, picking an alternative, coming up with an initial cost estimate, the outreach, citizen groups, neighborhood groups, business groups, our federal partners, our regional partners, pulling that all together. Legislators. Yeah, it was just a great deal of work to get to this number in October. And I'm not gonna, well, I would say I wasn't gonna say anything, but I won't really promise that, but.
And so we are asking action from this body tomorrow to fulfill the final tranche of the commitment to this project here. That remaining commitment is $134.4 million. Let's talk about where's that money coming from. That's not a small sum of money. And I think what's really important is, almost as important as where, is where it's not coming from. So I'm going to start with that because that's a much longer list, and I think it's really important as we discuss this. None of the funding we're using here deals with increased funding from the federal transportation bill that was just passed. We are not touching those dollars. Those dollars we're hoping will be programmatically put into the 6-year financial plan in January, so that when you as a body work next spring to develop your 6-year program, those monies are there. The other thing this doesn't assume or consider or contemplate is any increase in state revenues from the December forecast. Again, in January, we hope to add those to the 6-year financial plan and the Commonwealth Transportation Fund budget, so you can use those revenues and consider them as you develop the next 6-year program. So nothing I'm talking about here touches a single one of those dollars or contemplates a single one of those dollars. The other thing that is not contemplated in this, there's not any dollars that would otherwise have run through the construction formula. So not a dollar that would have gone to state of good repair to replace a bridge or redo pavement in any of your districts. Not a single dollar that would have gone to SmartScale. This is not money that otherwise your local governments, your regions, your transit agencies could compete for. That's not what this money is. There's not a single dollar in here in the interstate program. So again, nothing there that could go to otherwise improve 66, 64, 95, all the other interstates. If I could go through them pretty quickly. Nothing in here for the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program. So that probably leaves you wondering, well, what is this money and where did it come from? And it's two kind of major pots that are remaining there. The bulk of these funds, and the majority of them, come from a federal funding program called the Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Program. That is one of those specialized federal programs that does not run through the federal formula. Today, the bulk of those funds are distributed to the large MPOs in urban areas, and there's a portion that remains available for allocation by the board. That is about $90 million of this 130. To stress this, the name is slightly confusing of the federal program. So it's called Congestion Mitigation Air Quality, and I suspect there was a real sausage-making process when they created this program in 1991. It's really an air quality program. So the question was asked me, well, it's called congestion mitigation. Like, what can we use these funds for? Well, what you can't use them for is to widen the road. So just want to clear that up. Even though the name says congestion mitigation air quality, it is illegal to use these dollars to go widen, say, Route 17, Route 3, 95, et cetera. You can't do that with these dollars. So again, that's why we consider this a specialty federal program, and we don't run it through the formula. If you could just widen a road with it, we'd run it through the formula. So it just works with the normal kind of construction budget. So that leaves another $40 or so million that is there. And I have to give real credit to Laura Farmer and Kim Pryor. They went through the entire 6-year program with a fine-tooth comb and grabbed every single nickel that they could find there and found dollars that essentially predate the existing construction formula dollars and have packaged that all together, in addition to, I think, $3 million from the FY21 surplus that isn't being recommended to be allocated to any other priority projects, and that completes kind of this funding package there. That does still leave a gap on this project, and there are multiple kind of options under consideration for how to fill that. Some of that involves looking at leveraging the value of the land that will be freed up by kind of putting in place this boulevard. There's also federal discretionary grants, some specifically for projects of this nature that were created in the new federal infrastructure bill, as well as existing grant programs, which I'm going to get into later, so we are going to talk about what all those are, that are plussed up kind of in that bill there. And so that the Commonwealth's commitment is 138.4. We've provided 4 already for study. What we're asking action on from this body tomorrow is the remaining commitment, again, which was approved by the Major Employment and Investment Commission, which was at that time, led by the General Assembly in 2018. I think you all know the composition of the General Assembly in 2018. And so again, a bipartisan set of incentives approved by the Assembly and then the administration as a part of our commitment to Amazon. And so with your action tomorrow, if you act in the affirmative, the Commonwealth has met its commitment to Amazon, who is currently working and meeting its commitment to the Commonwealth. And so, Madam Secretary, I'd be happy to answer any questions that folks may have on that particular topic before Rob comes up and describes the project in more detail.
Madam Secretary, I have a question. You say their participation has been accelerated. Could you describe that a little bit, or have?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to defer to VDP, who can more accurately describe that particular.
And that's I asked Christie to stay for our.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, I would just say that while I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, Amazon HQ2 has been moving along very successfully. I believe the Secretary mentioned Stephen Moray. He actually was up last week and did a tour of some of the buildings that have already gone up. So they are building and investing and hiring and are ahead of schedule to our knowledge at this point. And so we are very excited with the progress that the project is making, and just appreciate your consideration of kind of completing these last few outstanding pieces for the agreement.
Mr. Yates, did you have another question?
No, that was it. I just want to make sure they're on track.
I know that
they'll be above their commitment probably at the end. Is that what it looks like?
Yes, there was the potential. You may remember when the deal was announced that it was 25,000 jobs with the potential to go up to, I think, 37.5. Yes. And so we're very, very hopeful and excited that there's lots of opportunity for them to continue to grow in Northern Virginia.
I'd just like to rub it into my New York relatives. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Kaskowitz.
Yeah, really just a comment on the project itself. So some of our board members will remember crossing the scene that's in this slide on Lime scooters several years ago. I think that, and I appreciate Nick's attempt to bring us to the funding part of this discussion, but this is, and it's an overused word, but this really transforms this area in ways that are just so significant to the goals and objectives of this board on an ongoing and consistent basis. We are reducing the overhead structure or eliminating it in its entirety to create a walkable, bikeable, transit-friendly community.
As you still move cars.
As we still move, it is.
When you all see the design, I think you're going to be really, well, I was really impressed, though.
Yeah, I stress to my fellow board members that this really is such an opportunity to move the Commonwealth into the next century of transportation. It's quite remarkable. And I would like to, in future presentations, include a slide of the existing conditions just to see how dramatic the change is.
God, we were just there.
Yeah, we were. That's right.
We all couldn't
Dodging
take a
cars.
picture. I know, it's very bleak.
It is
So,
very bleak.
Yes.
Yes. So.
Those pictures, if you want them. That was,
Oh, can we have those for January, please?
I'm
Okay, that would
sure
be
they-
I
great.
think it's helpful to really present what's
Yes.
happening here.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Oh, Mr. Brown.
What's the exact, is it 180 million that we'll be approving tomorrow?
No, Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, so the action that is being requested tomorrow, I believe it is row 34 of the transfer report that Ms. Pryor will bring before you, is $134.4 million. Again, the commitment to this project in the 295 is a total of 138.4. And we, again, have already, this board has already allocated for the study, which has brought us to kind of this point here today. As I told you, there was a lot of wild speculation about what it might actually cost, and so we decided to use part of our commitment to drill down and fine-tune kind of a proposal and make sure it was workable. We believe it is, and so you'd be providing that remaining $134.4 million to complete, again, that commitment. Additional work, as I noted, and I think it's important to stress for expectation purposes, will need to be done to find the remaining $145.6 million to complete that kind of funding package there, which I think can involve a variety, to say 145.
It's only 45.
Yeah, sorry, 45.6 million to complete that funding package. And again, there's federal grants, I think, development opportunities through value capture and other things that can help fill that gap. But that's something that you all, working with the county and others, will need to consider in the coming months as the project moves
Mr.
forward.
Brown, what was really important to me is that we fulfilled the commitment that we made as a Commonwealth. And so we've done that. And, but there's some interesting work underway to fill the gap. But just making sure we presented this option to the board as fulfilling our commitment.
Secretary.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Good presentation. I understand the air quality piece, funds piece. The money that Laura, that you mentioned that Ms. Farmer found or dug up or whatever, what else could that money be used for?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, those funds, I think, generally are more flexible dollars. They are dollars, though, as I stressed earlier, that predate the existence of the construction formula, the current, construction formula. And so it is, I think, old PTF dollars that during, I believe, the McDonnell administration, a portion of it is PTF, a portion of it is the old CTB formula that was created in 2011 that was never fully allocated onto a project. A portion of it is PTF from the FY21 surplus, $3 million or so that wasn't allocated to any priority project after we worked with the district. So it's a variety of things of that nature that, when you put together, add up to that amount there.
So if we didn't have this project and Ms. Farmer found that money, what would that money, where would it go? Would it be up to us? Would it go back into the Commonwealth Transportation Fund? Does it start at the top? Where's it go?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, I think that's something that the Secretary would likely, whoever that may be at that time, would bring to this board for discussion and consideration with regard to.
There's no automatic place that it would go?
No, so again, like, these are not dollars that would.
Doesn't it reside?
Yeah, they're in these little buckets.
Until there is enough, if there's $1 million, it's there and it's accounted for. But until there is something, and so these funds have been residing in those
Variety
accounts.
of buckets, yes. They're currently in the balance, in a variety of buckets and balance entries in the 6-year program. And so again, I suspect if they were found and this project did not exist, that somebody would then come back to the board with a proposed use for those dollars.
All right, so last point, and I know this is probably somewhat premature, but this brings it up, this presentation brings it up. We don't really have a sort of structure or policy or program to allocate CMAQ money, is that correct?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, that is correct. As I mentioned earlier, the majority of those funds, and again, I think it's about 60 or 70% are distributed to the MPO, and then there's a portion that's retained by the board. At the moment, there is no board policy for the allocation of those dollars.
Should there be one?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, I think that's certainly something that the board could consider. We do have policies for our other programs. Yes.
That's everything else. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cary. Thank you, Mr. Donahue.
Thank you, and I would note, I mean, with the CMAQ funding, I think it is important to note that second bullet where our travel demand strategy of lowering traffic by 20 to 30%. I mean, that has direct implications on air quality and emissions and so forth in doing that. The next slide, please. Now I want to talk a little bit about what the project's actually going to look like on the ground. Throughout the study process, we've been focused on reducing the width of the roadway and minimizing the crossing distance and time for pedestrians and bicyclists. There are a lot of people that go from one side of the road to the other. Metro station is on one side, whereas you obviously have a lot of residential development a few blocks back on the other side. This cross-section shows the intersections at 15th and 20th Street, and that would allow a left turn, as you can see as the car sort of heading out of the picture. You'll also note that 34% of that cross-section is allocated to pedestrians. I would also note, as I said earlier, there is room if bike lanes on, there's real estate there available that bikes could be accommodated along the Route 1 corridor today. They're just not currently planned in that way because of the plans that Arlington has for putting those bikes on parallel routes. But with a lowering of Route 1, that's something certainly that would be possible. The next slide, please. Again, we've focused on reducing that cross-section and of the actual pavement. And in this case, you see the crossing at 18th Street where we would not allow left turns. And in that case, you do have, and in both cases really, you have a wide median so that pedestrians who happen to maybe not get all the way across or bicyclists would have a pedestrian refuge island in the middle that would be safe for them. In this case, at this location, 42% of the space across that cross-section is allocated to pedestrians and really opens up a lot of opportunities for economic development. And when I think of that ground level activity that really can't exist today because of, as Mr. Kasprowitz noted, the corridor through there, it's elevated viaduct. It's not a human scale to it in any way. This certainly would be opportunities for restaurants along there and other uses where pedestrians could easily access those buildings. The other thing I would note, and Deputy Secretary Donahue talked about this, is there is pretty substantial right-of-way along the corridor when we narrow this thing down and bring it down that has the potential to potentially be put out into the market and provide some funding that could help fill that gap as well. So that's something we're certainly looking at. Next slide, please. This gives you I think a better picture. This is where I wish we had the picture Mr. Kasprowitz talked about, because the contrast between that elevated concrete gray viaduct versus what you see proposed here. But what I would really want to talk about here is how we're highlighting the efforts we've made to maximize safety for both pedestrians and bicyclists. And I would say also we always are for those cars and other users on the road itself. But some of the items in this slide, and I know it's a little bit hard to read, but we're going to be studying reducing the speed limit to 25 miles an hour on Route 1, again, to improve safety. If you look at pedestrian crashes, bicycle crashes, the speed of the vehicle is very rapidly impacts the outcome for that vulnerable user. And at 25 miles an hour, it's significantly different than if it was at 35 or 45 miles an hour. We're looking at using high visibility bicycle crossings. That's what you see, the sort of neon green across there, so that bikes would have their own space that's very well delineated. Addition of pedestrian lighting at all of these intersections and along the route. Adding 25-foot corner radii, you see in the very right edge of the screen. When you put a tight turn from the side street onto the main road, if you put that corner and make it tighter as opposed to a broad sweeping curve, people have to go slower to make that maneuver. So that's one that we do to, I'll say, sort of calm traffic as they make those maneuvers. We are providing the wide median refuges. I talked about that. We are placing rumble strips on the road on southbound Route 1 as people are coming off of 395 to enter the corridor to, again, get their attention, slow them down, make them recognize they're entering a urban boulevard setting, not a freeway or elevated viaduct setting. We're ensuring that the leading pedestrian interval at the signals, so that really what that means is let those pedestrians get out there, get across before traffic starts moving. Elevating the potential for, or we're also, I should say, evaluating the potential for on-street, off-peak parking. So there's times when you're not going to need 6 lanes out there. Why not let people park along that outside lane, which also goes to the sort of traffic calming effect of slowing vehicles down. As people feel the roadway is a little narrower, they tend to decrease their speed, and will get people more safely traveling through there. Next slide, please.
Madam Secretary, if I may, just a question. Mr. Cary, you mentioned lowering of Route 1. What does that mean?
Well, right now, Route 1 it's on a bridge. It's on an elevated viaduct for a few blocks, and then it comes down to just at grade. So in that slide where we showed those crossings, today those crossings are underneath Route 1. Route 1 is 20 feet in the air. So we're simply bringing it down and making those at grade crossings.
Are you looking to extend that process?
Right now, this would take care of that elevated portion. We would take care of that, so it would all be at ground level.
Doesn't 12th Street stay elevated?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Beyond this, yeah. Sorry.
Do you have a picture of what
I don't.
Google Maps.
Just Google Route 1 in Crystal City.
Oh, it's very bleak. Maybe for this afternoon, could we get somebody on the team to?
Good idea. Good idea.
Yes, we have the pictures, but Mr. Stant, you're really going to appreciate this when you see that picture.
It's very utilitarian. That's a good word for it.
Brutalist, some would say.
Yeah. So this slide really is at the heart of this whole.
You know, the previous slide, the intersection safety slide, if you could put that next to the picture.
Will do. No problem.
On a rainy day.
Yep.
Don't really need it to have rain, actually.
So
Right,
this.
Mr. Rucker?
Indeed.
So this slide really goes to the core of our travel demand management, and I think for me, what I think about is the investments you all have made in these other things. When you look on this map of all of the transit improvements, the fact that Amtrak trains are going to run with the Long Bridge and the Amtrak and the CSX hourly trains going up to DC. That means that people who might not have used that option, same thing with the VRE, that might not have taken advantage of that option before, would have maybe driven here. They have an option to take a train, or the metro expansions in that area will also do that. The transit way. All of these other mode expansion, enhancements, whatever word you want to use, is really what provides us a real opportunity to get people to use another mode, because we've given them convenience that they otherwise, I don't want to say it wasn't there, but a greater degree of convenience, which will encourage them to do that. But I think that the investments that have been made clearly just dovetail so perfectly with the project that we're proposing here. And really, frankly, all of those enhancements fall in largely in Director Mitchell's area, and kudos to Secretary and Director Mitchell for the work. And that's where, as I said, I started out this presentation talking about where VDOT today is and sort of what that vision of transportation in 2021 is, and it's multimodal, and it's relying on, look, we can't build our way out, but we can provide other ways to get people off of the road and into other means. So next slide. So some of the areas I just wanted to talk about relative to that travel demand strategy or travel demand management. As you can see, there's a few statistics up here that really point to why it can be effective. 60% of the trips are through trips in that corridor. And given these significant transit investments, a lot of those people that may have not had a convenient path to do that. We'll have a convenient path to do that. We can encourage them to use those other means. And particularly when you look at what we're creating along that corridor as a more urban boulevard, it's not a high-speed throughway to get to work. It's going to be slower. It's going to slow down people to a human scale, and people will then, that will make even more reason for people to try other paths. 36% of the trips originate in Pentagon City and go to DC. 8% are destined for the Roslyn-Ballston corridor. And clearly, you know, the significant investments that have been made in the roadway and transit projects facilitate this shift. Additionally, I would say that the work that Amazon is doing in developing their site, I was involved with VDOT as we were trying to do all the transportation piece before they decided where they were going. And their model that they're looking at is 1 parking space for every 5 employees. Clearly, their employees are not coming to Amazon by car, unless there's a lot of people in the car with them, which is good, that's fine. But I do want to say all of that really lines up to try to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Rucker.
You raised the question specifically associated with specifically associated with parking. As a user of Reagan Airport, that area becomes an area for parking because of accessibility to garages and so forth. How is that being factored in here?
Relative to the parking itself, I mean, our project itself is not adding parking except in the sense of like that on-street parking during off-peak hours could potentially be allowed.
Yeah, but the area becomes almost a throughway for Reagan.
Secretary? So I would just say that that's something that Arlington has been paying a tremendous amount of attention to ever since the plan was developed in 2010. I mean, as I'm listening to all of this, it's pretty exciting to see what we envisioned in 2010 coming true, because we were able to attract a single employer to a place where we lost the largest federal presence. In all of the demand management and all of the redundancies in the network, both in metro and buses, was envisioned. And so there are some places where there have been park and ride lots. I will also tell you that the existing commercial, the old commercial, has tremendous parking capacity that is going unused. And one of the reasons people have been so interested in the bridge that goes over to National Airport is that they think actually people will be able to park in some of those garages and just walk over, so that it may in fact help with some of the road congestion. So I think, Mr. Rucker, that there has just been a lot of thinking about how to accommodate National's needs. And they continue to change as they push the perimeter out and they add more slots. But I don't think that that's going to be a major congestion adder. And I actually think if Amtrak stops in Crystal City and people can just walk over that bridge, that we're going to see a lot of people from this part of the Commonwealth taking the train up to the airport. So.
Madam Secretary, does this allow me to walk to Reagan from Crystal City?
Miller, Madam Secretary, with
Or bike?
with the CC to DCA project, the bridge across there, yes.
You actually can do it today, Mr. Miller. It's not, well, you're walking, there's a road.
Do you want to describe what it's like to walk?
Unpleasant. Yeah, it's not pleasant. You can do it.
But yes, when the new connector bridge is built, finished, you'll be able to walk.
Madam Secretary.
Oh, Mr. Smoot, I'm so sorry. I usually pick you out of the crowd very quickly.
No, the major Amtrak station for Northern Virginia is in Alexandria because it's always been in Alexandria. And just to plug into thinking about the future, I think we should raise the question if that station should not be moved to this area where it has ready access to the airport, ready access to where more people are going to be located, and perhaps more ready access to the transportation network of Northern Virginia. Now, I would defer to Ms. Hines and others about those kinds of what the answers should be, but I do think it's worth looking at.
So just so you know, we have actually been coordinating with Amtrak on design of an Amtrak station at Crystal City. It is not funded at the moment. Right now, VRE has funding to expand the VRE station there. Under our agreement with Amtrak that's part of the Transforming Rail in Virginia, we did commit to working with them to ensure that the Crystal City station, VRE station would not preclude an Amtrak station. As I understand it, I believe they are planning, they may even be in procurement right now, Amtrak, to bring on designers to work on that. Now, what that would mean for the Alexandria station, I think is still, to be decided. There's a lot of job density around that Alexandria station.
I'd say for today, it's an and.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
In case anybody's listening and streaming this meeting, it's an and.
Yep, but I did want to let you know that the work is underway right now to get that, to add Amtrak platforms to that Crystal City station.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right, the only other point I wanted to bring up on this side again about that mode shift is that last bullet, and that's that 14% of the trips are just right in that area, so they're ripe for people walking or bicycling. So that's another opportunity to shift some of that. Next slide, please. This slide shows the steps that we're going to take in the follow-on study that we're doing with Route 1. As I said, the study that we are talking about here, we finished that and published in October. We are underway with the second phase of it. And as you can see, the things that we're going to be looking at, obviously we want to look at those post-COVID traffic counts. That area, that Arlington area, I mean, obviously you have a lot of people telework and so forth. Anyway, they may not be getting in their car to go to a job in DC or wherever they may have been going. We want to know what the status of that is, and particularly Northern Virginia, you all know, is a very ripe region for people to perhaps continue teleworking. We want to look at the feasibility. I should have mentioned this earlier. It was on one of the slides. We are going to look at the feasibility of grade separating for pedestrians and potentially, I guess, bicyclists at the 18th Street crossing, so that it would still be an urban boulevard, but is there a way to do something to allow those people accessing the metro station? We want to take a deeper look into some type of a grade separated facility to get them. We have a safe solution, but there was a lot of input from the public around that. We certainly are committed to try to look at that, and so that would be part of this second phase as well. We're going to look at those traffic demand management strategies in greater detail and flesh out what strategies we would employ to actually achieve the goals we have to be successful. We're going to look at our expanding those intersection safety analyses at each of these, looking at things like signal timing and so forth to maximize the safety at each of those intersections. And we're also going to be looking at some interim safety improvements at 23rd Street through some geometric design changes and signal adjustments as an interim improvement to help there. And obviously, because of all the talk I've given here about coordination with the transit and rail piece of it, we're going to continue to work with them, because that's going to be integral that we be linked, hand in glove with what they're doing, so that we can make it a seamless experience for users out there and make it, again, desirable. I know many of you have probably been to Europe. I've been to Europe, and the train is just so easy to use there. I don't know why I would want to use a car there if I could get on the train and go. And I think this national landing area, we're creating some of that type of transportation opportunities that historically haven't always existed, particularly with the new investments that are being made there. So next slide. I think that's it, and you can see the proposed HQ2 building. But I'm happy to take any questions if you have any more.
I just really want to thank your team for all the work you've done, Director Mitchell's team, Commissioner Britt. I think we've given a lot of updates over these past years, and anyway, just really thank you for this work.
Well, thank you very much, and certainly Nick Roper and Lauren Mahler up in Northern Virginia did a lot of heavy lifting on this, as well as Dan Reinhardt, and I think that numerous community meetings with the organized neighborhood groups, with the elected officials, with the legislators, and legislators with the representatives of the neighborhood groups. I think we've tried to do everything we can to hear everybody and try to create a project that, again, I started out the presentation how proud I am of where transportation is today, and what this project represents is really a paradigm shift, I think, as Mr. Kapswich said. I mean, it is the future of transportation in the Northern Virginia region to do things like this. So, thank you.
And I also would just say how much all around Virginia, their value of bringing in multimodal options from
Absolutely.
intercity bus to rail to trails, all becoming a really important part of transportation. So,
Absolutely. Friday afternoon, my wife met me in Northern Virginia after the governor's conference. She took Amtrak from Richmond up there. She didn't want to drive. She didn't want to drive on 95 if she could get in the car or get in the rail.
Just one last comment. I think the other benefit of this is, and not to be overlooked, is the model this creates for other opportunities within the within the Commonwealth to stimulate economic development. To my knowledge, we've never taken down a roadway before. We've talked about that in the context of making communities more vibrant, more connected, and more multimodal, but I don't think we've done it. So the model this creates for Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach, Richmond, I think is a great part of the benefit of this program as well.
Once upon a time started out, I thought about being an architect. And this feels very architecture-like, bringing a human scale to a corridor, and I think that's important. So.
And our regional partners, gosh, all our regional partners in Northern Virginia,
Absolutely.
where in many cases they're actually investing more than the Commonwealth in certain projects. We're playing a piece, but tremendous collaboration with Arlington, Alexandria, MBTA, MBTC. Just great partnerships. Thank you. Mr. Donahue.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I am coming back up to clarify one portion of my previous remarks. So again, I apologize for the lack of clarity previously on that. So the one point I want to make sure is made very clear is the CMAQ dollars, that 90 or so million, is the liquidity that is allowing us to fund this project. And so if you look at the transfer report, and I apologize for not being explicit about this previously, if you look at the transfer report, there's 4 letters you're not going to see written next to that, and that's CMAQ. What those dollars are doing is we took those dollars, found a project that had funding that could absorb the CMAQ dollars and had money that could otherwise be used for Route 1, and we're pushing the CMAQ funds to that project and then taking PTF dollars, Mr. Miller, I think you may have looked at that number when I said it, on there and putting that back in that project. So CMAQ is the liquidity that is creating the ability to fund that. And so again, I apologize for not making that explicit earlier in the presentation there. And so again, that was my oversight and my omission.
Did Ms. Pryor help you with that?
So several people immediately came to my assistance to make me aware of my omission. So
Thank you,
I
Mr.
wanted to
Dunning.
come back up and say that as quickly as possible after I did not say it previously to clarify that. So again, that was my omission and my omission alone, so my apologies.
And you're back so soon.
I am.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pryor, did you try to help Mr. Donahue?
Good morning, Madam Secretary,
Good morning.
members of the board. I have a presentation on a proposed cancellation for a SmartScale project. Thank you. The project is the intersection realignment at Route 220 Business and Route 40. Thank you for Mr. Smoot's clarification. It's Route 220 Business. That's what it should say. Next slide. Just by way of background and reminder, the SmartScale policy states clearly that once a project has been selected for funding through either the High Priority Projects Program or the Construction District Grant Program, it may only be canceled by action of the board. Next slide. The Route 220 Business and Route 40 intersection realignment project was submitted by the town of Rocky Mount in round 2 of SmartScale. The original project cost was $4.9 million, and it was fully funded with district grant funds. The project is VDOT administered, however, it has not yet started and has incurred no expenditures to date. The original scope of the project included realignment of Route 220 Business with Route 40 to eliminate an offset in the intersection alignment and create a single signalized intersection. Next slide. This is just an aerial snapshot of the project. Next slide. Again, the total project cost was just under $5 million, fully funded with district grant funding. The project had a score of 9.4, which gave it a rank of 12 out of 17 of projects for that cohort in the district. Again, no expenditures have been incurred to date. Next slide. I will say, in looking at the benefits associated with this project, almost 90% of its benefits came from economic development. And after the project was identified or selected, the property owners adjacent to the intersection made significant investments to the property, significantly increasing the right-of-way impacts. And so VDOT worked with the town to evaluate alternatives to the design, but all of them had significant right-of-way impacts, and many did not achieve the same benefits. So in November, the town of Rocky Mount passed a resolution canceling or requesting cancellation of the project. Next slide. So I'll be bringing an action to you in January to formally cancel the project and transfer the $4.9 million of district grant funding back to the Salem District grant balance entry. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Mr. Smoot.
Madam Secretary, I have discussed this with the persons, governments involved. There's widespread support for the cancellation, and I move that we cancel the project as recommended.
Next month.
Next month.
Next month. We vote on
Next month, but you're,
Well, that's right,
you're
we do, yeah.
supporting
Okay.
the.
I will move it next month.
We are ready. Mr. Dodson.
Madam Secretary, a couple questions. Just trying to keep up with current events. I know they're going through a reversion process. Is it still, as a town now, or it's still a city? Is it, I believe, are they going through a reversion?
I think it's a town.
It is a town. On the website, it still says city.
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't know if you knew that, which I didn't know if it may have anything to do with it. And I guess the adjacent property owners saw a big project coming. I don't know if you can comment on this, Ms. Pryor. And they just cashed in and improved the property. Now the cost is skyrocketed, and
I can't comment on the timing of the decision to make the investments in the property, but.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Dodson, the major property owner there is Plygym, which is also probably the largest industry in Rocky Mount. It did have an expansion, which moved into part of this area, so that is why the cost of the right-of-way would have gone up, the need to replace that manufacturing space somewhere else. So everybody's happy, as far as I know.
last question.
I can't help it, Marty, I can't help it.
And first time we've seen, obviously, this SmartScale cancellation to this degree. Does it go back to the Salem District? Does it come through the next cycle of SmartScale, or does my good friend have opportunity to recommend allocation somewhere else soon?
It will go back into the Salem District. Typically, funds from canceled projects are used to cover cost increases on existing projects, but in a subsequent round, potentially it could be applied to additional projects in the next round of SmartScale.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, it sort of makes you wonder when you think about it. If you got the biggest employer in the town and we decide to spend $5 million for economic development, and then they expand, quote, economic development, and so we no longer need it. We really, is that really a system a scoring system that is thoughtful about what exists there now? I mean, it's the biggest guy in town and we're cutting through his lot, right, for economic development purposes. And we're gonna spend $5 million and it scores really well. Then the biggest guy in town says, you know, I need to get bigger. And so he starts to expand, or she starts to expand, and so no, you know, no road again. It just sort of
Going to keep me up at night.
it doesn't work for me, but I get it.
Economic development has continued to be one of the factors that we have difficulty dealing with in SmartScale. So.
And I chaired an economic development authority in the city of Norfolk for a number of years, and yeah, it would bother me a little bit, but.
We have an opportunity after every round to try to make this better. I do think we'll get a presentation on JLARC, I believe, later today, but when you have a full year of evaluation from JLARC that says that the process is fair and it's transparent and inclusive, then at least I think the process is right. We can always refine the factors to be better, and I think this happens very rarely. When you look at the number of projects, if you added up the first 4 rounds, how many, do you know the number of projects maybe?
Less than 10 for sure that have been canceled, maybe more like 5.
Out of?
Hundreds.
Oh, gosh.
Ask me numbers
Anyway,
now, maybe
it's
600.
Tremendous. And so anyway, it's rare. I think, you know, you make the best decisions that we can, and is there a way to address it going forward? I think that's how, the best way we could look at it. All right, thank you, Ms. Pryor. Margie Ray. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Wow, look at you.
No hair.
That was so, you know, wow, you look terrific. You really do, but it was like I almost didn't
Good
recognize
recovery.
you. What? Did they got a haircut? Well, well, and it was kind of blowing in the breeze. I don't know if it, anyway. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Glad to be here today and see everybody again physically. It's awesome. So I do have a presentation, and this is to share with you all some information on some analysis that we've been doing, talking about SmartScale, so kind of advancing our discussion of SmartScale. Next slide, please. So it's just some evaluation of our SmartScale projects and looking at the performance of those projects. Next slide, please. So I've just kind of the slide deck that I've got for you all, kind of going through why did we do this, what were we hoping to accomplish, really the analysis that we went through for the measure selection and some of the questions that we had, you know, some of those challenges that we have in looking at the measures and the projects and those conclusions that we might come to in just a pilot phase. I've got some project examples to share with you all, and then just kind of next steps, hopefully soliciting some feedback from you all on what it is you'd like to see with us moving forward with this. Next slide, please. So why were we doing this? Well, first of all, this came out of a strategic action from the board from the 2020 VTRANS effort. So I can't remember if it was January 2017 or January 2018, you all adopted some actions asking us to look at how the SmartScale program was working and how projects are performing. So this is a result of that action. So during this phase, though, we really wanted to look hard at a pilot program as far as the types of measures we were using, looking at some of the different types of projects that we're looking at. We had a couple of different goals. One is just overall, do we see projects creating some improvements or resulting in improvements? Are we seeing positive outcomes? Another goal here was really to look at, are the measures, the benefits that we're estimating in the scoring process, are we seeing how that's playing out once a project is constructed as well? So the measures and just our estimation process, is it working? You know, we look at sensitivity, we look at scale of projects. We need to understand whether one measure will work for a certain type of project versus another project. But really, when we look at all this too, about trying to turn this into some sort of process, you know, what are the implications of this? What do we see as an outcome of this? And so we've talked a little bit about continuous process improvement, the fact that we do make changes from round to round of SmartScale based off of those lessons learned. We see this as a potential feedback cycle into that process. So next slide, please. So as we kicked off this pilot program, we really wanted to understand, were other people doing this? Were there some things and efforts out there that we could borrow from before we created something from scratch? So we did do some peer review, and while we found kind of snippets of some before-after analysis that other DOTs or MPOs and others were doing, there was definitely very little that was more of a programmatic approach to this. Our safety program by federal code, I think, has to do some of this, but overall, not a lot of people were doing this. It was more of a one-off type of approach when it was done. So that was, you know, some good and bad information for us, something that, you know, we had to go kind of recreate ourselves. But because we already had SmartScale in the factor areas, we really did want to focus on measures that were related to those factor areas. And we decided, while we looked at a lot of different measures, we wanted to keep it a little bit simpler as we started the pilot. and focus on those measures and factor areas where we have a little bit more control of the data, good knowledge, good handle on it. You know, we just talked about the challenges of economic development. So, you know, some of those things we intend to go and look at them later, but we decided to start a little smaller with this. From the economic development perspective, we did include reliability, which is one of the measures within that factor area, just so there was some, again, data that was readily available. Next slide, please. So this pretty large list, I think it's about 21 measures that we looked at. The left-hand column on this slide and the top one on the upper right are all measures that we looked at utilizing street light. I don't know if you all recall, a few months back you had a presentation from Laura Schul, street light. We wanted to see if that was a mechanism by which we could start assessing these projects as well, in addition to using our own, not necessarily internal resources, but the methods and measures that we use for SmartScale. So a lot of those are more experimental in nature, just trying to test and see. I think there's some really good measures that have some potential that I'll talk to in a little bit. Next slide, please. So, you know, after kind of identifying the measures that we wanted to use, you know, what are the pilot projects we want to test? So we established a few criteria in looking at the projects. You know, we wanted something that was completed, but with enough post-construction data that we would have a good period of analysis post-construction. And due to COVID, we really looked at projects needed to be completed before January 1 of 2019 so that we had that 2019 data to conduct our post-construction analysis. That really limited our population of projects down to about 30. We kind of looked at scanned the projects and selected projects based on a mix of different types, locations, urban versus rural, and started analyzing or looked at analyzing 7 round 1 projects and 3 from round 2. What we found as we got into kind of our testing is that, for example, a transit project, we only had 1 transit project in that first 10. We went looking for other projects so that we could test a methodology to see if that methodology was a valid method. So, next slide, please. So these were the original 10 projects. Next slide. And then these were some additional projects that we went and tested, and in many cases it was just for the single measure that we wanted to test. So in some cases we did do more than 1 measure on there, but generally pretty limited analysis for these. Next slide, please. So I've got a couple slides on challenges, and I think these are kind of important to understand because I think this gives us some context in a lot of what we do, really. Data sources. You know, these round 1 projects for getting pre-construction data. We just don't have good data sources right now. It's a very much an emerging program for us as far as improved data collection, improved data availability and access. But we don't have a lot of data pre-2016 that really gives us good coverage on our road networks. We have data gaps, you know, we don't always have, and we might have a road segment that has some data in it, but it has gaps within that road segmentation. Data variability. We really, as we started analyzing these projects, we looked at things and said, okay, well, I see a change. Is it decimal dust, noise in the data? You know, is it real change? And so we kind of looked at, you know, we probably need to start establishing thresholds. We don't have enough data right now to establish maybe a statistical validation of the data to give us that kind of number that says that, you know, above this threshold is real positive change versus it's just, you know, maybe moving in the right direction. So that's something that we keep in mind as we look through some of our results. Some of our methodology and testing, we really did a lot of iterations. We started out with a lot of assumptions and kind of had to scale back some things. We went into it with thinking that we would analyze all measures regardless of whether it had gotten points in the initial scoring round. So let's see if there are other benefits that we're not aware of. So there's some pros and cons to that, and some of it worked and some of it, you know, is like, okay, that was some effort that didn't really pan out. But really understanding that there are other benefits that may be associated with a project where a project didn't receive points or didn't receive very many points. Round-around project changes are changes to the methodology. Generally, we've landed on using the current methodology. Round 1, I think, you know, you can say, you know, we've had a lot of improvements since round 1. Again, continuous process improvements. We're maturing our process. So there's been changes that we've made since round 1 that, in conclusion, and a quick example of that might be with safety. Between round 1 and round 2, we took out the alcohol-related crashes. So it's things like that. So it's like, okay, let's keep moving forward with that kind of methodology rather than evaluating it on the methodology used at the time of scoring. Next slide, please. Project area, that was one that actually created a lot of changes. Again, we went into it very open and said, let's let the analysts, for their measure, select the project area that seems appropriate. And we ran into some challenges with that. Within SmartScale, there's a lot of work that goes into identifying the project area. And again, kind of where we landed is we will look at the project area that was used for SmartScale scoring. It's probably an area that we need to continue to evaluate, but for the pilot purposes, we really kind of narrowed that scope. I kind of use an example here of a park and ride lot. It was the Godwin Road, Boulevard Park and Ride in the Hampton Roads area. When we analyzed that project for scoring purposes, it had benefits that were out on the 664 or 464, so a pretty far area distance from that project. And when we analyzed it to see if we had some improvements to the congestion measure, there was a lot of delay that had been had increased pretty far distance from the project that probably isn't necessarily attributable to the project. So, you know, a few lessons learned there. The size and scale of a project certainly can influence our project area. The whole Godwin Boulevard park and ride, kind of discerning those project impacts from external influences. So if we define a project area, can we attribute it to the project? Was it a result of that or other things that might be going on in the area? Trade-offs, project purpose. So a project might be really targeting a safety improvement. Well, making safety improve, you know, and having positive outcomes may have resulted in an increase in travel time or delay. And so it's kind of that trade-off. We met the project purpose, but, you know, we may have made something a little bit worse. And when I say a little bit, you know, sometimes these are just seconds of delay. So, but just understanding that sometimes when we're looking at these projects, that could be an outcome. Next slide. You heard some of the challenges. What have we noted? Well, 10 projects. We think it's working. SmartScale really seems to be working. We have several project examples I'll share that all show that we're seeing some positive outcomes. Generally, we're seeing also that the measured benefits that we scored and selected a project for funding are consistent with what we're observing after a project is constructed, generally of similar magnitude. So that's all very positive. We also did note that there are some additional benefits that we may not have scored when we observed when we scored the project. You know, we definitely found some problems with some of the measures that we utilized. Again, we were trying to look at some things for a transit index, a bike ped index, and again, we just don't have the data yet. We think those are really great measures for the future, but we need more data, and I think in the next few years that'll easily be filled. There are some measures too that maybe that specific measure isn't the one that we want to fall back on, but some tweak to it or something like that. You know, it's just like SmartScale, we need to kind of refine some of the methodology that we're using, really flesh it out so those kind of details and assumptions can be applied consistently across projects. You know, I mentioned about that park and ride lot, and really, rather than some of the SmartScale measures that we might have considered, direct observation data is probably the more appropriate. Is the park and ride being utilized? You know, are we seeing an increase in the utilization? That was the primary objective for it. So sometimes that direct observation data is important. Next slide. So I now have it's 6 project examples. I'll spend a little extra time on this first one just to show you kind of how I've got the information laid out. I have 2 innovative intersections, an interstate interchange project, an interstate capacity project, a non-interstate capacity project, and a transit project to share. So our first slide is just kind of what was our project purpose that was identified through the SmartScale application or on the scorecard. You can see our area type, our cost of the project, and really that focus and the purpose. So this North Main Street intersection project in Route 460 in Salem District is an R-cut, so it's an innovative intersection. Next slide, please. We can look at the scorecard and say, where did it get its points? Well, we see that it got a lot of its points from the safety. Again, that was kind of from the project purpose, what we anticipated. We also see that we have some improvement or points in the travel time reliability measure that we have analyzed as well as some other economic development points. So you can also see where it ranked within the statewide and the district rank. Next slide, please. So then we have this slide, and this is kind of where I'll focus a lot more of my discussion on the remaining projects is, you know, what did we observe? A couple of quick assumptions that we utilized so that you all have a framework here is For our before period, both before and after period, we decided to have a 3-month buffer. So each of these time periods that we actually analyze is 3 months, a year of data, 3 months prior to construction, a year of data, 3 months post-construction. For safety, though, that was a little bit different in that we like to look at a lot of data there, and so we used 5 years of pre-construction data. Again, that 3-month buffer. And then for the post-construction period, we use it all the way up until March of 2020, well, really through February of 2020, so pre-COVID. So you'll see there the months, and so you'll see what time period afterwards. Typically, we like to have at least 3 years of data. So then when we look back to what was the project purpose, we can identify what those primary benefits are. Well, we do see that we had some fatalities and serious injuries before. We had an EPO score previously. Since construction, there have been no fatalities or serious injuries at this location. And we had a reduction in our equivalent property damage only. As expected projections there were expected projections for reductions with 35% reduction. We actually observed a 91% reduction. And that's over a 16-month time period. So again, we really saw some benefits there. We also looked at some average delay. This was somewhat equivalent to the delay measure we use in SmartScale. And we see that there was a reduction in about 50% of delay. So again, some additional benefits that were not necessarily observed through the scoring process. Next slide.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Stamp.
So that's equivalent, yes, equivalent property damage only is, we talk about the different levels of crash types. So you have fatalities, serious injuries, injuries with, I'm looking at my safety guys back there. But so the FHWA, the Federal Highway Administration, kind of has a weighting for each of those types of injuries. And so when we talk about like a property damage only, it's where there's no injuries. Equivalent property damage only has been weighted by the types of crashes or types of outcomes that have occurred. Okay, and that is the same process that we use for our SmartScale scoring. And so again, exactly how we do it for SmartScale. With SmartScale, we also have a measure that looks at rate. We did not look at rate for this purpose. So this one is our interchange project where we signalized some of the ramps. Next slide, please. It received a lot of its points in the safety category and a few also over there in the economic development. So the primary benefit of this project, though, or primary purpose, was to improve safety and our traffic flow. Next slide. So if we focus again on the primary benefit, so once again, no fatalities or serious injury crashes since construction has been completed. And here we had a projected reduction of 35%, and we had an actual outcome right now over 22 months of 55% reduction. We also noted that our reliability has improved, which also helps improve that traffic flow. Some of the things that we looked at too are not necessarily secondary benefits, but those additional benefits. Sometimes when we score, we look at the project collectively. Here, when we're doing our analysis, we were able to see and observe that, Route 13, where those signals are, we actually reduced the delay through the placement of those signals. So that helped some things during the peak period. And I did forget to mention that when we talk about kind of some of the assumptions, we focus a lot on the AM peak period of 7 to 9 a.m. because that was something that was utilized through many of the measures in SmartScale and kind of a base assumption that that's when a lot of our congestion occurs. Our trip types are fairly similar in that we're considering that to be a commuter time frame. So again, kind of paralleling it to how we deal with SmartScale. Next slide. This is the other innovative intersection and project that we have. This is a roundabout that was constructed in the Culpeper District. Route 53 comes into 15, and what we were seeing was a lot of delay on Route 15 moving north, where it would try to take a left onto Route 53 and just some queuing. We had a lot of crashes there, so a lot of the focus on this project was also for safety, but also to improve our flow. We did have the addition of some sidewalks and bike lanes and multi-use trails. We tried to look at our bike ped index and some of those new measures that we were playing with. Did not have the data necessary yet to be able to analyze this. Next slide. So got its points primarily from safety. So again, the primary benefit. Next slide. So since this project was constructed and through February 2020, there's only been property damage only crashes at this project, at this location. So it's been a 100% reduction. We had projected an 80%. Roundabouts tend to be a high anticipated benefit when we construct those, which is certainly seen a lot of those through SmartScale now. We definitely saw some improvements in reliability. I mentioned about kind of looking at the different roadway segments. We can see that we improved some things on Route 15. Again, probably a little increase in delay on some of the legs of this project relative to how it was originally designed. But overall, it's been a very successful project.
Margie, Madam Chairman, Madam Secretary. I think it might be more helpful to us, or at least to me, going forward, and not for any of this, but as we look at these things, is to look at absolutes instead of percentages. And I'll give you an example on this slide. Let's pretend we had one before, and now we have none. So it's 100%, and it's important, right? But if we had 50 and we have none, it's a lot more important. And I don't know when I look at the percentages what we started with and what we ended with, and the absolute decrease on a cost-benefit basis is what is important, not the percentage. Because even if I did it 25%, but I saved lives and gazillions of dollars, right, then it's something I'd want to do. Where another one, I save 100%, but it was so incidental it didn't really pay for itself. And so I sort of grapple as I look at these percentages with what's the real true impact. And so just a comment for going forward, it'd be more helpful to me to really understand the true impact.
So, Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller, I think that's a really great point, and my talking notes have absolute values. We did, as we looked at doing the pilot program, we actually debated on some of presenting things in an absolute value versus percent change, and it really kind of goes back. I talked to kind of some challenges early on, and I think we do often present things in absolutes. Safety as a direct observation is an easy thing to present in an absolute value. But there's always error bars associated with things, and so we always are a little cautious about presenting absolute values with people thinking, oh, that's it. You know,
a
and
percentage
so,
has got to come from two numbers.
Right.
Because you started with that absolute value to use a percentage.
Yeah. Right. But, and so,
So you can't have a percentage without absolute numbers.
All right, so for this project, our projected, we had 36 Ks and As, because this was a round one project, pre-construction, and we projected that it would be reduced to 7.2 post-construction. We got to 0. Okay, so I do have it for all the slides.
I want you to go, I'm not asking you to do that, I'm just saying going forward.
I do think, you know, putting in some absolutes, or at least mentioning them in the presentation, because it is, I know this particular one, but it's significant. And so, anyway, it would, I think it will only help you, actually.
Yes, Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller, again, very much appreciate that concern. We do have a handout that we were working on and had some tweaks to it, but we can share a handout that has those absolute values to be able to see it for these projects. Sir. Right. Delay also improved. I think I just mentioned that as far as on certain parts of the roadway project here. Next slide. So this is our interstate capacity project, the merge between I-77 and I-81. And so the purpose here was just to try to add some capacity. We were seeing some delay here. Next slide, please.
I just want to make sure that Mr. Folks, do you know where this one is? Oh, does he have a computer? Yes, he does. Okay, just want to make sure.
Right. And so this one, the focus, and why we looked at this one in particular too, is it does have much more of a congestion mitigation score relative to the other projects we've been looking at. Also has some economic development there, obviously. So really it was to improve that congestion and intermodal access for this project. Next slide, please. So what we observed here is that in a peak period, and we defined the peak period here from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. because when we looked at the data, we actually didn't have a lot of problems at the 8 to 9 a.m. hour. So we kind of shifted it and looked at there's about a 54% improvement in delay. I think one of the things here that we understand as a lesson learned from this is maybe being flexible to understand when we have problems and where we're seeing changes to those problems. And so through the SmartScale scoring process, there's a mechanism by which they're analyzing it for delay, and where we might see the benefit may not be those same hours. So I think that's something that we would want to try to make sure that we understand. Here we also had one of our experimental measures was trying to look at intermodal access for the trucks and the improvement that might have. And while it's still somewhat experimental and there's some tweaks to it that we want to make, we definitely saw some increases in truck travel times and truck speeds, and while at the same time seeing an increase in truck volume. So again, kind of a side benefit there for us. Next slide. This is the non-interstate capacity project. So this one's up in Stanton District. It's that exit 317 off of 81 on Highway 37. And so we added an additional lane to improve both operation of that interchange area, intersection area, and some safety. Next slide. Got its points in safety, a lot of points in safety. It has some points there in that delay measure, and while it's kind of low there on the side, this was, of the population projects we looked at, this was like our third highest scoring project. So just to be able to test the method, we wanted to identify as many projects as we could. Next slide. So we did observe reduced delay by about 25% in that morning peak period versus a projected delay reduction of 56%. But we did also improve our travel time, our speed, and reliability through that segment. We've had no fatalities or serious injuries since that construction was completed. And here again, we had a projected reduction of 20%, and we observed 63% reduction. And I can get those numbers. Any questions on that one? All right. So shifting away from the highway to transit, and as I indicated earlier, this was our only transit project that we were able to really look at based on our criteria for the project availability. So Blacksburg Transit wanted to buy a couple of 60-foot buses and adding more capacity to their fleet. And then next, well, so just so orientation here is the gray line is Route 460, and then the red and the blue are correlated with two of the corridors that they were going to use these buses on. So next slide, please. So this is our Round 2 project. Sorry, I should have, I think I noted it on the prior slide, but not this slide. So it is a Round 2 project, that's why the scorecard looks a little different. And here we definitely see that it had a congestion mitigation benefit, has some accessibility benefits, and some economic development benefits. But really the goal here was to increase our transit ridership. Next slide. So what we observed is that there was a definite increase in the ridership on both of the routes. The Progress Street, you can see the data in the right where it was the projected ridership versus our actual ridership by year. And so we can see that our actual increases are between 17 and then for the Heathwood one, 114%. For the SmartScale scoring purposes, it was a projected increase of 6% over that time period. So pretty substantial benefits there. Next slide.
Madam Secretary.
Ms. Hines.
Margie, why is that score so high on tons of goods impacted?
So I don't have a specific answer to you on that, but I can research it. Yeah, I'm not certain. I'm sure it has to go with how, because that's part of the economic development measure, and a lot of that was based on proximity, buffers. Yeah, you gonna help fill me in on?
Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, it's because we're projecting it's pulling cars off of a road with a high degree of truck volumes on it, is my guess there. So we're certainly not putting goods on the buses and driving them around, I assure you.
I thought maybe you were weighing the people.
No, it's whether or not we're impacting roadways with certain truck volumes. Again, these are from some of the earlier rounds. We tried to refine things earlier, but the very beginning, like, the intermodal score was like, what are you doing on these routes with certain levels of truck volumes? And so it's impacting certain routes that must have had a fair amount of truck volume in it.
Thank you.
So anyway, I think the other part of this that is some additional benefits is they also enhanced these same routes and added some additional services to their routes. And so we were able to kind of look at it not just from those two corridors specifically where those buses were going to be used, because those buses were used on other corridors as well, is that throughout the transit system, we actually saw some pretty significant benefits as a result of the bus purchases. So it was a 31% forecast increase over the forecasted period. One of the other observed benefits is definitely an increase in access to to jobs and jobs for disadvantaged populations. So again, I think this one overall has been a very successful project, and one that it's good to see that our investment in there looks like it has worked well, but also they've done a lot of good things there. This is one when I was briefing Director Mitchell, we were talking a little bit about using transit ridership. This is one where one of those direct observations can be very beneficial. However, I think you said through the JLARC report, there is a desire potentially to look at other measures to look at for transit as well. So we'll be continuing to explore that. Next slide, please. So we do intend, or we plan to move on to a phase 2, and that's really kind of looking at, now that we've identified a lot of measures, refining those measures, really coming to conclusions on which measures we would think are appropriate to advance. Frequency of analysis, is this something that it's a one and done, or do we want to look at it through time? Do we want to kind of see if there's some trends with certain project types working more effectively through time, or just some other observations that we might be able to make? This is a little bit of a lift, not dissimilar from what SmartScale does in scoring projects. And so that kind of consideration about our resources, and so just some initial conversation internally among staff is maybe we look at doing this in the off years of when we do our SmartScale scoring. So those are the sorts of things that we would be looking at and considering. There was, when I mentioned earlier with the peer review, there was one project that we found in England, the UK, that looked at projects 1, 3, and 5 years post-construction. So I think that gives you a good sense of some information, or good information on project performance, and so that might be something that we would consider. So that's something that eventually we would be bringing back to the board as a process and potential policy for you guys to look at and consider. We definitely want to continue to validate our methodology and refine it, and so we need some additional population of projects, so we'll be looking this next year to identify some other projects. I have this next bullet here because one of the things that I think is really important is, to remember, to be eligible for SmartScale, you had to meet a VTRANS need. And so we think it would be very valuable to understand how well are our projects addressing the need that was identified. Our early rounds of SmartScale were maybe a little less qualitative than this last round of, last round of VTRANS has become much more quantitative. So I think we'll be able to look at that a little bit more effectively in the future, but something that I think is important. Are there other measures within the other factor areas that we should be looking at? So doing some more digging in there, I think it would be really great if we can find some things that start measuring economic development and other measures like that. I'd really like to automate where we can. Again, similar to SmartScale, certain parts of that process have been automated, making it a little bit easier for staff, and that's where we'd like to go with that. And that's all I have. Next slide is just for questions, but really getting any more feedback from you all on where we're going. Is this headed in the right direction? What else would you like to see? Thank you.
Mr. Katzwitz.
Madam Secretary. Margie, thank you. This is great work, and I think it starts a process we envisioned 8 years ago as we were putting SmartScale together, and VTRANS was evolving very rapidly. But I have a couple questions relating to how this continues, and I know this will eventually come to board action. How do we randomly select how do we select projects to make sure that we're capturing a random selection and not a selection based on committee or selection based on, I guess, individual perspectives? I mean, these are all pretty good news, and I'm sure that we have a lot of good news projects out there, but I'd like to make sure there's some independent mechanism ultimately for selecting projects.
So we internally have certainly had conversations as, should we be analyzing all the projects? And certainly, because I think one of the goals, and from what I recall with the board action from a few years ago, was should we look at how this also could potentially be applied to other programs, so that it's not necessarily limited to SmartScale as an investment strategy. Do we want to be looking at and applying this to others? We don't have the scoring process necessarily in place that we have on other project types, but we can still analyze, do we have improvements in safety? Did we improve congestion without comparing it to our scoring process? So that's, we have talked a little bit about that. What is the lift on analyzing all? versus, because, you know, again, if you're only doing it every few years, you're still going to have a relatively small, I shouldn't say relatively small, your population probably won't be any bigger than a round of SmartScale. It's a lot.
I think consideration of that for the ultimate policy would be important to make sure there's independence of selection. So the other, I guess this is just a recommendation. We look at this, in this particular instance, as a snapshot, and we understand what the performance is today. The investments that we make are intended to last decades. So I believe that the continuation of evaluation on specific projects is almost a must. How do they age? Does the performance change over time? And should we then be changing our approach to how we select projects based on that? So this is a start, and I would think ultimately, you know, at the bottom, develop tools for automation where possible, that we could put these into some type of template and be able to look at them perhaps on a 2 or 3 or 5 year basis, as you've suggested. So I think that would also be very beneficial to making certain that our SmartScale and VTRANS processes evolve based on actual data sets. And then last, just this actually references a couple comments made. This is very challenging to put in a quantitative form and an objective form, but to the extent that we can pursue objectivity in this rather than subjectivity, especially as we start to look at repeated cycles of this over an extended period of time, I think we all benefit. And if we had the opportunity in the non-SmartScale years to look at this with some degree of historic data and evaluate these projects, I think that's the time that we're formulating ideas on how we modify SmartScale and how we modify VTRANS to make sure that is effective a tool or tools as they can be. So it would seem to be a very logical progression to do this in the out years and spend some time developing history on it as well.
Sure.
Mr. Merrill, you were almost a tie.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Casper. This is very good work. I had a couple of questions. One is, when the performance does not meet the expectations, do you try to dig into what were the variables that caused it? Were there false assumptions that were loaded into the projections? And my second question is, how involved have the local jurisdictions been in this look back, given that this money is being allocated to the jurisdictions for them to have some skin in the game to know that they're being held accountable for producing the results that they said that they were going to produce?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Merrill. So first of all, as part of the iterative process in the analysis that we just completed is we certainly came across issues where, hey, this doesn't make sense, and we've dug into it and either found that there was a data issue or our assumption was flawed. So we've made those sorts of adjustments. I don't think we have enough projects yet to say, you know, I do have some data that shows that maybe something wasn't as good as it should be. I didn't necessarily fully cherry pick these projects to show the best, but these were the ones that we had enough information that we could really share and across different measure areas as well. But like, I think I have a safety project that maybe doesn't show that it did as well as we'd projected. And so I think it would be important for us to dig into it once we start seeing that to try to figure out what's going on. I think sometimes it's going to be difficult to attribute poor performance or good performance in a sense to a project. So I think we've got to be always kind of keep that in mind as we look at something. As far as involvement of local jurisdictions to date, no. This has been an internal process. You guys are seeing it first. We are presenting it next week to a group of MPOs and PDCs as part of a quarterly meeting we do, and then we can certainly expand and share outward. We certainly would anticipate that as we move forward, a little more engagement, but just due to the iterative nature that we were at, this is the first time we've shared it.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Great work here, Ms. Ray, but I want to parrot what Scott said, and maybe I'm being redundant, but so be it. So when I look at the evaluative measures on slide 6, all good measures, but again, I need some hard numbers to know. So for example, pick one. Transit index, transit ridership. Has transit ridership activity increased? Well, 1 is an increase. 1 million is an increase. And obviously what we want to try to get to, like any cost, I mean, SmartScale is basically a cost-benefit analysis. That's what it's trying to be. And anytime you're doing that, you want to try to drive to as much of it to something that's finitely measurable and is not subjective, because you got better data. I mean, you've got better possibility to get where when you're trying to go. And so, as we set up the SmartScale, and these are evaluated measures after the fact, do these measures, are they the same questions we ask in the SmartScale scoring?
For a population of them, yes, with some potential modifications of how we score it, just due to the nature of the data we're collecting and utilizing for the analysis. Some of our measures were more experimental in nature, so we were asking different questions. And I think that slide 6 kind of highlights the questions that we asked with those more, like I said, the left-hand column was a little bit more experimental. It's trying to find other ways to look at some projects, not just limited to how we score the projects.
So if I take any project and Scott's point about I'm looking at it in the future is a good point, but it gets really hard because things change, right? So like the Northampton Boulevard project, 2017, then they put an outlet mall there. It wasn't there in 2016, right? So something changed significantly. So our data may not look as good, but what would it look like if we hadn't have done it? So yeah, I understand it gets complicated, but when I see these things, what I'm looking for, if we can get closer to this, and this is not a criticism, this is tough work. But if I put it in a bicycle lane, and I expected 1,000 bikes a month, then I want to know whether I got 1,000, 1,500, 20, 50, and I don't, the percentage thing isn't working for me, as I've said before. If I'm looking for average delay, well, if I change the average delay from 28 seconds to 14 seconds, okay. If I changed it from 32 minutes to 18 minutes, that's a whole different matter. And the first one, the percentage was bigger, right? So I want to drive it as much as we can to numbers that we then can go back and say, how'd we do, right? And so the more we can do that in not only the evaluative way, but in the beginning, to say, hey, how many bikes are you going to get in those lanes we're paying for? What's the goal? And because we've got to decide whether that's beneficial to us in the scoring process, right? What's the value of that bike? Well, we assign some value to it. So I'm looking to get to that level at some point, or to continue to get to that level. And the more you can do that, I think the better the program will be, and the more bang it'll bring for the buck. Thank you.
Ms. Hines.
Thanks, Madam Secretary. And Margie, it was fascinating to read it and even better to listen to you give it, so thank you very much for that. One of the things that I've been thinking about is the fact that the pool of projects is different every year. And that the scores are relative to the pool, not transferable from year to year. And so that, I see a risk. I see a risk in that as we start to look at this. And I think we really need to be clear as these things come forward, like where did this rank in safety? Was this the #1 safety project that we saw that year, or was it the 50th? With how? Because the other thing I think about a lot is the fact that we take the highest, best projects and we fund them with district grant. And so what's in high priority, those scores are not necessarily as strong. And for my region, it's because those are large cost projects that have huge benefits to go to SHEP's that really could be reducing delay by minutes, not seconds. But because they're so costly, their score is lower. And so how we talk about that too in the context of this look back, I think really is important because of how we've been doing it. And I think the danger here is that people will say, well, look at this one in round 1 that performed really well, and then this one over here in round 5, and how come we're not getting better? How come we're not picking better projects? Or, you know, this simplistic kind of things that people will say. So just think that we need to put a little more context around each round and say what we're actually looking at in terms of what was submitted. Because we are totally at the mercy of the jurisdictions in terms of, you know, we can put 2 projects in a year at the board dais. So.
Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Donahue, SmartScale was HB2, changed the name, passed in 2014. I think that's when Mr. Williams, Mr. Kasowitz, and I came on the board. We went through the year of planning. So what was the first year of SmartScale? Was it 2015?
First projects were submitted in 15, but the first awards were made in June of 16.
June of 16. So we did 16, 17, and then every other year. So for the newer members of this board, this is a relatively new process. I mean, Virginia's led it. We're a model in the country for having a data-driven prioritization process for selecting projects. We don't do it, the data drives it, and then with our input. So we've only had 4 rounds. So I just say that I think all the points you all have raised are so good. It's still relatively new. And so, you know, recognizing it's very hard to compare rounds. I think that's a really good point. But Margie, the work that you have put into this, you are setting us on the right path, I think, for evaluating our work. And so anyway, I really want to thank you for that. I think the discussion we've had is the right one. The questions you're asking are the right ones. And so anyway, I just wanted to put our discussion in some context, that it's still relatively new. And to listen to Margie reminded me so much of sitting through the SmartScale discussions. Oh my goodness.
Those were very fond memories, I hope.
Oh my gosh.
And I want to say thank you, Madam Secretary. This was obviously a significant team effort of VDOT. A lot of the SmartScale team was involved in this, and at the same time that they're looking at the round 5 changes and things like that. So we also had a strong consultant team, especially looking at the street light information. So again, I just am the messenger. Thank you.
No, you did a great job. Thank you. Look at that, Margie. How many people? Rare, I'd say. Okay. I am now, well, before I call him Mr. Tunk, Ms. Pryor, did you get any statistics for the group?
Yes, ma'am. Questions about numbers of cancellations for SmartScale projects. Out of 611 projects that have been selected over the 4 rounds, we've canceled 9 projects. Of those, 4 were canceled because they were funded a different way in order to deliver them quicker. 1 was canceled because the signal that was the scope of the project was not warranted. 1 was canceled because there was a significant cost increase. And 2 were canceled because the locality no longer supported them. And 1 was canceled because some interim improvements that we implemented solved the problem and the project was no longer needed.
So not even a cancellation means bad news.
Correct.
Could be solved in a better way. But again, very rare. And how many for economic development? None? Okay. So anyway, thank you. All right, Mr. Tonk.
Thank you. I move that the board convene in a closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A6 of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of discussing a matter involving the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved and where the financial interest of the Commonwealth would be adversely affected if the discussion were made public at this time. And pursuant to A11, for consultation with legal and briefing by staff members or consultants pertaining to the matter, where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiations or litigating posture of the public body. Additionally, I move that staff and attorneys attend the closed session because their presence is deemed necessary and will aid the board in its consideration of this matter.
Second.
Ms. Mathis, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
Mr. Dodson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson. Ms. Hines. Mr. Yates. Mr. Williams. Mr. Tom.
Aye.
Mr. Kasperlich.
Aye.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Rucker. Mr. Merrill. Mr. Stan. Mr. Folks. Rules complete, the motion's passed.
So, thank you. For those of you who are with us, I'm anticipating being ready to go at 2 o'clock. And for those of us on the board, a 15-minute break. We'll convene back here at 1:10.
Bring our lunch back?
Will you bring your lunch back here? And we'll just have a working lunch. We have a really long program, and so we'll be suspended.
It's still my plan.
I'm so intrigued and so excited for you.
We are now going to take a roll call, and I ask that each member say aye if they agree with the following. To the best of my knowledge, during the closed meeting, the only matters heard, discussed, or considered were those matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only those public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened.
Second.
Mr. Folks.
Aye.
Mr. Stan. Aye. Mr. Merrill. Aye. Mr. Rucker.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Brown. Aye. Mr. Kasperlich.
Aye.
Mr. Tom.
Aye.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Yates. To the restroom. Ms. Hines. Aye. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Dodson.
Yo.
Dr. Smoot.
We figured out dinner yet tonight? Did we move it? We figured out dinner, I thought they moved it. Well, didn't we hear earlier today that it wasn't gonna be out, it wasn't gonna be out there? It will not be in short haul. It's gonna be back downtown. Yeah. So we gotta go back, then come back here. So where y'all staying? High, short haul. And the sun is really bright.
Yeah.
Hey, you're better than me. I see a building like 15 feet away.
Hey, that's suburban.
I'm interior court.
I was surprised that they let you guys do that.
Exactly.
Brooke Jackson. So the order that I'm going to be doing the next presentations, just so everybody can line up, 6, 7, 11, 14, and then we'll come back to the normal schedule.
Not your, the after schedule. For I think we've got dinner and it was gonna be out there or back here.
We canceled dinner.
Perfect. And we're all going to the Jefferson. Drinks on Steve.
Oh,
Charge it to DBI.
Mr. Dodson has to pay off tonight.
Yeah, so don't anybody have any more nourishment, just go there for dinner.
To the hard shell tonight for dinner. The shuttle should pick you up at approximately 20 of 6, quarter of 6 at your hotel. They're expecting us around 6:15 or so. That'll give us enough time to make a few other stops on the way there. And then we'll return you after dinner. I'm not sure if we're gonna.
The hard shell's here.
Yes, the hard shell is here.
And
The
we're gonna
hard
go
shell
out
is
there
here.
and
Yes.
then reload and then
Yes.
come back here and then go
Yes.
back there.
Yes.
And we're coming back to this meeting to continue after dinner, is that right?
No, we're not coming back to
Yes, Mr. Merrill, yes. Okay, hello, Brooke Jackson.
Hi. Madam Secretary, members of the board, thank you for having me here to go over Round 5, SmartScale Round 5 proposed changes. And this is going to be an update to what I presented in October, basically summarizing.
For 1 second.
Sure.
Mr. Yates, you missed the last vote. I just wanted to give you the opportunity if you wanted to give it to Carol. And that was just on the closed doors meeting,
Last what?
the vote. Anyway, if you'll talk to Carol after the meeting, I just wanted you missed a vote.
Vote yay.
So going through a summary of what I went over in the October presentation, I'm not going to get into the details, but just high-level summary on the measures that we're proposing to change, and then we'll be asking for action on these proposed changes from you tomorrow, since we've seen this in October. And then additionally, I'll touch on cost estimates and the update there, the feedback received on these proposed changes, and next steps moving forward with the SmartScale program. The next slide, please. So our first measure we came to you with was the E1 measure, which is our air quality measure. The goal here and what we are doing with this measure is to improve the measure by refining the existing qualitative component and then adding a quantitative component to this E1 measure. So there's two parts to this. The first part is improving the qualitative process that we already had existing, and that is normalizing non-SOV, and non-SOV is single occupancy vehicles, so non-single occupancy vehicles, and that's bicyclists, transit users, park and ride users, etc. So non-SOV user-based points, correlating the users to the point system, and then looking at a normalized freight point system. And we're going to put a little more emphasis on actual delay reduced, which we hadn't done in the past. So those two components together would weight 50%, and that's considered your part one. Part two is adding in that new quantitative calculation, which is the CO2 offset. So a non-SOV CO2 offset and a freight CO2 offset, and those are in kilograms of CO2 reduced. That added together is your part two component, weighted at 50%. These two added together make up our new E1 measure. Next slide. E2 is our impact to natural and cultural resources measure. This is the slide that had the buffer approach example out there. So the impact buffer acres is a tiered approach based on the features selected. So the goal here was to right-size the impact buffer to the disturbance anticipated based on the project feature selected. The tiering system would be if the project is making minimal impact and it's considered within the right-of-way. We're loosely saying that 30 feet based off of FHWA guidance would be within the right-of-way, and that would get that tier 1 assignment. Tier 2 is 1/8 of a mile. These are for medium impact project types. And then tier 3 would be 1/4 of a mile, which 1/4 of a mile was last round's standard buffer. So now it is the new maximum. So this gives, yes, Mr.
Madam Vice Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
You know, I'm embarrassed to say I'm not following the impact of this very well. So will you just repeat the last thing you said, the maximum from the last time?
Yeah, so in the previous round, you have your project, it's not the previous slide, but yeah, so in the previous round, the project feature would get a buffer placed around it in GIS of 1/4 mile, no matter what type of project it was. So that would say the applicant selects, are you doing a highway improvement? Are you doing an innovative intersection? That is considered a feature. They have to fill out their application and tell us what components they have in their project. And that's called the project features. So
1/4 mile from their impact.
Yes.
So it's the distance away from the impact.
Now
We don't just look at the project, we look at individual features of the project?
Yeah, and so if there's multiple components, because there always is, there's an innovative intersection, there's sidewalks, there's landscaping, there's all different parts of the project, and they're checking these boxes that they have them in the application. For this tiering system, whatever as the highest tier is what you have to take for the whole project. And that's similar to economic development. You get to take the highest in the opposite kind of way of thinking. But the tiered approach is saying,
Understand?
Oh.
I don't know.
So what she's saying is that if you're doing a bus, what do we call them? The
Stops.
The bus stop, but it's a
Shelter,
fancy.
a shelter.
Bus shelter. If that bus shelter is rated to be a tier 2, then you go 1/8 of a mile from that bus shelter and look at the impacts there, and that's how it's rated.
And how's it rated to be a tier 1 versus a tier 2?
so it's how much impact there is for a project component. So a technological improvement or a signal improvement isn't disturbing the environment. So we're relating the disturbance of the environment to the actual tier. And the environmental division helps input on this component. Did you want to add something?
Well, I'm trying to interpret it in my language. Okay, so if you'll just work with me on this.
Yeah.
So I've got a feature, if it's technological, we group the features by their nature into a tier 1, a tier 2, or a tier 3.
Exactly.
And then whatever feature within that whole project creates the largest distance, but in this case, a 1/4 mile. So if we had 28 features, and they were all tier 1s, and the 27 were tier 1, 28 was tier 3, then we'd look at everything. And the logic of that is what?
So, Mr. Miller, I'm going to jump into the logic of that is what the environmental division has developed over a number of years as they work on their.
It's not logic, that's practice.
Okay, excuse me. The practice, this logic is based on practice that was developed over a number of years there, but the idea is that that project is going to have, that portion, of the project, number 28, is going to have the greatest disturbance. And so we are trying to understand writ large, what is the potential for disturbance from all aspects of that project. So that's why we use the largest one.
Yes, sir.
So if the project involved 5 miles of road, and one aspect of it triggered tier 3.
So if it's widening 5 miles of roadway, the widening of a road is the tier. It's not the mile itself. So tier 1, stuff within the right of way, curb to curb. That's why it's 30 feet, because you're not really leaving the project area. Tier 2, something where maybe you're going slightly outside of it. Tier 3, bigger things. Bigger things tend to have bigger impacts, and that's why there's a bigger radius. But it's not as if we go in and say, this mile is tier 3. A roadway widening, period, is tier 3. New railroad tracks, period, is tier 3. It could be 1 mile, could be a 1/4 mile, could be 100 miles.
That's fine, but it makes no logical sense to me. While the one that's in tier 3, which is in tier 3 for a reason, creates a situation where we rescore basically and treat everything as if it's in tier 3 when we know it's only in tier 1. Where's the logic there? If I'm putting up a traffic light and I say, listen, it's very, it doesn't have, it's 30 feet. Well, now we got to go back and look and say, and just go through the machinations of that it's a 1/4 mile from that traffic light.
Mr. Miller, I don't understand the premise of your question. I think we have given you the incorrect impression somewhere along the line.
Well, I'm not sure you did or it was all me, but what I heard you say is that any project feature fits in one of these tiers.
Yes.
Okay, and so if there is one feature that fits in tier 3, and so we look a 1/4 mile around that feature, we apply that same 1/4 mile and we look around every other feature in that project, even though individually they were all in tier 1, and we knew they only had 30 feet, but now we got to go look a 1/4 mile because why?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, I understand the premise now of your question. I would say in reality, I don't believe that's what actually happens.
Well, that's what you're telling us.
No, that's what you, that's
what I'm hearing.
Yes, I agree. What I would say is in reality, what would happen is you may have a project that has technological improvements and widens the road for a stretch of roadway. It's not as if the tier 1 thing is 1 mile this way and the tier 3 thing is 2 miles that way. Those would be two separate projects. So remember, components of a project are you might be running a new bus and widening a road. It's in the same place. So it's not as if we're going to one place and where we would have done a 30-foot buffer, we're now doing a quarter of a mile buffer.
Dr. Smoot's way smarter than I am, so I'm going to let him pick it up here.
I can't help it. I don't understand it either.
Madam Secretary?
Yes, sir.
Nick, just a second.
Could you move your mic down? Your
Railroad
mic.
project, we've got 49.
Hey, Steve.
49 and a half miles.
Your mic.
Sorry. On the Eastern Shore Railroad project, we've got 49 and a half miles of a 66-foot right-of-way. And we're looking at impacting half of that right-of-way by taking that. By the time that construction actually gets going, we're not going to have any rails, and we're not going to have any old ties. And the impact is almost negligible in terms of what you're doing from a environmental standpoint. Yet at the same time, we've got the characteristic up there, tier 3, is going to be out for a quarter of a mile. And at the end of the project, then we also have a negative impact from an environmental issue. And I just find that is extremely overbearing. May be the way it is, but I find it extremely overbearing.
So Madam Chair, to everyone, to the various questions that are being asked, whether it is fully clear or not, you have tiers. You have tiers with much larger numbers. So what we are doing here is trying to align these tiers to the practice, not necessarily the logic, to your point, that the Environmental Division uses as it develops environmental documents.
So I would say to that, Nick, is that why wouldn't we change the practice if it's not logical?
So, but Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, I am not aware of an example that exists in any product that we have scored in the last 4 rounds that does what you are saying we would do here.
Let me just say it one time, very, very simply, and tell me where I'm not understanding. So let's say we have one project and it has 3 features, and 2 of them are in tier 1 and 1 of them is in tier 3. When I want to go look at those projects and see what the impact is, I want to look at the 2 in tier 1 as tier 1 projects, tier 1 features, and look 30 feet around them and say yes or no, yes or no. And then I want to look at the 3rd one that's tier 3 and look a quarter mile around it and say yes or no, yes or no. I don't want to look at them all at a quarter. Why would I do that? It's dictating me 30 feet, and then I throw that out the window and say pick the highest one. That makes no sense.
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, philosophically, I do not disagree with you, and I do not think the practice is in fact different. So the premise of the example you give is that there are various project components far from being co-located that are in different tiers. And what I would say to you is, I have read...
No, I didn't say they're far from being co-located. They could be right next to each other.
So if they're right next to each other, we're not going to do it 3 times. We're going to do it once for the largest one because they're on top of each other.
So are you just saying I'm looking a quarter mile around as it relates to the traffic light? Or I'm looking a quarter mile around as it relates to the other traffic light? Or I'm looking a quarter mile around because of the one that's in tier 3? Because I don't want to look at a quarter, I don't want to spend the time and the effort to look at something that's been guided to me to tier 1 and I got to look out a quarter of a mile instead of 30 feet. Why would I do that?
If they are co-located.
Yeah, co-located.
So then if it's co-located, it's in the same place.
Right.
So the 30 feet is within the quarter mile. So you're just doing the quarter mile once and you're done.
Well, if I look at the quarter mile for only one feature, which is not the stop, you're just introducing more features that I got to consider in the quarter mile area. And I'm just saying, I'd never look at them in the quarter mile area.
If they're co-located, I'm struggling. If you were widening a 1 mile stretch of road, and at each end of that 1 mile, there's a traffic light. Do a quarter mile around the 1 mile widening, and you've captured everything. You don't have to do anything else. You didn't do anything bigger or broader because of these different tiers.
So are you telling me that I'm not looking at them as it relates to that particular feature? I'm doing a more holistic look in the whole area.
That's exactly
And it doesn't really matter that those features exist.
The features are, because they're co-located.
It doesn't matter, that if they weren't there, I'd do it the same way.
Yes,
And I wouldn't look for anything differently.
correct. They're co-located. So I apologize for the extended discussion, and I apologize for any confusion, but that was, they're always co-located. So we put in place a requirement a long time ago that unless they were the same type of project, like say 20 bus stops along one line, you couldn't piece together 10 disparate unco-located projects and package them as one to try and game the system to get your lowest scoring one across the finish line. And so disparate projects have to be submitted differently, and therefore projects are co-located. Or various components, are co-located to form a unified singular project.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Based upon last month's presentation, doesn't this make it easier for some of the tier 1 and 2 to have a less impact analysis? So this is making it simpler. From the presentation last month, when you showed the graphic and you showed the schematic of the different fields, that this allows some of these projects to be done on a much smaller basis and not have the big extensive review that would be necessary.
Yeah, and
This is simplifying it.
additionally, this encourages projects to pick components that create less disturbance. I mean, as a part of a project. That's the intent here, is to give credit to projects as a whole that have less disturbance. Okay. All right. Any other? Okay. Next slide. Okay, switching gears to L1 and L2, which is our transportation efficient land use measure. The goal here was to reduce the walk buffer based on the analysis that we did. A 3-mile buffer was reduced to a 1 mile, and apply the measure to other types of area types that had not been reviewing the land use before. So we're adding the land use component into area type C and D. And when we do that, we also need to look at the weighting measures. If you want to go to the next slide so I can cover the weighting measures. So the top table is the existing measure weights for the area types within the state for A, B, C, and D. And the proposed, this is actually what I did show in October. There were no changes here. As you add land use, the total still needs to add up to 100, so you will need to remove from other categories. We chose accessibility and economic development because they have similar goals as land use, accessibility, and economic development hit similar goals. They're not all exactly the same, but they have similar goals. And the second thing is accessibility and economic development in these categories, B, C, and D, were not performing as high as some of the other measures, so that was a good place to land on adding those to the land use. So in summary, we had type B, we've removed 5% from accessibility, adding 5% to land use. Type C, we took 10% from accessibility, adding that to land use. Type D, 10%, 5% from accessibility, and 5% from economic development. Yep.
So I heard you say that the accessibility you didn't use the word scoring, you used some other word. That we're not doing well. So what?
Well, and two components. They have similar goals. So accessibility, economic development, and land use. Accessibility is access to jobs. Economic development is increased economic development and movement of goods. And land use is access or walkability to non-work destination.
I get that part.
And so they work together. So that's a good place to say they're on the same team. So they should be.
Where you hung me up, what I heard you say was, I heard you say that piece, and that's important to me.
Yeah.
The other piece I heard you say was, because they didn't score well, you didn't use that.
So percent of total, go ahead.
I don't care if they're the right measure and they don't
But
score well, then
Mr. Miller,
that's what it is.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, Brooke, and you do a really good job. The accessibility factor was not helping us differentiate the projects and make it a more meaningful piece of the score. So we're always looking for things that help us differentiate. So
I hear what you're saying.
accessibility.
I hear what you're saying.
So when she was saying it's not scoring, that what
She
you're
didn't
really.
use score. I used that
So
term because I
okay.
couldn't remember what she said.
So keep going, Brooke.
Next slide, please. Going to go over a little bit of the feedback received. We coordinated really deeply with the VDOT district and DRPT staff on Round 5 changes. The VDOT district staff got together and came up with a request for OIP to test area type D refinement of adding some to the safety measure and removing from economic development measure in type D. We reviewed that and we definitely like where that's going, and we hope to recommend that in Round 6. So this would be a stay tuned. And it's something to consider. Increasing safety across the state is really important and somewhere where we want to put more emphasis and weight on in the future rounds. Back to the E2 tiered approach really quick. I did get some comments on project features with the word other in it. Shouldn't be automated because you're essentially saying you're not really sure what it is. So the project feature would be highway other, and the applicant gives us more information telling us what exactly it is they're doing. And so since we do not know exactly what it is without reading their description, we shouldn't automatically assign that a certain tier without the review. So we're gonna add in a little bit of a manual review for that. And that makes sense, and we agreed with that comment. Several requests for earlier release of the SmartScale technical guide. And that's going to be coming out this month. That would be the goal after action is taken by the board for policy and methodology updates. And then also several requests for more actionable feedback at pre-screening. And we also agreed with that, and we are implementing some smart portal updates to get more information from applicants, and then we will also provide them more information back at the pre-screening time to guide them a little bit before the full app. Next slide, please. Touching back on cost estimates, the goal here is to improve transparency and consistency, and this is out of the VDOT cost estimating office, and that's led by Mitch Ball. One thing they're putting out this month is updating the cost estimate workbook, and they will continue to improve the estimate consistency and validation through this. It's going to be updated to align with the new cost estimating manual. All of this information is going to be posted on the public-facing website. And then the outreach that they plan on doing over the next month is going to be either in person, or they also have online trainings available. If folks have questions, they can reach out to their VDOT district points of contact, and they will help guide them throughout this process. But there are some good updates coming out of that area. Next slide, please. Next steps for SmartScale, we'll be seeking action on the policy and methodology changes tomorrow with releasing the updated technical guide at the end of the year. So in hopes to have the pre-screening, the app will open in March. We will have some pre-application training happening in February before the March opening, and then June the full app will open. But here is the next 2 years as we are a cycle if you want to review for where we're going. But we're just about ready to come up on this yellow section. This is our next big push. So yes, next slide. That's all, thank you.
That's it.
Let me know if you have any questions.
So, Mr. Folks, I'll just say, for people coming into the system, after every round of SmartScale, we go back, we look, how can we improve it, tweak it, change it, and so that's what Brooke is bringing back to us so that we're prepared for the next round of applications.
Secretary, Brooke spent 3 hours with me last Monday trying to educate me on that, and so I appreciate it. And it was very helpful, and I appreciate her good work.
Chef, maybe it saved us a couple of hours. Have you been under quarantine, Chef? Have you been under quarantine?
I would say this, it's not too late.
Have you been under quarantine? I had nobody to talk to for the last couple of weeks.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I would have thought more today than me, too, so if I was you, I'd just.
2 of our 3 MPOs in our region examined this, and I'd like to pass on the confidence that they felt for these changes. They felt that having not had land use as a criteria for Zone D, which is what it is currently, there's no consideration for land use. At least the MPOs in our area felt like this was a big improvement because now they're competing with A and B on the land use.
I couldn't agree more. I wanted land use when I represented Lynchburg on this board. I mean, I couldn't understand why it wasn't, I mean, we fight for it for Northern Virginia and, A and B, but we didn't have it in C and D. So, Mr. Dotson, you're inheriting a better program.
Absolutely.
It's about time.
Orientation, though, Chef.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Madam Secretary, I'm pleased to hear that cost estimates is receiving attention. I don't think you can overdo your communication with local governments about that, because by far the most critical comments I received in the last round had to do with cost estimating and how some local governments feel they were basically disadvantaged by having cost estimates that seemed much higher than some other places did. And just keep talking to them and educating them, and I think that will pay off in the end.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Kessler?
Yeah, actually, great presentation, Brooke, and good changes. It's nice to watch this process continue to evolve. Mary and I had a meeting with our local transportation groups last week, and I'm remiss in not having brought this to this discussion before, but two of those groups raised the question of should we look for, or should we consider a higher score for safety in our Area A? And I think those of us that were involved in this from the outset felt that 5% really underrepresented the importance of safety. So, and having received that feedback, I called Mr. Miller just to get his observations on what the feelings might be in the Tidewater area. And he suggested first that it would take some additional vetting. He asked me what range I would consider, and I said, well, I'd like to double it, move it to 10%. And his comment was, well, should it be 15%? So I don't know the answer to that, but I know that I'd like to be early in the process next time. And my question is, in that 2-year cycle, where should this discussion and analysis and evaluation of increasing the safety percentage fall? Is this something we should start immediately, or is this a year out?
Madam Chair, Mr. Kaslowitz, I would suggest that we're hearing this now, so the intermodal office team will kind of take that under advisement. What I would suggest is you let those folks for a number of months just noodle on that internally. The one thing I would strongly recommend the board to just consider is if you're looking at changes while you're in the middle of a round, that tends to make the applicants get a little weird. Weird's the wrong word. Makes people get
excited.
Yes, there we go, thank you. That's a much better word than what I previously used. And so I would encourage you just to let these folks do their work internally, and as soon as that round is over, start that discussion, come out with that information, and have all of that. But the applicant community has made it extremely clear to us, they want as much certainty as soon as possible, as early as possible, and they get a little nervous when you guys sometimes talk about changes mid-course, and we get flooded with people. Are they changing it? Are they changing it? Like, no change. It's just discussion.
Around 5, so.
Madam Chair, just to piggyback on what Mr. Casper said, I don't know if we can get to the point, or we should get to the point where we project what these changes will result in. Some of that can be, it would be interesting to go back and look at some of the projects and rescore them, the old projects, and rescore them with the new projected scoring system and see how they would have fared. And to sort of just try to do it's hard to, I know it's hard to project, but to try to give us an idea of, okay, if we changed it to 15%, and my point is I'm not sure what the right number is, so help me get there by understanding sort of what that really means and what's going to be the impact of that. And so that kind of stuff along the way, along the way to help get us educated and up to speed would be very helpful.
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, if I'm hearing you correctly, I think what you're kind of asking for is, and I'm saying this back so you can correct us as they kind of do their work internally, is it's not necessarily each specific project, maybe the characteristic or types of projects. Because I will say the one thing we try to do, and again, you guys are the board, so you'll tell us what to do, but we try and make it so you guys don't view this all as a zero-sum game, because each round is really different. And one of the things we've seen when we have done some stuff like that in the past is people always thought what had happened before would be exactly what happened again in the future, and that has always been wrong. That is the only actual constant. So like the high-rise bridge, one year didn't get funded, next year had the highest congestion score. And so like everything always changes every round. But I think what I think would be really helpful, and what I think I'm hearing you say is, if we make safety 15% and we take 10 from somewhere, because you got to do that to make it 15, what are we getting less of, what types of projects are we getting less of, and what types of projects are we kind of getting more of, and I think we can definitely perform that type of work.
There's one other nuance that I think is important, because each smart scale stands on its own. We've had so much demand in our system that it's hard to imagine when we wouldn't, or when we won't. Important demand, if you will. But at some point, if you're doing a cost-benefit thing, you know, it doesn't really matter that this is the best project. It matters, does it deliver the benefit for the cost? So I could have the best project in the Commonwealth, but it's not good cost-benefit, and if it was me, I'd say, roll all that money to the next smart scale. Now, that's not realistic in terms of, we've got those projects, but there should be some sort of threshold look, not just where not where it ranks amongst all of them. You know, if I'm on a really bad basketball team, I might be the best player, but I'm really not very good.
Yes.
And so, Bert, careful. So I think that's part of what I'd like to get out of it as well. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and you all will see that tomorrow. And now we have George Bishop and Mark Cole on safety.
And Madam Secretary, they actually asked me to just say one thing before they started, so I'm not coming back up to talk about SmartScale, I promise.
Sure.
If you ask a question, I'll answer it. I will be extremely brief. So, sorry. Mark and George are coming to talk about the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program. We talked about this a lot with you guys right before COVID, and then we didn't because we were all dealing with COVID. So just a kind of a quick refresher, in 2020, the General Assembly added a new program to the construction formula. It's called the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program. It built on what VDOT did with you guys with changes to the Highway Safety Improvement Program with the federal funds. So the Assembly simply took the federal funds, essentially doubled them, put it into a new program and said, hey, that thing you did with the federal money, keep doing it now with even more money, but we also want you to look at behavioral strategies in addition to just infrastructure types of strategies. So that's why DMV is here as well. And so it's really building upon what Commissioner Britch and his team did and that you guys spent a lot of time on. I believe Mr. Whitworth in particular had a lot of engagement on that topic for those of you who were here at that time in 2019. Just building on that and talking about both the infrastructure side and the behavioral side, but really focused on, you know, fatalities and severe injuries and trying to get the most bang for your buck relative to the money. And it requires this board to put in place an investment strategy and kind of go back every few years and look at that. And so this is kind of an initial discussion here about that, building upon the one that the commissioner already put in place for the infrastructure, but talking both about infrastructure and safety there per that kind of the direction from the
It was in
Assembly.
the governor's omnibus transportation
Yes,
bill.
absolutely.
And so just the priority, making safety a priority and putting money where our mouths are. And so what they're actually presenting today is what we are doing with that commitment, what we can do.
And there's revenues in that program today without any consideration of the federal infrastructure bill or the December forecast. And so that's what they're here to talk about.
This is just through the omnibus bill that passed in 2020.
All right. Thank you, Madam Secretary, members of the board. It's always good to be with you and talk about safety, and especially good when I can talk about safety with my good friend George Bishop from DMV. So today we're going to talk about the investment plan that we've put together. Next slide, please. And everything we're going to talk about today is something that is in our statewide strategic highway safety plan in Virginia. As you may recall, all states are required to have a strategic safety plan that lays out our overall strategy to reduce deaths and injuries on our public roadways. Next slide, please. You may also be aware that this year our current strategic highway safety plan expires. So we've been hard at work developing a new strategic safety plan, and we intend to come back to you in January and present that for your awareness. So next slide, please. I'm now going to turn things over to George. He's going to go through some safety statistics and the behavioral portion of the presentation. Then I'll come back and walk through the infrastructure portion of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Madam Secretary, members of the board, thank you for having me here today. And I'm very excited and appreciative of the opportunity that we have with this Highway Safety Fund. I wanted, before we get into the actual programs that we're proposing to put in place with the funds in behavioral programs, I wanted to spend a little bit of time just kind of going over where we are, give you an update on some highway safety data for 2021. The last time I was here, we talked about 2020 data. And I kind of want to give you just a little brief synopsis of where we are. And the slide in front of you shows that where we are is that we're higher in many of the categories than we were last year when or earlier this year when I came to talk to you about highway safety data. We have overall fatalities, and all of this data that I'm going to show you is January 1 through October 31. We are 12.3% higher than we were in 2020 in overall fatalities.
Mr. Bishop, for my colleagues, I just want to tell people there's a different slide on the screen than what's on our.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So there's 3 years of data on the screen. We have 2 on our PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
So some people are sitting with their backs to it, and they can't see it.
I see, yeah. The slides that you will see have been revised since the slide deck that you were sent. Now, I do want to preface this by saying that while that 12.27% is really not, I mean, it's not ideal, obviously. The NHTSA has NHTSA sent out a publication which looked at the first 6 months of 2021 nationwide, and nationwide the fatalities increased in the first 6 months of 2021 by 18.4% over 2020. So this is a nationwide issue.
Madam Secretary.
George, can you speak up just a little bit?
I'm so sorry, yeah.
I think some of the people in the back are having a hard time hearing.
I'm sorry,
Miller.
yeah.
Mr. Bishop,
yes.
Isn't it worse than it's depicted? Because it doesn't reflect a substantial decrease in vehicle miles traveled. We all know in 2020, anecdotally, there was a heck of a lot less traffic on the road, right? I mean, don't we know that? Don't we think that? And all our data in Hampton Roads showed that, substantial, right? So if we're traveling a lot less, and we have a lot more accidents than we had when we were traveling more, it's even worse in terms of accidents per vehicle miles traveled, right? I mean, it's worse, if that's true. And I think it is true.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller, yeah, that is true. And I am not the expert on vehicle miles traveled. Obviously, that is a statistic that VDOT is really tracks. However, you're exactly right. 2020, the vehicle miles traveled was significantly less. I will say 2021, from everything that I've read, and again, this should be a data point that VDOT should probably clarify, but from everything that I've read, the VMT has increased over 2020, but is still not at 2019 levels. Is that correct? I don't know. I'll defer to the Commissioner.
Madam Chair, the VMT has recovered quite significantly. It is closer to pre-pandemic levels than what it is, and in some cases it exceeds pre-pandemic levels. Yeah. So it varies depending on a part of the state. So
in 2020,
I will say that it went down
in
the early months, but I was really shocked how much driving there was. Gosh, starting last summer, when we would get the updates, on 95 was like at 90% of pre-pandemic levels. So driving changed around Virginia. Lynchburg District did not really change very much, nor the Nova went down the most, but it recovered pretty much as transit and rail was declining. People wanted to drive their cars. So anyway, maybe we could get an update at some point early in the year.
I'm just trying to make your points even more dramatic, frankly.
Correct. Yes. Thank you for making that point. It is more dramatic than the numbers would suggest, and the numbers are dramatic. I do want to just, as always, I want to touch on some of the behavioral issues, particularly since what we're getting ready to get into is how we're going to address them with countermeasures. So I want to talk about alcohol use, speed-related fatalities, and unrestrained in particular. And then I would like to point out some of the other categories that I think are significant. But you'll see that in the what I always call the top three, alcohol-related, speed-related, and unrestrained, over 2020, we have had a 10%, almost 11% increase in speed-related fatalities. This also is a nationwide trend. The unrestrained fatalities, actually, we're actually bucking a trend nationwide. Our unrestrained fatalities are lower this year at this point than they were last year at this point. And the alcohol-related, I always put an asterisk next to, because we don't, it is not as up-to-date as the other statistics, simply because it takes us a while to receive blood alcohol data from forensic science. So it says that we're lower. I think what it really represents is that we're probably pretty close to where we were last year. And then if you'll look, a couple of disturbing trends, the teen driver involved and the mature driver involved. And then in the print, I made a distinction in this data for you, teen driver involved versus teen drivers only. Teen driver involved fatalities are any fatality that occurred in a crash that involved a teen driver. And the teen drivers only are the teen drivers themselves who perished. So both of those statistics show a disturbing upward tick, as do the mature driver involved. And just for everybody's sake, the mature driver is defined in this data set as 65 and over. Although I personally bucket that particular designation. I'm getting a little closer to that than I like to admit. And work zone, again, work zone, if you look at work zone, is 150% increase over the previous year. Work zone, I'd like to point out, is not always, and in fact, in most cases, is a minority of workers. It is crashes that occur in work zones. I don't have the statistic in front of me of how many work zone employees have been killed this year, but the 150% increase in work zones is a troubling trend. Next slide, please. And I'm always asked to show, okay, so we talk about speed, alcohol-related, unrestrained, but sometimes it's two or more, sometimes it's all three. Last year, we were talking about the speed plus unrestrained as being a huge issue, and it was. We have seen a decrease in instances of fatalities where speed and unrestrained were involved. In fact, we've seen a decrease in all four instances that involve multiple behaviors. Some of that, I believe, is primarily due to maybe a lack of particularly those involved with alcohol, maybe because we don't have a full alcohol data set in front of us. However, if you see everything related to unrestrained is lower than it was last year. Next slide, please.
Are those annualized numbers?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Are those annualized numbers, or is that 10 months compared to 12 months?
That was a 10-month number, yeah. All of the numbers that you're going to see are a 10-month number.
So the previous 2 years are 10 months
Correct.
also? Okay.
Yes. Previous 2 years are 10 months numbers as well. Now I just want to break down briefly the speed, alcohol, and unrestrained, and I want to kind of point out a couple of items: interstate only and non-interstate only, and then the age groups. And if you'll look at the largest increase that we've had in unrestrained fatalities, sadly, is in the 15 to 20-year-old age category. We've had a 45% increase over last year. And also in the 66 and over. So that's sort of pointing out, again, how we've seen an overall increase in those two age categories in total fatalities. Next slide, please. And alcohol-related, again, it's probably not as low as it indicates, but I do think the one thing that you'll see is that there's been an uptick in, a slight uptick in underage individuals who were involved in alcohol-related fatalities. Next slide, please. And unrestrained. The area that we're showing an increase, again, is the teen drivers. Next slide, please. So before I get into how we wish to address the issues with the highway safety improvement funds that will be coming to us from the Appropriation Act, I want to briefly go over the fact that, and I don't know that I've ever briefed this group on the Virginia Highway Safety Plan. The Virginia Highway Safety Plan is an annual plan that basically serves as our application to the federal government for grant funds, to highway safety grant funds, to use as countermeasures to address highway safety in Virginia as it relates to behavioral issues. And this is pretty much how those funds are broken out for federal fiscal year 2022, which we are currently in. And you'll see that we spend about $15.9 million on alcohol grants, close to $4 million on occupant protection, $2.9 million on speed, drugged driving, about $1 million, teen driving, about 1.2, and then pedestrian, less, 680,000, and 287,000 for motorcycle grants. We don't qualify in Virginia to use federal dollars for distracted driving funds under Section 402. Section 405. So we would have to use, so we do use some 402 money on distracted, but and there, I won't get into the details about the federal funds because I could, that's a whole workshop itself. But the point here is that that there are several strings tied to every dollar that comes to the states, every state, with highway safety grants, and some of them are designated for certain behavioral categories, and we get a lot of money for alcohol that can only be used for alcohol grants, and we get some money that can only be used for occupant protection, and pedestrian and motorcycle. There are no dollars that come to us that are designated specifically for speed. We have to spend that out of the main bucket. So, and a lot of these, particularly the speed grants and the alcohol grants and the occupant protection, much of that money is actually money that is focused on law enforcement, selective enforcement, overtime basically to law enforcement, both state police and local agencies that do the speed and occupant protection and alcohol enforcement on the roads. Next slide, please. So when the General Assembly appropriated money for the use of highway safety improvement funds in Virginia, the dollar amount that we were asked to look at is $10 million annually. And we've been asked to look forward this fiscal year and 2 forward fiscal years. So the proposals that you will see, I've broken out into the emphasis area, emphasis area that we look at in the Strategic Highway Safety Plan, and addressed them individually, but this slide shows you what the proposal what we would propose to spend to address those particular behavioral areas. $4 million for occupant protection, 8.1 for impaired, 4.5 million for speed, 3.5 for pedestrian, a little bit, 2.7 for motorcycle, a little bit less than $1 million for teen driver, 1.8 for mature, and then 4.5 million for distracted. Next slide, please. To start with, I wanted to go over each of these areas, and to start with, I wanted to go over the occupant protection programs that we are proposing. We have a very successful program that we've put forth over the last couple of years that's called, it's a media and outreach program that we call Local Heroes. And what this does is this takes real local first responders and medical personnel and puts them in the message to persuasively show why using the seatbelt is so important. And we find that it works because it is targeted locally towards, so for example, we would have a Wise County Local Heroes, and we would have a Buchanan County, we would have a Portsmouth, and they would be all people from the community. And I do have, there's a 30-second video that I have that we could show or we could skip in the interest of time. I would let the secretary, the commissioner is nodding his head, but skip. So we'll skip that for today. But it's
I think we can move pretty quickly through these as you're talking about them. The one question I have is, you're showing all this data on fatalities involving teenagers, and you spend the least amount of money on that.
That was my question.
Yeah. So, so much of the, okay, so one of the things that I, and I'm glad you brought that up, because the money that we're going to propose to spend that is showing up here specifically for teens is a program that is directly targeted to them, because of basically it's a video that is the Supreme Court, that the judges have asked us to help them put together, and I'll get to that when we talk about the teens and how they get their driver's license and what we're hoping to do. However, to answer your question, all of these behaviors, the teens don't wear their seatbelts. So yes, we're putting together these occupant protection messaging strategies, but what we're going to do and what we propose to do is begin to better focus on the audience. We have for too long been looking, and I think for a good reason, we've been looking at the 18 to 35-year-old rural male as the person that we really need to convince to wear their seatbelt. And for good reason, because primarily they've been, not really good at doing that. But we're finding that it's not just them that we need to be focusing on. We need to be focusing on teenagers. We need to be focusing on mature drivers. We need to take this messaging and put it in an area that not only speaks to them, but where they live. The teenagers don't live in the same places that the mature drivers live. And when I say live, I mean live when they're consuming media. And we need to be in that market. We need to be addressing teenagers in an area that we're not addressing. And to get this extra money, to be able to expand our media coverage to where they live. So yes, it may not say teen drivers here, but a good bit of this money is going to go to addressing teens where they live online and do a better job of that.
In the different focus areas.
Correct.
Impaired driving. So I'm asking the question because I know that there are going to be people like Mr. Ruckers who's going to ask the question.
Yes.
So you're addressing teen drivers across the board in all of these behaviors.
Correct.
This is a specific video that you're putting together for the court system for those who get their new license.
That's correct.
So
that's
anyway.
correct. So all of these emphasis areas that we talk about, I'll leave alcohol aside because that's tricky for a teen driver, but occupant protection and speeding, when we do the messaging, when we do the focus groups, when we do the media buys, we are going to begin to expand those media buys to address those teen drivers in particular and find them where they live online. They are not the ones who are sitting, they get their media in a different space.
And you're using memes, you're using TikTok, you're using all.
Correct.
'Cause
Yes.
a commercial doesn't work.
Correct.
And a YouTube video doesn't necessarily, because they're not watching it.
That's right. That's right. So that's how we intend to address the teens in terms of the messaging. That's why it doesn't show up as necessarily teen driver specific, because it's OP specific, but it is going to address teen drivers.
So, Mr. Bishop,
Yes.
you're going to get a fork or spoon. What is it called? From Mark Cole. So he's right behind you. So could we go through these pretty quickly?
Yes. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm sorry. Yes. Next slide, please. Impaired driving. We have a fantastic program that is only available in Northern Virginia called Sober Ride, where a group that we fund partners with Lyft, and during specific holidays, individuals who find themselves out and about during that holiday period can get a free ride on a Lyft home within, I believe it's 20 miles or 15 miles, something like that. We want to expand this program. We want to expand it to areas that have significant ride sharing. That's one of the things we're going to do with this money. Okay. We wish to do another, a different kind of program other than the Drive Sober, Get Pulled Over. This would be a new program. We would do focus groups. We would do new media buys. We would find our audiences that we need to target to deliver this message to them. Next slide, please. We've found through, NHTSA has found through studies that, and it seems counterintuitive, but if you widely publicize your sobriety checkpoints, they are much more effective. And we don't spend money on widely publicizing. We don't give our localities money to widely publicize their sobriety checkpoints. We plan to do that with some of this money. And finally, on impaired driving, NHTSA has a program where you can ask them to assess your impaired driving program, and states that have done that have found a greater reduction in overall fatalities than states that do not. We haven't done one in a while. We'd like to do it. Next slide, please. Distracted driving. Again, we don't get money for this from the feds. So this is brand new money. We can do brand new programs directly related to the use of the cell phone, which we all feel is underreported statistic, and is much more widespread than people than shows up on data sheets. We're going to take $4.5 million over the next 3 years and specifically address it. Next slide, please. Mature drivers, we do have a couple of programs that are really great with teaching older, mature drivers how best to be safe in their vehicles, and we only do it in the Richmond area, and we're going to try and expand that out statewide. Next slide, please. The motorcycle messaging that we do is twofold. One is how to be safe as a motorcyclist, and two is how drivers need to be aware of motorcycles. We just simply don't get enough money. We only get about $180,000 from the feds every year to do an entire motorcycle campaign, which you can't do statewide. This gives us the opportunity to do that. Next slide, please. This is where I was talking about the video. The Supreme Court, the judges have asked us for many years if we could help them put together a video in their driver's licensing ceremony. You may or may not be aware that Virginia is the only state in the union in which new drivers must receive their driver's licenses by statute from a judge. And the judges all have their own individual ceremonies, but they've asked us if we could help them put together a video that would help them to make this a better program for them and easier for them to administer, and we're going to do that. Next slide, please. This one I'm very excited about because Virginia has been given a grant from IIHS and from GHSA to pilot a new program directed at speed in urban locations. Richmond is the location for that. Maryland is doing the pilot for a new speed program in rural areas. The idea of this is that there is no national program like Click It or Ticket for speeding. And Virginia and Maryland are piloting two ideas. Our intent is to take the pilot, if successful, in both locations and implement it statewide. We're also looking at, Mr. Kasperowitz, the speed program that VDOT and DMV are doing, and trying to take some of the money to help bring those together and maybe implement that on a more widespread basis. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just emphasize the urgency of that as we look at a 30% increase in speed-related accidents.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad to hear it's progressing.
Yes, sir. So we've heard you, and we're working on that, and we're trying to put that together. Next slide, please. Pedestrian bicycle proposals. The Northern Virginia area, those of you who are from Northern Virginia might be aware of Street Smart and their Shattered Lives program. It's fantastic, and it is only in Northern Virginia. This allows us to expand it statewide. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows you what I just told you about, but puts it in a table form so you can see $10 million each year over the next 3 years for a total of $30 million. This is going to be transformative, really, in highway safety in Virginia, I believe, and really it makes us unique in the nation because of the state coming forward with this type of money to address behavioral issues. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Mark.
Mr. Tonk.
Does this, the funding in the programs include the $10 million that added additional dollars we're going to have potentially allocated to highway safety dollars? Later on in the presentation, I think Nick's got a presentation.
Those,
that
yeah.
show an added $10 million.
Is this an added?
In the Virginia.
The systemic program?
Yes, and I believe $10 million is going to be added to the Virginia highway safety programs, if I recall.
So that's coming next.
But those funds are not included in what we're seeing here.
'Cause this is the behavioral piece.
And then Mark's getting ready to discuss the infrastructure piece. Yes.
Mr. Rucker.
Sorry.
I noticed in this 3-year plan, $10 million each year, but teen driving gets 0 in the second and third year.
Oh.
Impaired driving gets 0 in the second, third year.
Right. So because the first year, because that video is created for the licensing ceremony program, the money really is front-loaded to create the video, and so there, because that particular program is front-loaded because really it's about doing the script, putting together the video, and then giving it to the courts, and then after that there's it doesn't.
Well, and Mr. Rucker, what I'd say is there's 4 different items related to impaired driving. It's just that one thing. That's kind of a one-time deliverable. It has a shelf life that will last for a period of time, and the same thing with the teen driving thing. So there's a number of things going on there. It's just those two particular things, if you will, are kind of one-time things that will last for a while. So that's why there's 0.
I hear you, and the reason for asking the question is those are areas of serious needs, because that's where we see the problem.
I think it's a communication issue, George. You're dealing with teens in all of these areas or most of these areas, but I think it's hard for us to see it.
Yeah.
And so, to your point, you treat them, to reach them, obviously, we haven't been able to do a great job.
Right.
Just looking at the behaviors. So anyway, I think helping us understand better in the future, you know, where does teen driving, how do we address them separately? Because obviously they're really impacted by this. I also would just point out to the board that, you know, with this governor, safety has been a huge priority. He set up that leadership council. I think in the first month, he's invested a lot in safety measures and distracted driving and, you know, trying to get teen competitions together, putting substantial money in a legislation to try to invest in this. I think there's an interesting statistic and just something maybe to pay attention to pay attention to going forward, but the fatalities are going up. The serious injuries are going down. And I think, and again, there's no science behind this, but you know, it was really Garrett Moore, who was a former chief engineer, who said that, you know, people are so distracted in their cars by phones, radios, eating, all the things we're doing in our cars, that we're not braking. And so when we get into an accident, it's fatal. And so somehow paying attention, serious injuries going down, fatalities going up, you know, what can we do to get people to be alive and awake and alert in their cars? And anyway, the responsibility, it's really important work. I think the fact that you call out teenagers, you show all the terrible statistics, and then we call them out, it's 800,000. Somehow, it just intuitively, Mr. Rucker,
Right.
I'm thinking the exact same thing.
Now-
I know what your point is, and I know what you're doing, but I think it's communication of it.
Understand.
Madam Secretary?
Yeah.
Mr. Miller.
Are you looking at all at the, what we're communicating to these younger drivers in their driver's ed?
So we,
I mean, obviously, that's where the formal education starts. I remember a movie they used to show us called Signal 30, and it's not a movie you really want to see, but when you see it, it's pretty impactful.
the Department of Education is in charge of the driver education program in the public schools. And we partner with them directly on those issues. And yes, we do work directly with the Department of Education. They're fantastic on the curriculum that they've put together.
I just, and I'm not questioning that, but somehow, you know, how do we improve the numbers of kids wearing their seatbelts?
Yeah,
It is so fundamental. We tried to make it, you know, in legislation a primary offense, did not pass.
Yeah.
But in any case, it really is helping people understand the difference that it makes, not just for them, for anybody in your car. Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Secretary. Nice work.
Thanks.
Just a question and a comment. The question was, the allocation of funds did not necessarily seem proportional to the mortalities. For instance, motorcycle was $2.75 million for 84 deaths, I think it was, and alcohol was 350 deaths for $4 million, something like that. So it just seemed like there was not proportionality. And my second question, and I'm not a marketing person, but I worry that sometimes we get so micro-focused that you're losing the big picture. Don't eat Cheetos, don't eat Fritos, don't eat Reese's Puffs, as opposed to eat a healthy diet. You know, and what I'm missing here is what's, you know, the overall message of, you know, drive safely, which is buckle up, obey the speed limits, and, you know, get a designated driver. You know, because I'm afraid that we can lose the big picture if we have all these little side messages. Well, that doesn't apply to me because I'm not a teen. Well, that doesn't apply to me because I don't live in Northern Virginia.
So I'm sorry. So your question is, how do we deal with?
What is the big picture?
The big picture.
I mean,
because I know Commissioner Birch has talked about the signboards, and I think those are great. You know, buckle up, or, you know, speed. You know, even if we have one speed trap set in Virginia, every electronic bulletin board say speed traps are active in Virginia right now.
Right.
Even just have one.
This is why we try to assess our messaging campaigns every 2 to 3 years, is because the way people respond to messaging changes. It just does, right? So maybe 6 years ago, it was the idea that you scared them with the kinds of, this, are you likely to kill someone tonight? And then three years later, maybe it was, well, what really is persuading people now is to be a little bit lighter, but try to catch them with some sort of a, personal responsibility message, and so sometimes, we learn different things, what works here, what works there with different audiences, and we try to message those things that need to be messaged to individual groups in ways that are likely to be persuasive. For example, right now we're beginning to look at, well, maybe the folks that we're not able to persuade, maybe we can persuade them if they hear it from members of their family, or that they talk about how if you don't do it for yourself, do it for them.
Really interesting.
So those kinds of things.
Track this, track your investment, let us know what difference it makes in the numbers. Let's see what works, what doesn't work, and you all will have funds going forward, and you can target it, just like our next presentation.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you.
With systemic infrastructure investments. So they go hand in hand. So hello, Mark Cole.
Hi there. Next slide, please. The board has seen some of this information in the past as recently as the June meeting, so I'm going to skip ahead a couple of slides just for the sake of time.
You're going to get a raise.
Realizing you have a very full agenda.
I'm kidding, Commissioner. I'm kidding.
Next slide, please.
Okay.
And next slide, please. And one more.
A little loose here.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good job.
Yes, so there's a lot of information in this table, but it's a table that you've seen a lot of in the past. At the top of the table are 8 initial safety countermeasures that since late 2019, VDOT's been working with our districts to construct across Virginia. So high visibility backplates you can see on the top left, and flashing yellow arrows. Those 2 traffic signal improvements, I'm happy to report that we've completed those in the last few months in 2021. So 2 out of our initial 8 countermeasures we now have deployed, which is something to celebrate. Curve delineation, pedestrian crossings on the VDOT system, unsignalized intersections, those items we've been making a lot of progress. Not only getting some of the initial locations constructed, but also doing the preliminary engineering work so that we can get those efforts to contract. So for all of those, we're well on our way, and by 2024 and 2025, we expect to be able to finish a few more of our 8 countermeasures. For shoulder wedge, centerline rumble strips, and edgeline rumble strips, as you may recall, we're coordinating that work with our resurfacing and maintenance work so that when roads are resurfaced, if they qualify, get the shoulder wedge and rumble strips. This is really the first big change of what I have to share with you today with this plan. We, based on the budget figures, have some funding that we can use to accelerate the rumble strips, and instead of completing those over a 15-year cycle that we started back in 2019, we now believe we can complete those by 2030, which is about 5 years ahead of schedule. So we've really been trying hard as we receive more funds than we anticipate, or we have funds left over. We've been trying really hard to continue to accelerate all these items, because the faster we can get these things done, the faster we can begin seeing the benefits of reduced deaths and injuries. So everything below the rumble strips, you can see it says new investment plan. So those bottom 5 or 6 rows is our proposal for fiscal year 22 to 27 for what we focus on next. As we work to complete the initial 8 items, we are busy also preparing to do what comes next, because We want to make sure we stay ahead of the safety issues and do what we can with our infrastructure so that we can minimize as many crashes and injuries as possible. The first item in the new investment plan proposal is for funding about $58 million for locally owned and maintained roadways. The way this would work is our localities who own and maintain their own roads would apply. In late 2022, they would apply for fiscal year 24 funding that would allow them to do systemic projects similar to what we've been doing on the VDOT system for the last couple of years. So the systemic projects included in this initiative would include the high-vis backplates, flashing yellow arrow, curve delineation, as well as pedestrian crossings. In addition to that, road diets is another systemic initiative that we've included in that local proposal. So our plan there is to do a lot of outreach in early 2022 with our localities to help get them ready to apply for these funds late next calendar year. The next item we're calling expanded flashing yellow arrows. So with the flashing yellow arrow project we just completed, we evaluated all the signals that we have, and we completed over 1,200 flashing yellow arrow locations where we could do basic low-cost improvements to get that flashing yellow arrow in. We have about 195 locations that we identified in that process that needed a greater investment, such as a new mast arm or a new signal pole to be able to accept the flashing yellow arrow improvements. We've done some work that shows a great return on investment, even with that added level of funding that's needed. So we propose to provide the funding to complete another 195 more difficult but still very viable flashing yellow arrow locations. The new pedestrian crossings VDOT item is to continue to be able to have funding to provide pedestrian crossings at locations identified by our safety analysis that pop up over time. So our initial pedestrian crossing item in the first 8 is helping us complete about 600 crossings, which will really get us a head start. But over time, as crash data and other data updates, other locations will also need to be treated. So this will fund another 200 pedestrian crossing locations. The next one is the largest new item that we propose. That's investing in our 2-lane rural roads, which by far have the highest crash rates in the state and have for some time. We've done an extensive study with the Transportation Research Council that identified 8,000 miles of rural roads with higher than typical risk for traffic crashes. And this funding would get us up to 1,000 miles of that 8,000 miles. It would help us to do things like wider edgeline markings, rumble strips, better signage, vertical delineation, and all those things will help motorists stay in the lane a little bit easier and help us address roadway departure crashes, which are the major driver of those high crash rates on those roads. And then finally, spot projects I've listed here.
May I insert a question? So
Sure.
on the last 2-lane road improvement section that you just discussed, is that secondary roads only, or does it include primaries?
It's a combination of secondary and primary. It evaluated collector roads and above in the state that are state-maintained roads in counties that could be collector roads or above.
And you've got a candidate list that you already developed for that?
Yes, we have a list of 8,000 miles worth of secondary and primary roads that qualified that we'll be working from.
We can access that list through you at a future date?
Sure.
Good,
Yeah,
thank
we'll be happy to make that list available. And the report that this is all based on is also posted online as well. Lastly, the spot project line item is some initial funding to return spot projects to the safety program beginning in fiscal year 26. As you may recall, back in late 2019, we had a funding policy change that directed all of our funding for a while to focus on systemic, because we know systemic projects, if it's the right countermeasures, have a much better return on investment for our limited safety dollars as compared to spot projects. But we do have a lot of spot projects that are very good safety improvements. So as we make progress getting these systemic improvements in, we do want to provide a way to fund some critical spot projects throughout the state. This plan would begin to do that in fiscal year 26. Those are the primary elements of the proposal. If you would go to the next slide.
So, but before we go into that, Madam Secretary, what I'd say is, if we can go back one slide again to the table, the large takeaway from this is with the omnibus funding and the additional $10 million that are going into this, we're now going to advance those new investments to the two-lane road facilities that have a higher return on the investment. And this does afford us that opportunity, as you can see in that green, that we were not going to start until FY25. We're able to pull that forward quite significantly and get a good jump start on this. So as we finish the top 8, we're going to now start peeling away the onion and getting to the rest of the systemic improvements that are due in other parts of the state. So I think that's the quick takeaway, that I think this is a big win for the agency from the infrastructural side, and what George has presented from the behavioral side really dovetail nicely together in the overall arching emphasis areas that have been identified in the safety strategic plan. So go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And one more. This is the last slide I'll cover, but I did want to talk just for a moment about the next steps on the infrastructure side. First and foremost, we're really focused on delivering those initial 8 countermeasures that have been funded and accelerating those as quickly as possible and as funding allows. In addition, with today's proposal, we will begin scoping and preliminary engineering work to begin to move those new items in the infrastructure investment plan forward, especially that 2-lane rural roads plan, and then eventually the expanded flashing yellow arrow and the local systemic projects. And also during 2022, we'll be doing a lot of outreach to local governments to help let them know about this plan and what it will take to receive funding through their applications late next year. So we're very much looking forward to that. And then finally, some of these locations have now been improved for a year or more. So we're beginning to collect data so that we can come back to the board and show you how performance is going as compared to what we expected performance might look like. But I think some really good things today, and hopefully this is the beginning of more good news to come in the future. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take those.
Mr. Caswith.
One quick question. Mark, first of all, thank you for the acknowledging that you're going to do performance testing on this in the near term. I had just a quick question on the centerline rumble strips, and you presented this at a prior meeting. It says up to 60% crash reduction associated with that centerline rumble strip. Is that lane crossing? It can't be accidents in totality. Is that a specific type of accident, lane cross, or crossing into the opposite?
Yes, that's a great question. So most all of these crash reduction numbers that we've shared today and in the past are based on the types of crash that countermeasure will address. So for centerline rumble strips, it's side swipe opposite direction, or crossover types of crashes where the vehicle either goes to their left across the double yellow line, or they may go to their right and then overcorrect. Anything that involves crossing that double yellow line is where that effectiveness starts to help out if you have a centerline rumble.
Thank you for that information. It's very impressive, actually, 60% reduction.
Madam Secretary, I got one question, Mr. Bishop.
Okay.
Still here? I drive a lot of 2- and 4-lane non-interstate. I can't even remember the last time I saw a sobriety check. I mean, I don't avoid them. Disclaimer. Okay. All right. I'm going to say that. Okay. I'm not Chet Miller. Okay.
You're going to see one tonight.
Right. Exactly. Right. I
Big
might get a
boy.
little laugh today, but I'm serious. I mean, I drive. Seriously, you should see them all the time.
Ask and you shall receive.
Well, Be quiet. Obviously, law enforcement has a problem filling the ranks, but I ain't seen, I'm just saying we'll promote something that, people gotta listen to. Another question is, with the legalization of marijuana, again, I don't grow any plants, a disclaimer, you're gonna have more impaired driving in the future, so I just laying that out.
Okay, I would just recommend caution if you're in the Lynchburg district from now on. So.
I drive throughout the whole state, Madam Secretary.
Mr.
Watch
Brown
out.
was asking what your license plate
Yes,
number was.
yes.
You want match driving records? Okay.
Yeah.
To be, why am I seeing fewer of these checkpoints? And what are we doing about drug driving? Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I'll take the first one. Other than, yeah. We are using federal funds to give local law enforcement and state police the ability to provide the checkpoints. They are working them. No. We do that with the federal money. That's what we do with our federal money. We have an entire alcohol section. A good bit of that goes to paying for local law enforcement's ability to do checkpoints. They do them. They do them to the extent that they can and that they plan for and that they ask for grant money from us to do them. Some local law enforcement are finding it difficult to do lots of law enforcement because of they have staffing issues. And in particular, it takes any time that, we have members of the board who have been law enforcement and can verify the fact that when you arrest someone for a DUI, it's at minimum a 2-hour, probably more like a 4-hour commitment now for the rest of your evening. And getting people to do,
If not longer.
yeah. And getting people, frankly, getting people to do that kind of work on overtime when you already have staff reductions and people. So it wouldn't surprise me to learn that they're doing less of it. However, I will tell you that they're doing it on the money that we pay them to do it with. I know that for a fact because they have to submit reimbursements for it, and we're.
So
and
George,
then,
I think maybe we'll just find out where Mr. Dodson's going to be.
well, I mean, we're going to start broadcasting them so he can go find them now.
I know. So I'm going to say, let's take a 5-minute break. We have to do 11 and 14 this afternoon. I'd love to get in more. I asked Carol if she could make dinner go a little bit later. If we can, I'm really sorry, but take a 10-minute break and we'll come back, and because I really, really want you to be awake for Mr. Donahue. And thank you, George. Thank you, Mark. See, those who have good ideas. All right. Is Jatinder here? Oh, my goodness. I am really sorry for people who have been waiting.
Morning. Good afternoon. I was starting off with good morning. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, board members.
Wow.
The purpose of today's presentation is to sort of extend the conversation that we have had at the September and October meetings. So we have a little refresher, a 4-minute video as a refresher, but just to give you an overview, at the September and October board meetings, we looked at some of the long-term risks and opportunities that exist that are on the horizon. And at the board meeting last month, the members asked, Jatinder, you are showing us the problems. What should we do about them? So today's presentation focuses on 16 actions that the staff is proposing for your consideration that we can take to address the 19 risks and opportunities we have identified. So maybe we can start off, Carol, with a video and then switch to this actual subject of the presentation. So this video that you're about to see summarizes the long-term risks and opportunities based on external factors. And then the presentation focuses on some of the actions that the staff is proposing to you for consideration. with that,
Virginia's efforts to improve transportation begin with VTRANS, Virginia's transportation plan, which guides policies and investments to improve transportation networks. As part of the planning process, VTRANS includes an assessment of long-term risk and opportunities based on emerging trends. VTRANS identified trends based on 4 main categories: climate, technology, consumption patterns, and socio-demographics to prepare for long-term risks and take advantage of future opportunities. These trends will directly or indirectly impact Virginia's transportation system in the decades to come. Let's take a closer look. We'll start with flooding. Increased flooding is projected to place up to 9,000 miles of Virginia's roadways at risk. Next up is vehicle automation. By 2045, personal vehicles that can operate in self-driving mode are estimated to make up to 25 to 87% of the Commonwealth's total fleet. In addition, electric vehicles are estimated to achieve 40 to 100% market penetration for cars and SUVs by 2045. Shared mobility services like bike shares, e-scooters, and services like Uber and Lyft are another emerging trend. Combined, these services are estimated to comprise as many as 9.4 million trips in Virginia's urbanized areas in 2045. E-commerce, or online sales, continues to grow. The e-commerce share of retail sales could be as much as 31% in 2045 compared to approximately 8% today. Automation is an emerging trend that impacts everything from how goods are produced to how they are delivered. Short-range drones could deliver as much as 25% of all e-commerce by 2045. Professional and technical services jobs are projected to increase from 600,000 in 2019 to over 1 million by 2045. Over 60% of these jobs are projected to be in Northern Virginia. Increased flexibility and new work habits that grew during the pandemic could have a lasting impact and potentially reduce commute trips across Virginia. It is estimated that 41% of jobs will be telework capable by 2045. An aging population will impact Virginia in the coming years. By 2045, 1 out of every 5 Virginians will be over age 65. And finally, we are watching the population and employment changes that drive other economic and social factors. By 2045, nearly 2 in 3 Virginians will work and reside in just 3 of VDOT's 9 construction districts: Northern Virginia, Hampton Roads, and Richmond. So why do these trends matter? Let's look at some impacts to Virginia's transportation goals. Together, these trends are estimated to result in an increase of between 4 and 17% in vehicle miles traveled in Virginia, over and above any increase due to population growth, which could worsen congestion and travel time reliability problems. Newer modes of transportation like electric bikes, scooters, and services like Uber and Lyft could replace 9 to 27% of the total personal vehicle trips and provide access to those who do not currently own vehicles. Safety is our top priority, and these trends could decrease the number of crashes with fatal and serious injuries by up to 67%. Finally, these trends, especially electric vehicles, could decrease tailpipe emissions by up to 69%. Our goal is not to predict, but to plan. Virginia is exploring these trends so we can proactively leverage opportunities, minimize risk, and continue developing Virginia's transportation system to be good for business, good for communities, and good to go. To learn more, visit our website at vtrans.org.
Okay, that's worthy of applause.
Oh, Nick, I told you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
Whose
will
brilliant
convey-
idea was that? That was like 40 slides. You know, can I just say, one of the best decisions was bringing Sujit Rucker on the board. That laugh alone, oh my Lord. Was it your idea, Jatinder?
Ma'am, it was the team's idea. I will convey your compliments to them.
Well, no, I just thought it was great because we've seen this over several months, and so you just brought us all up to speed. Great.
It was wonderfully done.
So, Madam Secretary and the board members, so
Now we're going to look forward to your slides. Yeah.
I will be brief because I hear that salary increases might be on the line. So, So, but yes, so over the last 2 months, when we looked at this, the question that the board members asked, and I could hear the frustration, Jitendra, you're showing us these problems, what should we do about them, right? And so some of these items that we are planning to present today are related to that. So I will start with the next slide. So in VTRANS, we have 4 major components, and we haven't had an opportunity to brief our newest board members, so we'll do that in the coming weeks. But the video that you looked at was related to number 3, the items that we have discussed over the past 2 months. And so the question is, what do we do about these? We have, over the past 3 years, we have identified transportation needs, we have identified risks and opportunities. What do we do about them? So the idea is that we present to you, we come to you with these actions, request board action. In my mind, the hard work is in front of us than behind us. And by that, what I mean is that it's almost like an annual visit to your doctor. The doctor says your blood pressure is high, do something about it. That was the easy part, right? And the hard part is the dietary changes and lifestyle changes that come after that. So, Madam Secretary, in the interest of time, I will go through some of the slides, and please pause me if I'm rushing through them. Next slide, please. This is a ritual that has been observed for every 3 to 4 years. So it has been done over the years. We have tried to be more strategic. In other words, we don't want to come to you with a list of laundry lists that the department can handle, OIP, VDOT can handle. And so we have identified 16 items that require your attention, and our plan is to come to you every year with these items and provide updates as to what we are doing. Next slide, please. So I will go through a set of 16 actions, and please stop me at any point, and I will try to be brief. So the first set of actions, the 3 actions, are related to the mega trend that we looked at, flooding risk, right? The very first action is that in order for us to have a good understanding of the risks that exist to our system, we need to have a good understanding of roadway elevation. We need to have better data on locally maintained roadways in Norfolk, in Falls Church, in several jurisdictions where we do not know how frequently roads are flooded. So that's number 1. So this action is saying we need to have a roadmap and come back to the board and saying that this is the investment that is required and our plan to address that. Number 2 is related to, and there was a presentation at the environmental subcommittee this morning, is we need to start evaluating how to incorporate this risk assessment in our decision making. And by decision making, I mean some of it is already being done. So for example, HRBT already started a practice of incorporating potential flooding risk into design. That is something that we can continue onto other odd specs as well. And number 3 is that this is a point that some of the board members have highlighted before, which is that transportation is only one of the many asset types that is going to be at risk. There are schools, hospitals, private infrastructure. So there is a need for collaboration among state agencies. What you saw this morning between VEDP and VDOT, similarly with other agencies, to see where perimeter protection, levees, might be a better option, because every infrastructure piece may not be able to address the risk, flooding risk that exists. So this is trying to say, let's work with our state partners to make sure that we are doing an optimal utilization of state resources. So those are the 3 items related to flooding risk. Again, these are actions that are here for your feedback and consideration, and I will, before I move on to the next slide, next set of actions, are there any questions or reactions to these?
Madam Secretary, do you want to take them by these categories, or do you want to wait till the end? I actually have something I want to say about this set.
Which do you prefer? Do you want to go through?
Madam Secretary.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Hines.
So I think this particular set of actions has way more urgency to it than some of the ones that follow. And I'm concerned that there's no horizon. There's a piece of me that says we have to have this data before we do round 6. We just have to. we can't keep putting lots of money on projects that are going to be at risk because of climate events, whether it's heavy rainfall or sea level rise. So I would like to see these be sharper, and I would like either, prior to round 6 or come back to us with some kind of a game plan. But I don't think there's anything to argue about here. We have to do this, and we need to convey a sense of urgency in how these are written that isn't there right now.
Madam Secretary?
Mr.
I would
Johnson.
just like to follow Mary's comments and say, basically, from my perspective, time is of the essence to be able to make something happen, recognizing the situation that we have. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here 5 or 10 years from now, and we're still looking and thinking about where we want to go and how we want to get there.
Madam Chairman, the heavy rainfall thing and the sea level rise are different in a sense. As a Hampton Roads person who's subject to sea level rise and has grown up on that water my whole life, it's a difficult situation to understand as it relates to roads, so how you deal with that. Because my premise has always been, and I want somebody to talk me out of it and explain to me why I'm not thinking clearly, is if we start raising roads because of sea level rise, that's really great, and if everything else is under the sea level, it really doesn't matter that we raise some roads and build them higher. So, Hampton Roads has got a foot or two. That's all we have, right? And so if we don't figure out a way to control sea level rise, if it continues, then you're talking abandonment. I mean, you can't raise Hampton Roads by 2 or 3 feet. You can't raise the naval base. You can't raise the port. You can't raise the schools, the hospitals, the city halls, all the buildings. If we're going to be, if that's our future, then the whole road thing is almost secondary to that problem. So in the meantime, before we figure that out, and there's a lot of smart people working real hard at it, and who knows what'll happen 20 years from now. I mean, it could reverse itself. But the point is, in the meantime, if we say, well, we're not going to build any roads because of sea level, or we're going to spend twice as much, that becomes a tricky wicket to sort of understand and work through. And so I'm with you, right? But they're different. And we just need to be cognizant of that. And we've started to do that. Now, obviously, if there's a low-lying place, yeah, and we can fix it, yeah. But just in general, to start raising stuff, and we've done that. I mean, FEMA, if you come to Norfolk and come where I live and look, there's houses that have been raised 7 feet off the ground, 7, 8 feet. It's bizarre looking, right? And that's fine, but there's hundreds of thousands of those that aren't, and they're never gonna be, right? And nor the buildings. So I'll leave it at that. I'm just saying that I hear you. I'm not sure that we're going to fix that in terms of how we allocate money in that region on those kinds of things. Otherwise, we just say we won't do any, right? We'll see what happens.
I think there's short-term, medium-term, and long-term. And I think right now we don't have our arms around any of it systematically or in a way that we can factor into our work. And that's my concern. Is we need some kind of a game plan. We need a set of policies that help guide us there.
I will say, we are already doing some of this. I mean, there was the Governor's Transportation Conference this week, and Mr. Stanton and Mr. Johnson, you were there. Were you there for the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel update? Yes. So you're looking, they're already raising the bridge. We're already incorporating resiliency standards into our work. So we're not starting from scratch. We're building on this awareness. I really do appreciate the sense of urgency that you're talking about. It does, I think, go hand in hand with the work that's taking place in VTRANS. Hopefully by January, a clearer path looking at sustainability, which, resiliency, there's nothing more important for the Hampton Roads region, quite frankly. decarbonization, stewardship measures, because we're looking at net zero, the investments we make. The smart scale factor, we're trying to incorporate this into smart scale, the screening process for resiliency. So work is already taking place. You're looking at it from a Commonwealth standpoint, from a long-term perspective. So could not agree with you more on what you're saying. Short-term, immediate, short-term, longer-term, how do we address this? And even capturing the data right now, Jatinder, right, Nick?
Right.
Looking at the maps.
To have a layer in the OIP map that identified where the hotspots are. That's
Where we collect data, where we don't collect data.
Right.
Anyway, so we are getting our arms around this. I think this is really important work for this board.
Madam Secretary. No, go ahead.
Just go ahead.
No, you go and then.
Mr. Snood.
There's another dimension very closely related to excess precipitation that I don't hear discussed, and that's slides.
Right.
Route 460 was totally closed for 4 days. That's a corridor of statewide significance for 4 days last summer. One of the 4 lanes is still not reopened and probably won't be for about a 3-mile stretch. And I think we need to recognize that slides, perhaps in the more mountainous areas where we won't see sea level rise, although we should still be concerned about it. But in the more mountainous areas, slides are directly related to precipitation.
And flooding.
Right.
Yeah, and to weather. And so I think in our plans, we should acknowledge that that's a component that's worthy of attention as well.
Do you have the map that shows the flooding across Virginia?
Madam Secretary, Dr. Smoot, absolutely. I think.
You're right. We do have that work, and it is shocking how it really impacts. After the hurricane, how many roads do we have closed? I mean, just flooding everywhere. Yes, Mr. Johnson.
A lot.
That means a bunch, but anyway. Oh, you know what, Mr. Johnson, I forgot to go back to the commissioner. I'm sorry.
So, Madam Secretary, I'd say that this particular slide, in prepping for the presentation today, in recognizing that number 12 on the agenda, which was going to be an update on the Virginia Institute of Marine Science recurrent flooding study, it is going to highlight the fact of the number of decisions that need to be made at an earlier point in time. This is not going to be something that's going to be able to be addressed in a 6-month time period, a 12-month time period, but the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
And so the sooner that we can start identifying those questions that need to be answered in a logical manner. And what Jatinder has here is, I think, 3 high-level items or issues that need to be dealt with. But to be, with all due respect, there's a lot of additional work and decisions that need to be made that would help craft many of these things that we have. One of which is the data collection. What do we need? Where do we need it? And then we've been talking, what you'll see in the other presentation, and I won't take this away from Mike Fitch, who's in the audience, but there's a definition of inundation. How long is a facility inaccessible? Is that facility inaccessible, 20 minutes out of the day? Or are we talking about 16 hours out of the day? And then that's going to help drive the decision-making on the policy end that this board is going to then be responsible for determining. It's not just about raising our roadways. It may just be that we are not going to make the continued investment in it. And I recall earlier conversations that where we have maintenance of items that maybe have inundation over a 12-hour or 16-hour period, that's time that maybe we need to start walking away from making a continual financial investment into that facility or looking to do things differently. Between Jatinder's presentation and the next presentation that was scheduled, I think there's a lot of food for thought, and that these topics need to come back to the board in longer than 20-minute intervals to be able to help frame what a policy would look at it And if it's the board's wishes, Madam Secretary, maybe this is, as Jitendra goes through this, you identify one or two items that the board's going to peel off and say, we're going to sink our teeth into it and set a time frame that we will have a policy that we can come back to it.
That is why I really want a path.
Yes.
For the Sustainability Office. We may have to rename it, we may call it something else, but we need a place to anchor this work. And so, anyway, don't know if I can get this done by January, but.
So, Madam Secretary, just for clarification purposes, are we adopting these words tomorrow as part of VTRANS?
Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, to your point, these actions are here because to get your feedback. In the resolution, we have identified responsible entities. It is the intent of OEP to report not only on 102, but on 16, as well as the risk opportunity every year on an annual basis. We can come back on the time frame aspect, Ms. Hines, much earlier than 12 months from now, and give you some realistic time frame as to how we will go about doing these. Some of these items also require discussion around resources, because while it is great to have data, but it may cost, it may require training with our local partner. So Ms. Hines, maybe we can include that item in the resolution and approach it that way.
I just am concerned that I was here for the last one, right? And the actions kind of fell off the face of the earth in terms of how our work got done. And I just feel like we should not allow that to happen this time. So I'd be happy to have them come back in January with at least a game plan for the next secretary and the board to talk about how we're going to move these things forward. Because the words, collaborate, develop, there's no pressure.
They're general, they're not systemic.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, and
Mr. Dunning, what is the timeline to get VTRANS approved?
So, Madam Chairman, Mayor Hines, yes, the intent was to adopt these. These are the what. I guess the point that you're kind of raising is the when and the how is not necessarily also in there.
well, and the what is vague, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I think, I'll say part of it was intentionally to be vague, because as you do the how, the what is, if you're too specific, you may figure out you box yourself in. The intent, though, is that these things are to happen. So again, I think Mr. Miller raised a fair point. We shouldn't just go around willy-nilly raising every road because we're just doing a project. The exact opposite. We should get a bunch of data, we should do some risk-based assessments, and then we should develop policies about when we do and don't do it. To the commissioner's point, which is going to take a variety of factors that if I tried to list, I would miss a million of them. So that is the kind of the intent here. If you guys are saying you want us you want to make sure that something specific comes back to you and other things, I think we can try and figure out how to work with you on that and include words to that effect if these words are too general. I guess what I'm trying to convey is the vagueness is not a lack of desire or anything of that nature. Part of it was just to ensure that we didn't.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That we didn't write too specifically, but if what you're saying we're also missing is specifically saying, yes, we're coming back to you, and all of those things. I think there's ways to incorporate those types of words as we move forward with the how and the when.
This isn't necessarily a how and when document.
It's not.
No, it was a what.
You're identifying.
That's correct.
I just don't know if, if we voted on it in January, does that put you behind? Do we need to get this to the General Assembly?
The intent was to submit this to the General Assembly later this year, but Madam Chair, it's a board document, so.
Madam Secretary, we assume that the new administration is going to follow the current administration on this issue. The new administration might come in and not follow. Maybe I'm not trying to throw cold water on everything, but it's obvious.
I think part of, but that may be true, but part of why you have a Commonwealth Transportation Board is that you take politics out of these decisions and the board is moving this. So that's what I would say.
I agree with everything everybody's saying.
Okay.
I'm just
but we can, we'll talk about it. Let's go through the presentation and then we can figure out timing.
And Madam Secretary, I think, again, some of these items may require, our intent is, one, is to have a central place so that these items do not get lost in the translation, and they all get monitored and reported to. Next slide, please. So we looked at we had 4 mega trends. We looked at the first one, which is flooding. The second one is technology. So there are 2 slides. The action number 4 here, it's essentially saying that we have our data collection systems are prepared for how the cars are built, right? Cars are mechanical devices. Right now, we know how many trucks are on Virginia's roads. We know how many SUVs on Virginia's road, what model. We have the registration. Number 4, what it is trying to do is, to the presentation that was early in the day on safety, some of these vehicles are becoming more of computer devices. So you can have not to use a brand name, but a very high-tech car. It is using the same hardware, but what differentiates it is a software piece. So you can buy a Tesla that has an automation package, and you can buy a Tesla which does not. So what this is trying to do is in action 4, that we should figure out a way to have a better understanding of the vehicle capabilities that exist on Virginia's roadway, so that we are better prepared to make our investments, whether they are through a highway safety improvement plan or through roadway improvement plans. Number 5 is trying to get to this idea that automated vehicles are going to be as smart as the data that they are able to obtain, right? This data has to come from the infrastructure owners. So in this case, the department and DRPT, working with OIP, can start practicing foundational digital practices, as they are called, to start capturing asset information in digital format so that the private sector can utilize them. Number 6 is, again, related to deployment. If there is a private sector partner that comes to the state and wants to deploy a vehicle to infrastructure, this is to enable it and allow them to test these vehicles and the technologies. Next slide, please. 7, 8, and 9, again, are related to technology. So number 7 is, again, trying to get to the point that automated vehicles and connected vehicles are going to be as smart as the data that they are able to obtain from asset owners. So we should make more of our data available to them so that we can improve safety, we can reduce congestion, and we can make vehicles smarter and save lives. Number 8 is trying to get to this idea of the video that we saw. There are several opportunities that are in front of us. There are 19 risks and opportunities, and several of them are related to automated and electric vehicles. Number 8 is trying to get to this idea that let's look at the barriers that may exist. So for example, for a small jurisdiction in southwest Virginia, the barrier might be to update their building code so that they can provide latest information to someone who may want to install an electric charging station. So this is something that is to be done by private sector. We can try to facilitate that through technical assistance and other means. Number 9, which I think is going to be a bigger and bigger issue in the coming years, which is curb management practices. And curb is essentially being utilized right now by Uber, Lyft, e-commerce, so delivery vehicles, parking, transit, scooters, and electric bike. So there is a lot of demand for these vehicles and services, and there is only limited curb space. This area typically has been under the jurisdiction of local entities. FHWA has started active research, and this action is trying to establish some best practices for local jurisdictions to make the most of the opportunities that exist. So curb management, again, refers to how we deal with delivery vehicles, how we deal with scooters, transit vehicles that are all competing for the same curb space, especially in the dense urbanized areas. So the last slide and this slide had 6 actions related to the preparing for the technological changes that we see in the coming years. Next slide, please. The next set of actions are related to, the strategic actions are related to the entire plan. So this is related to the transportation needs that the board has identified. So the board has developed a process to identify transportation needs in a transparent, replicable manner. Today, every citizen or stakeholder can look at transportation that may needs that may exist along a particular roadway. And this process is, number 10 is trying to say, let's replicate that for interstate as well to facilitate communication with our stakeholders. We received several questions as to what the difference is, the needs that were identified for interstate in VTRANS. So this is trying to say, let's formalize a process that ensures consistency for the sake of communication. Number 11 is essentially extending what you saw from my colleague Margie Ray earlier in the day. She made a presentation on how we are doing on SmartScale investment. So what this is trying to do is we should do more of it and for more programs in the coming years. Number 12 is related to project pipeline. My colleague Chad Tucker made a presentation to the board last month, or I believe it was a month before that, where he identified where he addressed how we are addressing transportation needs that the board has identified. So this is to establish a cycle so that we can do those studies on a regular basis and not only address the priority 1 locations that the board has already directed us to do, but maybe even go down to the level priority 2 locations in the coming cycles. Next slide, please. Number 13 and 14 are essentially, to Ms. Hines' point, were in the previous plan. So they are sort of carryovers from the last plan, which is to say that let's evaluate a combined dashboard where any citizen or stakeholder can look at the performance and delivery of projects that are in the 6-year improvement program. Number 14 is trying to, again, say that to make things easier for local stakeholders, have a one-stop access to all the state funding program. Several of those are already included in the Smart Portal, so this is to say, let's evaluate if we can add more and make things easier for those that are seeking state funds. Next slide, please. And this last slide is trying to get to the sort of the overarching items. So we have identified 19 risks and opportunities that we plan on monitoring, and the board action that we are requesting tomorrow is on that policy. And that policy will allow us to come back to the board and say, report on how we are doing on those risks and opportunities. Number 15 is say, beyond that, we need to look at the roles and responsibilities for some of the emerging issues where we do not have those very well defined, or maybe we need to define them differently. Those issues, for example, curb management, shared mobility, automated, aerial vehicles. Number 16 is finally, in order for us to address these items that are included in the 2021 Risk and Opportunity Register, 19 of them, this item is trying to put OIP in a position to be staff to the board on addressing these items, and as required by the code 2.2.22.9, help the board in the development of a comprehensive transportation policy. So again, Madam Secretary, we looked at the long-term risks and opportunities. This is the last piece in the VTRANS, which is trying to get to strategic actions that the board can consider in the coming years. That was the last slide.
Yes.
Actually, there's one more slide which is trying to get to. Next. So our intent was to request board action on the draft policy for the long-term risk and opportunity register, and the strategic actions. To the guidance that we receive from the board members, we can see how we can put some time frames around them to address that, or maybe convey the urgency that the board feels that exists, and maybe come back to the board tomorrow.
I was going to ask if Mr. Donahue might be able to get with Ms. Hines and see, because it's really on the flooding issue in this particular program.
I would say that is the one where I feel like there's all of the technology stuff we've been tracking for a while. Everybody's been tracking. I feel like this the climate risk stuff is really emerging and is pressing for the Commonwealth.
And you're really going to enjoy Mike Fitch's presentation. I will say that.
Yeah.
You know, Mike, I don't know if I can get to it tonight, but it's really, really well done. I mean, you know, again, it presents the urgency that I think you are looking for too. But so, Nick, could you get with Mary and
Yeah,
see if
absolutely. We can
improve
write
that?
some words and get those around to the board this evening, and certainly, you know, in the morning when we continue on the workshop agenda before we
Yeah,
get to
because
that.
then we'll even see Mr. Fitch's before.
Yes.
We'll have that vote. Mr. Rucker.
Jatinder, I really love the way that you laid this out, and I agree with Ms. Hines with reference to some elements of specificity that really need to be added here. I wanted to ask in the vein of technology, I don't know if it's incorporated in element number 5, but there are a variety of communities like mine that are continuously impacted by traffic stoppages as a consequence of Waze and other services. Our lives are turned upside down on an ongoing basis, and the communities really need someone looking out for them in this vein. Does that fall within that category?
Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, Mr. Dean Rucker, I think that's a great question. So in VTRANS, we do identify midterm needs. So the things that we are experiencing today. Whereas this policy is trying to say things that are on the horizon, things that are external.
Issue, that's why I bring it up.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. I think, Madam Chair, Dean Rucker, I think if we are doing things right, I think we are capturing them as part of the midterm needs. I think to your point, I do see room for improvement to capture some of the operational issues. And the reason I mentioned midterm needs, because communities want to get those issues addressed today, right? As opposed to have a plan for 20 years from now, right? If we identify, and that is an improvement that we can look at for the next round of VTRANS midterm needs when we come back to the board with potential policy changes, and we can identify some ways to address that so that they become eligible for SmartScale funding and become eligible for priority consideration in revenue sharing program. So that's a very valid point, and I think we can start working towards it, because we will be coming back to the board on that midterm policy, how we identify transportation needs that needs to be addressed through SmartScale, revenue sharing, and other programs in not too distant future, and we can bring a policy consideration to that effect. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. Again, for places that I call home in my district, it is a significant issue that's not dissipating at all.
Absolutely. If I may add one point to that OIP does offer a technical assistance program. So if you have a community that is experiencing that issue, there is a technical assistance program where we can analyze that allows OIP to work with the locality, analyze that issue, and maybe identify some solutions for the immediate implementation. So we can reach out to those localities and make sure that they are aware of the technical assistance program as well, so that we can start working towards those in the near term as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Mr. Donahue and Ms. Hines are going to improve the language for flooding, and we're going to see Mr. Fitch's presentation before you have a final vote, because anyway, much to learn. Mike, do you have in your presentation a statewide map of flooding? Is it mostly focused over? Okay, do you have one? Is there one that exists? I've seen them, but I don't know if it's with you. All right, well, maybe, if not by tomorrow, by January.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we have a map that, to Dr. Smoot's point earlier, we looked at not only sea level rise, we looked at storm surge and inland flooding, especially in the areas that you mentioned. And that's where we found that we need to do a better job of data collection, because we received a comment from one of the stakeholders in Falls Church saying that we had an incident here, it's not recorded, and we knew why that was. So, Dr. Smoot, we do have a map, and we can share that link with you as well as other board members.
Anyway, at least to be in development.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Johnson.
If I'm not mistaken, Virginia Institute of Marine Science has that information available.
Well, and that's who they're doing the study with.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's my
So,
take.
anyway,
So-
I know, I have seen them, and it's just really impactful when you see the flooding that can take place in Virginia. So, anyway, we'll see what we can do. Mr. Donahue, are you ready?
I'm always ready.
That is the right answer.
Which presentation do you want me to do?
14, 15, are you doing both?
We just need to do 14 today for
Okay.
brevity's sake.
So are you doing 14 tomorrow?
I believe I'm doing 15 tomorrow. I'm doing part 3 today.
That's part 3, yeah.
It's number 14.
And 14's in our email, Carol, is it?
Yes, and that is my fault.
Or, yeah, it's in the email, okay.
Part 3, right?
Yep,
14.
part 3.
Yeah, that's part 3.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, as you pull that up and they pull the presentation up, this is the third part in our discussion on transportation revenues and opportunities. We separated the presentation this month because one is short-term looking at the allocation of the FY21 Commonwealth Transportation Fund surplus, which we've been talking with you all about for several months. The second part of this presentation, which will be after that during your workshop today or tomorrow, whenever it is given, is more forward-looking about the federal infrastructure bill, the December revenue forecast, and other things of that nature. So I just wanted to explain why kind of today it's a two-part presentation. This presentation has an action item associated with it. The other one does not, and is more talking about future-oriented work that will be coming back before you to help you plan for kind of the 6-year program and other updates in the new year. So there's not an action associated with that at today's meeting. So if we go to the next slide. Quick reminder, we had a surplus in the Commonwealth Transportation Fund in FY21. We had about $365 million more than expected. Now again, the base estimate there was an estimate that was reduced dramatically because of COVID. But however, with these collections, we're actually above where we thought we were going to be in March of 2020 after the passage of the omnibus bill. This $365 million gets cut up in 2 ways. A small portion of it, because it is distributed by formula, goes directly to a variety of agencies, and that is outside of the allocation purview of this board. So the Port of Virginia gets a fixed percentage of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. That money just goes there, doesn't come here. Same thing with the other entities that you see listed kind of up there. And so we're really focused today on the $344.6 million that is available for allocation by the board. Next slide. We've talked about these, so everything on this slide is a repeat of the discussion from last month. So there's really kind of 2 tiers of allocations here. That first $49.8 million, which is restoring, again, omnibus spending kind of as we were directed to prioritize by the Appropriations Act. There's $10 million in there for safety. You just saw a bunch of presentations about that, but I'll get into it more. There's around $40 million in there for transit, and then the remaining amount, that $295 million, is the kind of the priority projects from round 4 of SmartScale, along with other priority projects. If you're saying what is other priority projects, that's that $3 million for Route 1 I referenced earlier as kind of the residual amount in the surplus not otherwise allocated to projects. So just to be very clear and explicit about that. So if we go to the next slide. For the $10 million in safety, again, and this is just restoring previously planned omnibus spending that was reduced because of the revised revenue estimates from COVID. This is the additional funding that will help fund some of those systemic improvements that Mr. Cole outlined earlier. So this is kind of the VDOT portion there, the infrastructure funding, and helping us move those forward at a more accelerated rate. That's what this $10 million will do. Next slide. Of the $39.8 million for transit, $1.6 million is recommended to go to the Transit Ridership Incentive Program for those 2 Tier 2 projects that you all discussed at length at the October board meeting. The remaining amount is recommended to go entirely into transit capital. That recommendation is based on 2 key data points. The first is the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission did a year-long review, and I believe you all got surveys and other questions along the line of transportation revenues and programs. As a part of that, one of their key recommendations was to put an outsized portion of the FY21 Commonwealth Transportation Fund surplus for transit into capital because there was there were needs there since they saw, particularly the minor enhancement side, that were not addressed due to revenue levels. And then also there's been a large amount of transit operating support provided by the federal government over the last 12 or 18 months in these COVID bills. And so with that kind of those large federal allocations to many of these agencies, we thought the capital funding was one, in line with the JLARC review, but then two, also was addressing an area where there had not been kind of that larger federal support provided over the last 18 months. And so that would, though the funding there is recommended to go to enhancements that were evaluated in the previous round of the merit process, in line with some of the kind of project benefit thresholds that have previously been used by the board to award merit funding. Next slide. So the remaining fund, and as I typically do, I am not going to read these projects, but your districts and the Intermodal office has been in contact with you guys. Most of these are the exact same as what you saw last month. If they are different because you asked us to make them different. So I want to stress that. There are no projects added in here by us, with the exception of the $3 million for Route 1, which was the residual amount of the $295 million that was available after we had all of your feedback about which projects you wanted to see kind of your district share allocated to. And so again, I don't believe there's been any changes made to the Bristol district or in the Culpeper district. I think there was one change in the Fredericksburg district. If you go to the next slide, we had a change in the Hampton Roads district to help cover some FHWA requirements for the I-64 Denby interchange in Newport News. In Lynchburg, there was some additional funding going to the Route 221 intersection improvements, as well as another $1.5 million going to a project in Campbell County. In Northern Virginia, if you go to the next slide, there's no changes. You do see that $3.9 million for the Route 1. That is a part of the $134.4 million I referenced earlier. And to be as clear as I can be, this was the magic to 3.9 is there's no magic. We added up the value of all the projects you all identified, subtracted 295 from that, and what was the residual amount was 3.9 million. And so to put that money to use somewhere, and again, help us complete that funding package of 134.4, we added the $3.9 million there. So again, just want to really be as clear as I can be about that, as I earlier was not as clear as I should have been. In Richmond, there was a request by the district member to put the funding on the Fall Line Trail to help match $104 million that was allocated by the Central Virginia Transportation Authority last week to the Fall Line. And so again, helping get this trail almost to kind of full funding. Not quite there, but getting it much closer.
And that was Mr. Brown's recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. And I spoke with him on his way out, and I told him I was going to say that out loud, and he said, absolutely, that's what I want to see happen. So
just wanted to make sure.
Yes, ma'am. And then next slide. Oh, that was the last slide. So again, those were the projects. It is the same list in October, except where you all as board members asked us to change these things in your district, and the $3.9 million that was added for the Route 1 corridor improvements as a part of the Amazon HQ2. Otherwise, that list should be extremely familiar to you, and where it is different, I hope it is familiar to you in your district, because my understanding is those are changes that came from each of you all as board members. And I hope everyone's going to nod their heads as I say that, because that is very much my understanding.
Mr. Merrill, is that a nod?
Oh, yeah, I like this. I was just going to say, since Mr. Brown and Mr. Williams are departed, could we just go ahead and transfer their money to the Sand District?
I believe the majority vote rules.
Particularly Mr. Kasparitz is gone, too. Let's get his...
Wow. I do think this was a good process, and I think it's been well received by the communities that we've floated this possibility to our jurisdictions and government agencies and also the MPOs, and they were very excited about it.
Everybody had a say in how we did it, and so we've been talking about this for a while. Mr. Miller.
Can you review the process for me for this money going forward, please?
And Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, just to make sure I understand it correctly, are you saying specifically the FY21 surplus, or if there's a surplus in 22?
The surplus we just looked at.
So what we are asking for is there's a resolution before you all tomorrow that has the three allocations that we talked about, the 10 for safety, the 39.8 for transit, and the 295 for those priority projects. And if it is approved by the board, it would allocate the funds to those purposes. Again, this is the 21 surplus that does nothing to do with the December revenue forecast or the federal infrastructure bill. And so what would happen then is the commissioner and his team will start working to schedule those projects to bring them forward.
Secretary?
So this was presented in, I know, October, September too?
We started in September. We came back
started
in
in
October.
September, yeah.
Yeah,
Mr. Dodson.
I would say Ms. Pryor's been wonderful. She's
Aw.
the blessing to take care of all of our.
It's Ms. Oh, look, Ms. Pryor,
She did a
thank
great
you.
job. I know I was at the last moment.
You know
We
what?
worked on it really hard and really appreciate her.
You know, she
her
does
diligence
do
and
an
patience.
excellent job. Yes, she does.
Yeah, exactly.
Madam Chair,
Nick, he's just a spokes guy, okay? He's a front guy.
Madam Chair, I'm out of money for raises, so Kim's going to have to stay in the back.
Kim, let's talk.
Money's sitting there.
Yes.
You get to spend it.
So, anyway, there's action on this tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and then in December, we'll know what the new forecast is. I know that there were many things, many things that we were determined to try to address, that we can address until the new budget comes out, which is, I think, December 17th, 18th. 15th. And so when that comes out, we're going to come back to you in January and let you know how we're trying to fulfill all the commitments that we have made to you all. Finally coming back on revenue sharing. So anyway, that was one of them, trying to clean it up. So any more questions? All right, so it's 5 o'clock.
I've sent everybody a note. We've pushed the dinner back. They're expecting us between 6:45 and 7.
Try to get there, yeah.
Yes, so I've sent you the time when the shuttle will be there.
So most of us have not checked in yet, I know, so we need to, a few have not checked in. So I'm going to leave this to you because we're still going to have work in the morning. I know it's going to go long. Would you all like to end now? Mr.
All right, I don't know about the rest of it.
Okay.
Comment will be tomorrow. I'd like to get a
What time?
definitive on that.
Public comment is going to be at the beginning of the action meeting, which isn't slated to start until the workshop ends.
Right. How much time do you think we're gonna have a workshop tomorrow?
I was asking the commissioner, what can we put off to January? But we're going to have the transit equity, Route 58, Route 28, Mike Fitch. I think we can move the noise.
Noise is gone.
And JLARC, can we do JLARC in January, Nick?
Yes, the JLARC was just to give the board an update on that review.
You let JLARC know so that we'll move those.
To cover part 4 tomorrow?
We have to do the bridge.
15 and 16.
Just concerned for public comment, people are expecting 9 o'clock, and, you know, can we give them a definitive time, or?
We do it at 9 o'clock and then revert to the workshop.
I know it's off of 64.
Yeah, we have.
I'll show you.
What's the exit off of 64?
I'm gonna show you right here.
So Julie, can we suspend the workshop?
Suspend.
We call the meeting to order and then, of course, we have to suspend that, right?
Did it till tomorrow.
We'd have to open the action meeting. I don't know, I'll talk to Julie. You'll know tonight.
Right.
Okay, so what time is the shuttle picking us up, Carol?
6:15? Okay, so, Mr. Stant, you win.
Is there a,
I just learned I was a mature driver, so I didn't know that, but
West Broad,
now I know why I'm tired.
right?
Mr. Folks,
I just
You're gonna
wonder
go
how
west
long
on
you
West
expect
Broad.
tomorrow's meeting to last?
I would say to prepare for noon,
This is Big Town Center, Short Pump Town Center. and the high
which
school there, so
is not that out of line
That
with,
would be amazing.
yes, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, maybe one.
I think one
So
is
right
safer.
now, I'm going
Eat
to
breakfast.
suspend the workshop, reconvene 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I thank Good morning, everybody. Good morning. And I really, really appreciate y'all giving me a few extra minutes this morning to conduct some work. So we are going to resume the workshop. We are going to pause at 10 o'clock for public comment, and then we'll resume with the workshop. We'll try to finish up everything. We'll go into the action meeting. So that's somewhat the plan, Ms. Mathis. And so with that, is Grant here this morning? Grant Sparks? We're all working. Good morning.
We have a slide deck. There we go. All right. Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. This morning I'll be providing an overview and an update of the House Joint Resolution 542, Virginia Transit Equity and Modernization Study, which is an important initiative the DRPT is currently undertaking. Planning phase of this study, so we want to give you a briefing on the progress to date and some of the initial findings of the study. Next slide, please. So first, a little bit of background on the study. Earlier this calendar year, House Joint Resolution 542 passed in the General Assembly with strong support from transit stakeholders. The resolution requires the DRPT to explore a variety of topics and develop recommendations for advancing transit equity and modernization efforts throughout the Commonwealth. In addition to transit equity and modernization, the legislation requires us to explore 6 additional topics. Those 6 topics are listed on the screen. We have transit accessibility, the adequacy of transit infrastructure, emerging technologies in transit, transit electrification, transit safety, transit system engagement and governance. And then also the legislation specifically calls out that we must put an emphasis on engagement opportunities for underrepresented and underserved communities. Next slide, please. So at the onset of this study, we had to establish some high-level goals. First and foremost, we wanted to identify transit agency, rider, and stakeholder needs as it relates to the different topic areas in HJ 542. We also wanted to develop an action plan to address those needs. And then last but not least, we wanted to define underrepresented and underserved communities. So not just determine the characteristics of these communities, but also understand where they're located and what voice they have in the transit decision-making process. Next slide. Then as it relates to the 6 topic areas that I mentioned earlier on, there are a number of key issues that we will seek to address throughout the study development process. We will be conducting an opportunities and gap assessment of transit service supply versus demand to measure accessibility, and we will also be taking a close look at whether those gaps are disproportionately located in certain regions or if they have other common characteristics. We are looking at needs and barriers to improve transit infrastructure, so that's not just transit facilities, but also bus stops, bus stations, the journey to and from the bus stop. We will be looking at opportunities to reduce the carbon footprint through bus electrification. The big question that we will be asking here is, what will it take to electrify the entire statewide transit fleet? We'll be looking at strategies to inform the implementation of emerging technologies. So how can DRPT accelerate the adoption of some of these technologies? We'll be looking at opportunities to enhance passenger and transit employee safety. So looking at things like whether or not lessons learned from COVID might be worth implementing in a longer term capacity. And then also, we'll be developing a framework for identifying and engaging disadvantaged populations and underserved communities. So again, we want to understand how vulnerable populations can best be engaged and included in the transit decision-making process. Next slide. So as for the study process and timeline, we've broken the study into 3 primary phases. The data collection phase wrapped up in September, and we're currently wrapping up the baseline conditions phase. As we move into the new calendar, a calendar year, we'll be pivoting and focusing on our action planning. Highlighted in red there, we do have 2 key deliverables for the study that were mentioned in House Joint Resolution 542. The first deliverable is the interim study report, which is due to the General Assembly this month. And then the final study report is due to the General Assembly in August of 2022. Next slide. So to give you an update on what we've done thus far, I mentioned that we have completed the data collection phase of the study. We have reviewed dozens of plans, policies, and data as it relates to these various topic areas, ranging from Title VI plans, public participation plans, GIS data, bus stop design guidelines, and other sources of information. Early on in the study development process, we distributed a transit agency survey to all 39 transit agencies in the Commonwealth. It was a pretty comprehensive survey where we asked over 50 questions, detailed questions with respect to these different topic areas, and we did receive a 100% response rate from all of our agencies. We also conducted 7 rider focus groups. This was our opportunity to actually speak with transit riders throughout the Commonwealth and get an understanding of their needs as it relates to these topic areas. We did get diverse representation on these focus groups, whether it be different geographies. We also got some paratransit users, some fixed route users, and some commuters on the rider focus groups. And we really tried to get folks who represented groups of riders on those focus groups as well to kind of expand our knowledge base. And then also we developed transit agency outreach kits. This was just to raise awareness of the study. We developed some marketing materials and distributed those materials to all of our transit agencies. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we're in the baseline conditions phase of the study. These 4 bullets here are actually ongoing activities. We established a transit equity committee, which consists of 12 transit agency executives in the Commonwealth. This group serves as an advisory committee throughout the study development process. We also developed technical working groups for each of these topic areas. These working groups are more staff level participants. These are transit agency staff, DRPT staff. We have industry partners. We have representation from VDOT and now OIB and some of our other partners in the state, as well as some national thought leaders with respect to some of these areas. We have also brought them into these technical working groups. We've also conducted a series of stakeholder meetings. These are regular check-ins with some of the stakeholders that were supportive of House Joint Resolution 542. So we're holding those as well. And then also we've gone on a roadshow doing agency briefings to MPOs, transit agencies, regional authorities to raise awareness of the study and what we plan to do over the coming months. Next slide. And then, as I mentioned, we're moving into the action plan. And so the interim study report will be submitted to the General Assembly this month. We are planning a virtual transit forum in the spring. This is going to be a public forum, and it will be virtual to not only raise awareness of the study, but also bring to light some of the key themes that we've uncovered throughout the study process thus far. And we'll be, again, submitting the final study report to the General Assembly in August. Next slide. So in terms of some of the initial themes that we've uncovered thus far, the first 2 bullet points here are somewhat related. Many bus stops are poorly placed and not well connected to the sidewalk network. And then also basic transit infrastructure such as shelters, benches, lighting are lacking. And these are issues that we've heard consistently with everyone we've talked to. transit agencies, riders, and stakeholders have all brought this forward as a significant issue and need. Also, there is a significant interest from Virginia's transit agencies to electrify their fleets and adopt newer technologies, but additional resources are required to do so. Funding is a serious problem, but they've also, especially from our transit agencies, have identified that a skilled workforce is required, more training is required, as well as technical assistance. Specific to the bus electrification, we've also heard concerns about battery capacities and the impact on operations, as well as more training to train the maintenance groups or the maintenance staff on how to maintain electric vehicles. Also, many transit agencies are interested in piloting zero fare service to overcome the barriers to transit access. I think our recently formed TRIP program has certainly gained some awareness of the benefits of zero fare transit, and so more agencies are interested in implementing such practices. Most transit agencies do not have rider advisory boards or committees. This was kind of surprising to us that only a third of the transit agencies in the Commonwealth currently have a board or committee that consists of transit riders that advises the governing board of that transit agency. And then last but not least on that slide was that equity and modernization can be incorporated more into our state guidance and requirements, as well as our funding programs for public transportation. Slide. So as we wrap up the baseline conditions and needs assessment phase of the study and move into the action planning, we did want to just mention that the action plan will include recommendations and specific recommendations and strategies that address barriers by these different topic areas. We will have next steps, any coordination that's required, the timeline for implementing such strategies, as well as we will assign responsibility to certain agencies, whether that be DRPT, the transit agencies themselves, MPOs, or other partners. And then the last point I wanted to make was that DRPT is anticipating that the study action plan will advise some changes to our transit funding programs and policies, as well as the development of future plans. Just some examples of that we put on the screen here in this last bullet point is that some policy changes may include the modification to our merit capital prioritization program and our merit operating assistance formula program. Those are our two key funding programs for public transportation, and then as well as our innovation and technology enhancements. We already have a demonstration grant program, but we're also thinking that there may be ways to enhance that program as well. Next slide. So I guess the last thing I did want to just quickly mention that we do have a study website. It is VA Transit.
I'm sorry, two questions. Yeah. Were you also looking at some of the transit that takes people like the Mountain Express, the Athens Express that goes into Charlottesville from Stanton? Or are you looking at just urban environments? And secondly, what was your universe of municipalities that were included in the study? Do you include big cities, small cities, anybody?
Yes, so this is a good question. This is a statewide study, so it includes everything. The Afton Express is certainly on there, and we were heavily involved in the development of that service. But no, it includes rural areas, suburban areas, and urban areas.
Madam Secretary. Further to Mr. Merrill's comment, transit occurs in many different ways, and I think it would be very helpful just up front in this study to present what is within the scope of the study and what is not within it. I mean, I guess in reading through it, I concluded it must include, quote, bus systems, but it does not include then a lot of transit that goes on. Virginia Railway Express, Virginia Breeze, yada, yada, yada. So just editorially, tell us up front what this study focuses on.
Yes, good question as well. So VRE, Virginia Railway Express, is included in this?
It is.
Yes, that's not the focus of the study. It's a statewide study, so we're trying to include all public transportation systems. VRE commuter services is included. commuter services, whether it be in Hampton Roads, Richmond, or Northern Virginia, as well as Roanoke are included. Fixed route systems, which are more localized systems, are included. Bus rapid transit, demand responsive systems, which are more typically located in more rural areas, those are included. Paratransit service for disabled communities, or disabled passengers rather, is also included. So it includes all modes of public transportation, with the exception of heavy rail in Northern Virginia. House Joint Resolution 542 specifically says that WMATA is not included as part of this study. So all other transit services and systems are.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tonk.
Thank you. One area, among many areas of concern, is the basic transit infrastructure and the lack of shelter and lighting and benches, et cetera. Is there a limited funding for that, or why is that so poorly addressed?
So the bus stop it's hard. It's a hard issue to deal with. Our capital program, our merit capital program, is mostly a state of good repair program to replace buses and facilities. So that is one of the opportunities that I think we've already kind of thought through, is how we can fund more bus stop, shelter, bench types of projects through that merit capital program. But right now, our just the capacity of that program, mostly we are dealing with buses and replacing those to keep them in a state of good repair.
So would that require a policy change to
Yes.
dedicate
Yep.
specific funding for that? Okay, thank you.
Dr. Mitchell.
If I may, some of you that have been on the board for a while may recall that a few years ago we had a Transit Capital Revenue Advisory Board. Mr. William here's, actually in addition to TISDEC. It was a separate committee that Mr. Williams here was a chair of. And one of the outcomes of that group was a recommendation that the program focus on state of good repair and have, I think, at least a minimum of 85% of our transit capital funding go to state of good repair every year. And after that, then we would fund things that are referred to as minor enhancements or major expansions. That is a CTB policy that's in place. It's not a legislative requirement. One of the things that I think may come out of the study is that a lot of that infrastructure falls under those other two categories that get the smaller piece of the pie, and they get funded last after we prioritize all of the state of good repair improvements. And so, and usually the cutoff comes at our available funding. And so one thing that we may want to look at with TISDEC, our other advisory committee, in the future is, does it make sense to draw a different line between those two to provide, or maybe different levels of match funding or something to allow more state funding to go to things like that, aside from just doing state of good repair. Both are very important. There's also federal funding sources that can be used to address some of these other needs too. But that is really when Grant is saying that, yeah, that's the difference there, is that there's not enough money. It's really, a lot of it's based on that CTB policy with that 85% prioritization. So.
Madam Secretary?
Ms. Hines.
I will just say, when I was on the Metro Board, this was an area that we really dove into. Up in Northern Virginia, the cost of the shelters and the stops is entirely on the local governments. And so there was, it just kind of fell. And we were looking at trying to increase bus ridership and trying to increase accessibility to our buses for people who were in wheelchairs or who had other mobility issues. And in the end, increasing that ridership comes fundamentally down to, is there a sidewalk? Is there a safe place to wait? And sometimes based on volume of rider, is there a shelter? Ironically, we give shelters in busier places where there are more people congregating, but the people who are standing out on the road waiting for the less frequent bus are the people who actually need the shelter. But the warrants don't work that way for when you put them in. So I'm really happy to see this identified. I think having some way for localities to maximize their dollars with a matching program would be, I think, very welcome in the local government category. Just like we do revenue sharing for some road projects, this would really You know, and honestly, at NVTA, these are the kinds of things we can't really fund at NVTA either. So, so I think this is very needed. And the other fact that I think we don't always acknowledge is that when bus ridership goes up, we get additional federal dollars because bus ridership has gone up. So it's not a straight line. This is always out of your pocket. There's money that comes back. So I think this is an area, it's a low-cost area with a potentially big bang.
I've always wondered if there could be a program where private industry sponsored shelters in exchange for the ability to advertise.
He does that. That's a policy that, I mean, we chose not to do that in Virginia at the time I was on the Metro Board, but DC does it.
So many opportunities. Mr. Brown.
Is TAP funding available or eligible to fund shelters? Could you use?
I believe so, yes.
The TAP funding, alternatives, I believe so.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen a request from many of my jurisdictions to use the TAP money for that.
That's really interesting because I don't recall either.
That's a completely, I know that with BRT, some of the improvements that we've had to make have been pretty significant. And so there, at times $2 or $3 million to widen a bus stop and, I guess maybe because we're dealing with easements or right-of-ways or what have you. But if it's merely, if not merely, but if simply building or constructing a shelter, I mean, that seems to be very accessible to do with TAP dollars.
And the sidewalk to approach it.
Sidewalk. I know we've gotten sidewalks before, so I know that's in there, but just making that connection. So, Director Mitchell, also in 2022, you're going to be going through the merit program as well. Just as we do with SmartScale, merit is how we allocate operating and capital funds in transit, and going back and looking at this 3-year period. And so there may be opportunities through merit as well to address it. And it was one of the issues that actually came out of the JLARC study that I think also supports this effort. Right. Even though the JLARC story is a good story, there were some, I think, very good points that did come from it that I think support many of these efforts. So, anything else? Mr. Yates.
We're not prohibitive, and we don't have to change any laws or ordinances to
I
do
believe,
advertising.
Sorry?
Do advertising, but the private industry, we don't have to change anything?
In the bus shelters?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about, Mr. Donahue, would we have to change any laws? If we had private business support bus shelters or improvements, and they advertised, would we have to change anything to allow that to happen?
So I think Madam Chair, Mr. Yates, I think that's actually the purview of the local transit agencies. I don't believe there's any legal prohibition from it. So if you see buses in your communities, they tend to have advertisements on them. And so, I know some of the bus shelters I think I've seen in Richmond actually have advertisements kind of already on there. I know that is definitely the case in Northern Virginia. And so I think there's nothing that I'm aware of that inhibits a local agency from doing that. I would also say, absent a board policy, there's nothing you can do to force their hands either. You could encourage them or do other things if you chose to through board policy, but it's kind of the purview at the moment of each of those kind of transit agencies.
The localities can take the initiative, in other words.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and some agencies do have very aggressive advertising programs, but I will say as well, and I know this is sometimes been an issue in a number of systems, they also, though, do attempt to draw some lines with the types of advertising, and I know that was an issue with Metro. It's a very complicated decision that the localities make about the types of advertising that they want to see on publicly funded infrastructure. So,
But a very needed study, and so thank you very much for being here this morning. So, Mr. Donahue, are you going to go next with part 4?
With your indulgence, yes.
I will say that there is an announcement this morning with the governor that we were all intending or hoping to go, but we're going to I may need to send some people, so that's why Mr. Dunhu's going out of line, breaking into line.
What are we doing?
Well, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is part 4 of your multi-part update on transportation revenues and opportunities. Yesterday, we were talking about things that there was action on kind of today and project-specific stuff. At the outset of this presentation, I want to kind of just level set of what are we talking about. This is all forward, future-looking, and it's talking about programmatic items and programmatic allocations. Nothing in this presentation is going to talk about this project versus that project or other things. This is really helping set the stage for you all and talking about some of the things we'll be bringing back to you in January on a programmatic basis so that they will then be available for the development of the 6-year improvement program next spring. So if you go to the next slide, there's 2 kind of key things that have caused us to want to have this discussion today. The first is there's a gazillion different names for this, but in Congress they actually passed a bill. And it did something pretty darn meaningful for transportation. Some people call it BIF, some people call it bill, some people call it the IIJA, some people call it EJA. I'm going to call it the federal bill, just for today's kind of discussion purposes. And there's 2, federal infrastructure bills. I'm talking about the one that has passed, the hard infrastructure, the type of stuff you guys typically deal with. There is another bill called Build Back Better that also has infrastructure money in it, but that is almost exclusively discretionary infrastructure money. So if it passes, it's grants that you could potentially seek to go after in the future. I'll let whoever is here at whatever time that bill may pass talk about what those opportunities may be, but I'm focused on the federal infrastructure bill that has in fact passed both houses of Congress and been signed by the president. It has a gazillion names. I'm going to call it the federal infrastructure bill. The next thing we want to talk about is the December revenue forecast. The governor is going to release and tell you exactly what that is on December 16th, so please don't ask me specific questions because I'll poorly attempt to avoid answering them directly. But there's a few stats up there that you can read, and I think you've seen the stories in the paper. Generally, things are looking up, is what I'd say. So, in the general fund, over a 4-year period, the House Appropriations and Senate Finance Committees have some disagreement about how much more money it's going to be, but the disagreement is like whether it's $13.8 billion or $12.9. And so again, just to kind of put that in perspective, now the general fund is much larger than the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, so please do not start developing expectations that we're going to be talking in the tens of billions in the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, because we will not be. But there's very, very likely going to be some healthy and significant increases in state revenue sources in December, which again, our hope is to kind of, if you go to the next slide, bring to you in January. And I want to stress this, programmatic updates to put these funds in the buckets by law where they would go, so that as you move forward in the spring with the development of the 6-year program, you have a clear-eyed sense of what are the types of available resources for you all as a board that can be allocated under your discretionary purview per the Code of Virginia. I want to check on that just to make sure that everyone's tracking, understands no project allocations, nothing else of that nature. So I want to just really kick that horse until he's fully bled out. Right. Next slide. So what is this federal infrastructure bill? It's really 2 parts, and that makes it slightly complicated. I'm going to try and avoid the nuances that don't matter and only focus on the ones that do. So there's been a federal aid transportation program for decades. This bill includes a reauthorization of that. And again, every 4 or 5 years, Congress has to re-up it, or it kind of, in theory, goes away. It's never gone away, but if they don't do it, then we can't make certain assumptions. It also then has a kind of plus up of additional spending above and beyond kind of that normal federal aid transportation program bill. That is supplemental appropriations. They've actually been made in advance. So unlike kind of typically where each year Congress starts fighting about whether or not they'll fund the government, this is actually appropriated, which is kind of the first time I've ever seen that. But that money lasts for 5 years. The other money, we will assume, continues forward at a very modest growth rate. And so while it's a 5-year bill, in January when we come back and talk to you about it, we're going to assume that money in year 6, which is what we have always kind of done with the program. The feds actually ask us to program out multiple years in advance, and so there's kind of this ironic situation sometimes where they're telling us the program is going to expire in 6 months, but you better have a program, Mr. Miller, that goes out at least 4 more years. And it's like, okay, well, that's interesting. So anyway, we just continue programming and assuming those dollars into the future. Next slide. This chart here is just kind of to give you a sense of the magnitude of the increase in funding. It's dramatic. I'll just kind of put it like that. It's dramatic in all areas, so a lot of significant increases in discretionary grants, significant increases in formula, highway, and transit dollars, and then increases on the rail side that are truly unprecedented. The rail money today is mostly just goes straight to Amtrak, and then there's a little bit, a few $100 million in nationwide discretionary grants. In the future, there's going to be $13 billion in rail kind of on an annual basis. So just a really, really dramatic increase there.
Pause for a second, just to make sure that everybody's following. So what we're seeing here is the per annum allocation, 21 actual, and what is projected is the new annual allocation. So to simplify it, in the USDOT discretionary, whereas in 21 we only got there was $1 billion available nationally, right? This is not Virginia. 22 through 26, there's going to be $3.8 billion nationally, of which some portion will potentially be eligible, or we will be able to compete for.
Sure hope we will be competing
Right.
for, yes.
So, because I think it's if anyone's watching, they could be confused and think we're talking about what's coming to Virginia. We're not getting all that. money,
yeah,
right?
I'm sorry if I gave that. No.
The head of this should have national, the United States or something.
Yes, no, we are a small,
Yeah.
the guaranteed money to Virginia out of this is a much smaller
And I get it. I just
number.
wanted to clarify that for anybody who was watching or listening, because someone could get really excited and think, oh my gosh, look at all this new money.
I mean, the current
Including our
Commonwealth,
legislative colleagues.
the Commonwealth Transportation Fund budget in a whole, including regional funds, is about $8 billion a year. So
Right.
just to kind of, this is most certainly a national total, or we would be in a very unique and interesting place.
And Nick,
The next screen will get them straight.
right, exactly. And Nick, if you showed 27 and 28 and 29, would it look closer to 21?
The USDOT discretionary and the FRA discretionary would look a lot more similar to what you see in 21. FHWA and FTA would be in between, because a mix of their increase, about half of their increase is going to be ongoing, and half of the increase is some of the supplemental appropriations. So the top and bottom, absent some intervention, would retreat back to closer to a 21 figure, and then the two middle columns, which again are the bigger ones, would be somewhere in between the 21 and 26 figures.
So the point is, it doesn't get, as you said earlier, it doesn't continue at this level
No,
without intervention.
without some intervention, yes. It does continue at a higher level, but just not as significant as the higher level.
And it would be nice, not necessarily today, but to understand that.
And we will talk through some of that today, but not all of it, but noted. Next slide.
Mr. Round, I do appreciate because I could just see if anybody just saw the slide, but anyway.
State's budget. If you move on to the next slide. So what's this mean, top line for Virginia? So over the next 5 years, $1.6 billion in additional kind of construction formula types of dollars from FHWA. Another $640 million in additional funding to our transit agencies. And then a multitude, and I truly mean a multitude, of competitive discretionary grant opportunities, again, the likes of which we have just truly never seen. Normally, the discretionary grants represent single-digit percentages of the available surface transportation dollars. They're almost a quarter of the dollars over this 5-year period. It's just it's a different scale there, and so I think it's really important that we start to think about what is Virginia's federal grant strategy. You really need to kind of think through all of these. There are a variety of grants. You can choose to play in certain ones. You can choose to play in all of them. I think, for whoever's here at that time, that's a real thing that needs to be kind of thought through and determined as we move forward. Next slide.
So, Mr. Donohue, at the Governor's Transportation Conference, you led a discussion with some staff members, Senator Warner's office, DeFazio's office, and where was Kara?
With the Senate Commerce Committee,
The
Maria
committee.
Cantwell.
And then on Friday, Senators Warner and came to the conference to, discuss the bill. But I think what was really important is, you know, how states need to begin preparing now to apply for those discretionary grants. I think Virginia's really positioned well. Part of why it's a priority for us to program these funds is that Virginia will be in a position to make those applications as soon as possible. And I think what really came through too was the importance of collaboration in these applications with, you know, the state, federal, regional entities, local entities, which is something we have done throughout, you know, our work here. So anyway, just trying to be prepared for what is coming forward and making, I think the top line that came away from the discussion was, you know, Virginia wants to win. So what do we have to do that? And part of it is that, you know, the team, as well as the board's prepared to move forward with all of this. Tremendous opportunities.
Yes. Madam Secretary? And
Mr.
Donahue,
Merrill.
on your previous slide, is it fair to say that that $640 million has already been earmarked? Because our city and the region in Stanton, they've heard from Keynes and Warner's office that they've already told them how much money they're going to get for their public transit. So I was just curious if that whole $640 million of that has already been appropriated.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Merrill, on the transit side, yes, those funds are essentially distributed through formula. I should note, just for clarity's sake, there is some discretion in some of the smaller transit systems, but traditionally, I believe the board has kind of followed the federal formula and how it assigns money. But over 200,000, those go directly to the transit agencies. Under 200,000, they do come to this body. My understanding, again, is, and Director Mitchell will correct me if I misspeak, is that we have historically allocated those in line with the federal formula that has provided those monies to us, but it is a factual statement to say that you do as a body have some discretion in that matter. So here you'll just see kind of the broad categories of funding. Mr. Miller, to the question you asked earlier, if you see GF behind it, that's that supplemental general fund appropriation. That's what we are going to assume goes away. If you see HTF, which is Highway Trust Fund, and again, we have a Commonwealth Transportation Fund here. The Highway Trust Fund up at DOT is actually all modes when it comes out of there, even though it's called the Highway Trust Fund. But if you see an HTF behind it, that means we're going to assume it continues because it's kind of coming out of the base federal aid program. And so that's the stuff we're going to kind of, you know, bake in over a longer period of time and continue to assume.
Mr. Miller.
So you talked about the two lines that would continue at some inflated level, but not at the fully inflated level, or the full level. Are they represented in here anywhere?
So this is the FHWA line, if you will. So this is not USDOT or FRA. And so if you can see here, out of the 1.6, 650 is not ongoing, but the other, you know, just under a billion is
just the top one. Yeah, I got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, next slide. So I'm going to talk now about kind of each of these little buckets just briefly. So the supplemental bridge money. This is, again, money that we're assuming will be here for 5 years and will not be continued. We got wind that this was likely something to be included in this bill several months ago. So the VDOT staff, led by the commissioner, has been working, looking at the 2019 comprehensive review of pavements and bridges. I think you all remember some of that work, and looking at what could be done with various levels of investment depending on what ended up in the final bill. And so if you go to the next slide, I just have some very brief things, and then Mr. Wallace and I believe the commissioner are going to speak later in this meeting and talk to you about what they believe can be achieved, taking the 2019 investment strategy, again, that you all approved and signed off on, putting in this additional $500 million and showing you kind of some of the additional results and potential modifications to that investment strategy that we believe are warranted because of this kind of 5-year dramatic increase in funding there. We're recommending a 75-25 split between kind of state-owned facilities and locally owned bridges. We're also kind of recommending two slightly different investment strategies in those buckets. So with the state bridges, we're really focused on increasing the preservation work. The commissioner really talked about how with that additional preservation work, we could touch more bridges and keep them in a better repair and have greater overall long-term condition through that type of work. On the local side, we actually have a slightly different problem, and that's that with the way the state of good repair dollars are distributed So remember, you get, each district gets their share, then there's some for pavement, then there's some for bridges, and then within each of those, there's some for state and some for local. Some of the local bridges that need to be replaced are so expensive that using the State of Good Repair program, you'd never have enough money to replace them. And so that we're recommending that the 25% that's available for locally owned bridges be used to match with State of Good Repair dollars to knock some of these really high-cost locally owned bridges that otherwise, like, I see no viable path to actually replacing, that they can be kind of redone, and it might not always be a replacement. It might be a dramatic rehabilitation, but, there's bridges in Bristol, there's bridges in Richmond, there's bridges throughout the state that kind of fall into that bucket, and absent something like this, I have to be really candid with you guys, there's not a clear path as to how exactly those would otherwise be addressed. Next slide. Oh, well, and here you go. So here's all the stuff I just said. So I forgot I had a slide that said it. So next slide. So then the construction program. So again, under the Code of Virginia, there's a requirement in 33.2358 that essentially, quote, flexible federal dollars run through the construction formula. And so if as long as we can use the funds for kind of a variety of purposes and they don't have extremely specific uses or extremely specific kind of geographic restrictions, we take federal money and we pour it into the construction program. You guys see it in SmartScale, you see it in State of Good Repair, you see it in the interstate program, and there's really, you wouldn't know. We put it on projects as we see appropriate, but again, it's just a plus up to the construction formula. And so this kind of shows you there'd be an extra $450 million over the 5-year period. That's the formula. So, 30, 20, 20, 20, 10, distributing those funds between State of Good Repair, the enhancement, various programs, and then the safety program there. Next slide. So again, what we would recommend to the board to consider as you move forward here is that for those programs where we expand and enhance the system, that you use those dollars in the early years to accelerate previously selected projects. So, work is already underway on those. We've identified them. You already have people looking at them. So instead of starting construction in FY 24 or 25, let's see what we can pull up to 22. Let's see what we can pull up to 23. Let's really start to kind of pull those forward. And then what that will do is free up a like amount of money in the outer years, which would be earlier than otherwise would have been available. So when you go through your next round of SmartScale and interstate programs, you can actually start those next projects sooner than you otherwise would have been able to kind of do so.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Donahue, obviously this is great stuff, great opportunities here. We've also sort of casually talked about in some groups about TIFIA loans and bond anticipation notes and pulling stuff forward to get it done sooner, which obviously begs the question, do we have the capacity at both VDOT and in the Secretariat and with the contractor base, the contractor base, are we comfortable that if we accelerate a lot of this work, that one, there's people to do it, and two, there's people to manage and oversee it? How do you feel about that? Because there's a lot of opportunity here.
So Madam Chair, I'll start, and then the Commissioner can probably give a more fulsome answer. I think the answer is yes to an extent, and I think the answer is what is that extent? So I know the Commissioner's already been talking with the construction industry about this, knowing these opportunities exist there. I think the other thing that makes us better positioned than certain other states, from my perspective, Mr. Miller, is we never stopped or slowed down any projects. And so a lot of people kind of yo-yoed the industry. And so they put out work, then they contracted work. We never did that. And so these people have been stayed in Virginia. They're still doing work. The other thing is we have a number of very large projects, offloading employees, if you will, or wrapping up in the next year or so. So like 66 outside the Beltway, huge construction project in Northern Virginia. That's going to finish late next year. I don't know how many workers it is, but it's not a small number of workers. And so it's really sequencing the work and working with the contracting community to get that done. But I know the Commissioner, you've done some work on this already, if you want to.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller, I share your concerns overall, and I certainly have gone back to industry as a whole to be able to address the labor and the confines of that. In my conversations as recently as last month with the consultant and contracting community, they are of the opinion that accelerating projects and what we have in the program, they have excess capacity even with the acceleration of these projects, to be able to perform the work here in Virginia. In fact, in some parts of Virginia, they're identifying other opportunities in excess capacity that could be had. I would caution that in the Hampton Roads District that we do have a very robust program down there with another $900 million worth of express lanes looking to be advanced through design build. That is one area that industry has said that we need to back off and let some of those projects get further underway and be complete before we add additional projects. But the remaining 8 districts that we have, the consultant and contracting communities all feel that they have the capacity needed to be able to do the work and then still have excess capacity available. To be able to address the comment with regard to 66, that work on the height of that, we had more than 2,000 employees on that particular project on any given day. So it is a very big project that will still continues to be on schedule for service commencement December 1st of 2022. So as we start winding down much of that work, then we'll have capacity in the Northern Virginia region to be able to advance other projects there.
Do you think we have enough capacity in your agency as well? I mean, it's not just the contractors, it's VDOT as well.
VDOT is going to need to take a look at how we use our consultants to be able to absorb this peak in delivery. And that's an ongoing conversation that we're having with the district engineers and the chief engineer to be able to meet those demands.
Thank you.
I will just, 2 quick comments. One is, you know, something that this board is really going to have to pay attention to going forward is looking at workforce. Every industry is facing a labor issue. So just being aware of that internally and externally, as the commissioner said. Supply chain issues, inflationary pressures, just something really to be aware of as our program continues. I will say that, you know, at the Port of Virginia, the new capacity at our port and their great reliance on rail has really positioned them to be in the right place at the right time. Our capacity has met global demand. You know, at this particular point, there's going to be continued expansion at the port and continued automation. It's really helping position us. So that will also, I think, help support us. I just want to go back to yesterday when we were talking about the surplus funds, the 344 that you all were programming. I just wanted to, you said it, Mr. Donahue, but just to clarify, because it's a question that's come to me, that surplus is against a very large reduction in the previous forecast. I always said to you I was going to bring back the new forecast, which did not happen in August. It's going to happen in December. So that's why we can't quite address some of the issues that this board has raised, which I really am committed to doing. But that forecast is against, it was originally $870 million reduction we were looking at in the middle of COVID. It came out to be about 750, Mr. Lawson. So the surplus is against a huge drop. So I, you know, just want to position that in the right posture. And then the budget amendment that we introduced in the special session of the General Assembly that gave this board the flexibility for 2 years to put every dollar to work is what allowed us never to take our foot off the gas pedal. We maintained every project in the pipeline. We did not lay off workers. We did not cancel contracts or delay projects. That, to me, was the greatest contribution that we made to economic recovery here in the Commonwealth. So a lot of work has gone into arriving at this position, and I think to the commissioner's point, we did not stop and go. We just maintained our construction projects, and I think is really is going to help us manage the rollout of additional work.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Smoot.
While this is all exciting and encouraging, I wonder how much acceleration we can stand on particularly interstate projects, without creating gridlock on the interstates?
Madam Chair, Dr. Smoot, that's part of the conversation that we're having with industry right now in looking at advancing projects, and it is going to be a determination very similar to what we did on the Interstate 81 corridor, sitting down with industry, looking at the suite of 65 capital improvement projects along the full 325 miles to make sure that we were not in a position that we were both exceeding the labor pool that was available to deliver the project, but also not putting projects on top of projects so that we created gridlock. We're going to have to take a look at this as a Commonwealth and a corridor-based solution as we advance those projects. And by advancing projects, that gives us the flexibility to make the determination of which ones go at what point in time along certain corridors. We don't need to put them all out at the same time. We can stagger them, we can advance them. I will call, just as we talk about advancing projects, recognize the projects that were in the pipeline for 25 and 26 and pulling those forward today. We need to start the design work. So this is not going to be an immediate effect on projects in the field. There might be some that are smaller scale that we can put out as design build, but we're looking at a combination of projects to be design build, design bid build, or other P3 type initiatives. So we need to be looking at the full suite of the tools in the toolbox to deliver the program as we have. The chief engineer, as I said, and I have met with industry. We have at least set forth a plan, and I have identified which projects can be start the design phase through task orders that on existing contracts, which opportunities exist for project-specific design contracts to be able to advance, and then inclusive of that is what is the delivery mechanism? Is it going to be design bid build, design build, P3? And so that will be an ongoing conversation with industry to be able to deliver Virginia's program in a collaborative manner.
And Mr. Smoot, one of the things you mentioned yesterday was cost estimates in some of those discussions. If we're able to, as we get further down this path with acceleration, one of the things we would say as a goal is, instead of assuming design starts in year 5 for like a SmartScale or interstate award, you assume construction starts in year 5. And that means with the cost estimates, the teams can develop those with less uncertainty, so they can be less conservative in those estimates, which I also think will to be a real benefit to the applicant community in your regions, where today, sometimes we're not assuming construction starting until 8 or 9 years after they've put in a project. And because of the amount of uncertainty, you have to build in kind of higher levels of contingency and other things of that nature. And so by pulling things forward into a window of time where we have much greater insight, we can be more aggressive on some of those figures and other things.
Madam Chair, I echo exactly what Deputy Secretary Donahue said. Right now, as we lean forward, yes, we're going to start fighting inflation, but we're not fighting inflation 8 years out. We are able to pull this forward, and I think this is absolutely the right thing to be doing, to be leaning forward as much as we can. The good news is that if the economics do change and we see inflation going up, because we've leaned forward, we will now have projects on the shelf, and we can meter those projects out later in time to be able to get those ready for that construction period. So I think it's been a long time since the department has had projects waiting on the shelf to go, but this is our ability to be able to meter the size of the program should we see ebb and flow within the economics over the next several years.
And I think the other point, this is ongoing work. So we've started this work. There's an initial tranche. There's going to be several tranches of this. This is ongoing iterative type of process, particularly once we have a more discrete, concrete sense of what we're getting in December from the state revenues. So we just found out the federal stuff literally, a month or so ago. We thought what they might do, but we've all seen Congress say they were going to do something and then, do otherwise. And so, now as all this kind of crystallizes, that work can really start to move forward with more certainty. Next slide. There are also new programs that you all are going to have get to work on and help set policies and other things for, and I just want to touch on some of those as we move forward. The first is the carbon reduction program. You can see kind of the funding that's available there year by year over that 5-year period. The purpose of this program is to reduce carbon emissions, basically from on-road emissions. There's a number of things that you can spend these funds on. You as a body are responsible for developing a carbon reduction strategy. Within 2 years of enactment of this, I want to be very clear that the federal government has given you a few pointers on what they want to see in that. So don't expect that they're just going to say, send us your best and brightest. They're going to tell you a few things they think really would make sense to examine. And then they're going to look for you to kind of send something back that operates within those confines. So while you will be developing this, you're also going to an extent, have to wait for them on the guidance as to what is an acceptable format, and consideration. The other thing that's really important in this is you don't control all this money. So 60% of this money goes to the MPOs over 200,000. So that's Roanoke, Nova, Fredericksburg, Richmond, and Hampton Roads. They get 60% of this money. The other, 40%, and then the 60% is kind of controlled by this body. And so there's kind of a bifurcated responsibility for programming these funds. So you don't get 177 over 5 years. You get 60% of 177. Next slide. There also is now a new program called the PROTECT program. That is an acronym for something that we can look up for you if it's of interest, but. Yeah.
Well, it's in your phone. All right, we'll bring it back to the board.
Some very, very creative legislative assistant in Congress got a bonus when this one was passed because they came up with this. But essentially, this is a program to help fund resiliency project. So kind of building on the discussion yesterday, and I know other issues that have been raised before, this is to help you all fund projects to deal with flooding, weather events, at-risk coastal infrastructure, and other things of that nature. And so, that's all these funds can be used for, and this is the first time we've had this program. Again, I would expect we'll receive some pointers from the Federal Highway Administration on things they think better fit within that category and don't, and hopefully we'll get that sooner rather than later. Next slide. Out of the general fund dollars, so again, this is kind of money that will be here for 5 years, and I think we should assume that after that 5-year period it won't continue, is funding for EV charging infrastructure. These funds can be used to build the infrastructure, but then also to help with the operations and maintenance. And there's also a very big focus on when these are put in place, kind of data collection and other things. I don't know exactly the background behind all of that, but that is kind of a big focus of this. You do have to submit a plan to USDOT talking about how we intend to use these funds. And again, you'll receive a few pointers on what that plan should be looking at and considering.
And I'll just add that Kathy McGee, who is director of our Research Council and Innovation for our office, she led with Renee Day from OIPI an EV readiness study. So just kind of getting, understanding where we are in Virginia regarding EV charging. And so she's actually started phase 2 of that moving forward. So we hope to be in a place that we can make smart decisions about how to implement the program. Mr. Kaspowitz.
Madam Secretary. Nick, is there any opportunity in the use of those funds to partner with private sector?
Absolutely.
To leverage, so that's part of this program?
Yeah, there's a fair amount of discretion within the categories of allowable uses there, and I actually think there is explicit reference to partnering with private sector partners kind of on the delivery and potentially maintenance and operations.
So the win-win would be to leverage those funds to triple or 4 times the investment that we might make as an entity. That's fantastic.
Next slide. Now I want to get into 2 other programs. The first is there's an increase in the Transportation Alternatives Program. TAP, has a variety of names, but it's an existing program here. The funding was increased much larger than the other formula dollars, but then they did something else to kind of reduce the net effect for you as the board, which is, again, they increased the amount going to the larger MPOs. And so, again, a greater share is, quote, sub-allocated to those folks. The additional amount of board-controlled funding over the 6-year program is $44 million. You'll see over the 5 years it's 36 there, but again, that's kind of that net increase. And if you move to the next slide, we do have a recommendation for you all, which you'll be able to consider in the coming months as you think through this. But we would actually like to recommend, based on some work that the General Assembly has directed us to do, that you consider how these funds might be able to be used in a concentrated effect and effort. And so today, the TAP program tends to fund a large number, but a very much smaller types of projects. The Assembly directed the Secretary's office through the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment to do a study of the needs of regional trail funding. And there were a variety of kind of areas they were asking us to focus on. We're close to finalizing that report to submit to them. And what we saw in that report is there's a lot of money for really small, like go fix this sidewalk here, go do this thing here. But if you want to build a larger regional trail, I hope you have unique and independent funding sources, because otherwise it can be a little difficult to kind of advance. And so what we would like to recommend to this body is that you actually keep that 44 million separate, which means you're still going to have the TAP program you were always going to have, and it's still going to grow each year by some percent, because again, we've already assumed that. So this would not impact the program as you know it today, but that you take that 44 million and then you run a separate solicitation focused on kind of regional trails and try and make a fixed number of discrete investments. And then again, every few years, you can replicate that work, because we're assuming this higher level of funding will be there. But what that study showed us is there is kind of a gap in that one particular area. And then we had no clue that this program was going to get an outsized increase relative to the other formula dollars. It just kind of happened along the way as we were doing the study. And so that's something that we would recommend to you all for kind of consideration as you move to implement the various funding programs here.
Mr. Brown.
So while I'm very open to that suggestion, because of the fact that the fund is 36 million and trails cost 200 million, and there are trail projects happening all over the state, I'm actually more intrigued about the earlier conversation about how we could use TAP dollars to do some of these equity improvements to impact communities that might necessarily be participating in the trails. I mean, I think in the Richmond region, we're obviously making some very significant investment in trails. And I've had people as recently as last night say, well, you know, there are a lot of folks who don't participate in trails, but have these other equity considerations. So I wonder if there's, and again, this is just a suggestion to the leadership team, is there a way to compromise that, maybe bifurcate that and say, well, maybe we'll have a larger trail process, but also increase the generic TAP dollars so that we could explore using those dollars to impact equity issues such as these bus shelters and things, such that we're able to double barrel this issue.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, to be very clear, these funds will be allocated by this board under a new administration. So I think there's certainly an opportunity to have a variety of discussions about whether or not this is how they're done. A few other things I would just say in reaction to your comments is I think we should also look holistically at the federal funds and the increase in state dollars from the December forecast. And so it may be that there's an increase in transit funding from that state forecast, that there may be an opportunity to address some of those things through those dollars as well. And so I would say if that's an issue that you want to seek to find ways to address, that we should look at a variety of kind of options there, because the board is going to be asked to go and review the merit funding program, particularly on the capital and operating side here over the next year. By law, you have to look at that every 3 years. And one of the things that in January, when we go through the JLARC review of transportation, that they noted is minor enhancements, which is exactly the type of thing you're talking about. Maybe there should be some modifications to the merit scoring process to ensure those have a greater chance for funding. And so I think, one, a review of the merit program, and then also looking at what is that increase we're seeing in December in those revenues, and whether there's liquidity there as well that might help with it, which isn't to say you don't potentially bifurcate this. It's just to say there might also be somewhere else where that opportunity exists, and maybe it's a mix of the two or it's one or the other. Those are all things that you guys will have the opportunity to discuss in the coming months, but just to put that out there.
Madam Secretary?
Ms. Hines.
Nick, just a quick question on the MPOs clearly have this information as well, that there's likely to be a nice bump up there. Has this administration shared any thinking with them that maybe this is an opportunity to do a bigger get with the Delta? Or I work very closely with my MPO. We collaborate to choose our TAP projects so that we're kind of covering all the bases we collectively think are important. So I don't have a question about having that conversation with my people, but I'm just really wondering whether you've planted seeds elsewhere.
So Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, I think we wanted to first plant the seed here and see if it sprouted before we had those discussions, but I think that's certainly something that is an opportunity for the future. But again, I think we wanted to just kind of put the idea out here. This is something that we just kind of saw where there was a gap, and then this bill just happened to give an outsized increase in this particular program area.
And I think Carlos's point is right. There's some other places if we were trying to make regional moves that we could direct this money. It might not be the same in every place, but to think of it less as, the opportunity for another 20, $500,000 projects, which not to, say those are not worthy, but we could do something big.
Again, just a recommendation for you all. I expect you'll have additional and more extended discussions about this in the coming months.
The December forecast, it may become clearer to the board about what your options are going forward, and the fact that DRPT is going to be evaluating their programs and how funding is provided. The fact that in Virginia right now we don't have that designated revenue source for trails, so looking at that, and certainly the fact that trails, and certainly Mr. Brown has been a tremendous advocate, but have really become a much larger part of our transportation system and part of the demand, and especially since COVID. So anyway, many decisions. I think that your options are going to become clearer.
So, Madam Secretary, maybe you're already planning to do this, but I'm thinking through for myself how I carry all the knowledge that I have accumulated in the context of all of this money, right, and all of these programs. Is it possible for you all to create for us around each one of these pots of money? Remember, here's where we've already got a prioritization. Here's the study that's going on. So that we collectively can be good stewards of the work we've already done, even in the context of the new administration.
Absolutely.
That'd be really helpful, I think.
Yes, and recognize that in January of 2020, I don't know if y'all remember, but we entered January of 2020 with really high hopes. The omnibus bill passed, we restructured the gas tax, we indexed it, created a highway use fee, directed the creation of the mileage-based user fee. So anyway, a lot of that, and then we hit COVID, so then all the revenues dropped. We're still digging out of that, but you are going to see, the board is also going to see the increase in funding from the state's omnibus transportation bill. So this is federal. We've not yet begun to talk about, what is happening in the state. So I just think you are going to have options available to you in the next administration we have not had in this administration.
These are still our buckets.
Correct.
These are our buckets, and understanding which money is flowing into which buckets and where we have planning and
work underway.
Yes. Would, I think, really be helpful to all of us.
Yeah, and in my comments I meant really as an and to what you're saying.
Okay.
And. So, all right, Mr. Donohue.
Speaking of opportunities, next slide. So there's another program that exists. It is something that Virginia will have to do. If you go to the next slide, please. More than 15% of our fatalities in Virginia are bicyclists and pedestrians. And so there's a new provision in the federal code that if that happens, we have to set aside 15% of one of our federal programs for vulnerable road users. It's about $75 million over this 5-year period. Again, this is one of the things that will continue on into the future. And so that you will be required to put in place kind of a plan as how are you going to improve safety for these types of users, and then spend these funds to advance those efforts. And so this is another kind of specific new provision in the federal bill that you'll be required to develop some policy prioritization and other thinking around. And again, hopefully build on some of the work that you heard yesterday from Mr. Bishop and Mr. Cole talking about some of the safety efforts. Next slide. So what does this mean for our transit programs? You're going to hear me say a lot less here. That's not because this is less important. It's just because as a board, you have a smaller role in the allocation of a lot of these funds because the bulk of it goes just directly to those larger transit agencies. So please don't take kind of the volume of slides to speak to the magnitude of the funding or the importance of the funding there. So again, it's a pretty significant increase in the formula funds. There's also a pretty large general fund program that really will send a lot of funds to WMATA and VRE through the State of Good Repair program there.
Can I just ask one question?
Mr. Williams, of course.
While that screen's up, the 15% of the set aside is 15% of the TAP funds, not 15% of the overall?
It's 15% of the highway safety funds, but no, not overall, of a specific federal program. That's correct. Yes, no, if it was 15% overall, it would be
It'd be pretty strong.
It would be around $200 million. And so, you know, we're seeing about 26% increase in the formula funds for transit. Again, that's what we assume will continue, kind of moving forward on a year-by-year basis. And then there's this extra $60 million a year that we think will be going to WMATA and the DC region that will last for that 5-year period, which is, again, is a general fund, kind of let's help dig out of the State of Good Repair backlog and some of these larger systems. And then importantly, the bill also authorizes the kind of extra WMATA federal money that started in 2008, known as the PRIA funds. PRIA is the acronym of the bill. It was appended to in 2008. It's not important. That's just what everybody calls it. But importantly, that was reauthorized there as well, because absent that, that could put a $300 million hole in the WMATA budget. So it's very important that that was reauthorized. Next slide. And this just kind of shows you 5-year totals that you'll see here. If you're wondering why there's such a large amount in Northern Virginia compared to the other regions, the main reason for that is that extra $60 million a year for the State of Good Repair backlog of the rail systems there. Again, that's just driving that number, in addition to the fact that there's a lot more transit systems and revenue hours and other things in that area. But here are kind of the increases that you see. And so, Mr. Merrill, to your point, like that, those numbers you heard for like Winchester and things, that's in that small urban transit number there. There's a formula that shows why we get those dollars. And so what they put out there was the amount, if you use that formula from that 24, that would go specifically to the transit systems there.
Is Virginia Railway Express part of the Northern Virginia Transit System?
Yes, it is. So that Northern Virginia Transit System, that is WMATA, Virginia Railway Express, Fairfax Connector, Dash in Alexandria, Art Bus in Arlington, Loudoun County Transit there, OmniRide in Prince William. It is the entire universe of transit as you might ever know it in Northern Virginia.
Thank you.
Slide. So let's talk about discretionary grants. Again, this is kind of extra money that we can compete for here in Virginia. And what I have to really stress is there are going to be rules and guidelines and criterias as you apply for these funds. USDOT just got this bill about a month ago. I personally believe it's going to take them a few months to actually get these things out the door, which isn't a bad thing for Virginia with the kind of the transition and everything there. But we really need to start preparing as soon as possible for these opportunities and thinking through these things and listening to what we're hearing USDOT say their priorities are in these criteria. That's exactly how we have been successful in past federal grants. So when we got the 20% of all dollars nationwide for the Fast Lane grant in 2016, it's because we were listening to what USDOT said they wanted, and we found the projects we had that worked within that kind of rubric and framework. And so we really need to just start looking and seeing what they're saying and then read the guidance very clearly. But there's about $4 to $5 billion a year in kind of multimodal grants that you can compete for. That's up from about $2 billion as it exists today. So again, doubling, 250% increase in funds there. Some of those are funds that are really targeted at projects where the grants will be less than 25. That's that first category. The second one is the kind of anywhere from 20 to like 100 to 150 million in grant size. And the third one's a brand new program, so we don't know exactly what they're focusing on there. Ironically, with it being the smallest bucket of money, it's actually the one targeted at the largest size projects. So projects that apply in there have to be over $500 million. The difference in that program is they can do multi-year grant awards. And I can't stress like how important that is for Virginia in being prepared and ready to compete. Because for all we know, they might allocate 4 years, 5 years worth of money in a single year, particularly when you're focused on these much larger types of projects. And so there could be some real opportunities there. They may only do 2 years at a time, or they may only do one. We simply don't know. But because it's targeted at those really $500 million and up-sized projects, I would anticipate that they're going to do multiple year awards, particularly as it's allowed under the federal code. Next, you'll see in rail, there's $7.2 billion a year that states and Amtrak can apply for to expand intercity passenger rail service. We've never had a grant program directly structured this way before. One thing I do have to note to manage you all's expectations, up to 2/3 of this money can go to the Northeast Corridor, and I strongly suspect they will get exactly 2/3 or some percentage very close to that amount. For any of you who've ever ridden on the Northeast Corridor, you'll know those tunnels from New Jersey to New York. It's a project called the Gateway Project. It's $20-some billion, and I would be shocked if that project did not receive a significant tranche of this funding. It's also really important. Like, all the trains in Virginia go through those tunnels, and so project truly of national significance, but just to kind of temper expectations. But then even if you look at that, 1/3 of 7.2 is still a few $1 billion, and a few $1 billion is a heck of a lot more than zero, which is what we have today that we can compete for kind of in that opportunity.
It's really something that we push for,
Yes.
in testifying before Congress, that to have discretionary grants so that we, states could really work to improve the national rail network. So I think Virginia is really well positioned for this, and I think we've stressed that quite a bit. Mr. Brown.
Being chatty-catty here, I know, I apologize. But for the multimodal grants, the significant freight and highway projects, could in theory there be a grant request to help complete what does my colleague, Mr. Miller, call the straw, the gap?
Absolutely. So that is what is called the infra grant program as we know it today. It was called the Fast Lane Grant. They'll probably call it something else now under this administration. Everybody kind of renames it. But yeah, that's where we got the Atlantic Gateway Grant back in 2016, which was, again, the express lanes on 95 paired with the rail service and the truck parking and other things of that nature. So absolutely.
Would you have to deal with all those multimodal, I mean, because I'm thinking about the port, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking about getting freight from the port through down 64 to 95 and 85 and 81, with the gap issue being the major limitation. And so, in theory, if you could package enough things together, and in addition to our interstate fund, in addition to our SmartScale process and other resources, that could be a component.
Yeah, absolutely. The key thing, though, again, is they're going to write new grant criteria that outline the things that they want to prioritize. We have to pay attention to what they want to prioritize. When we put in the Fast Lane Grant, they were prioritizing things that had multiple modes of transportation in it and showed a corridor-based type of solution. So we tailored our request to what we saw they were looking for. The other thing that I think is extremely important to I cannot stress enough, the largest grant ever out of this program has been about $180 million. The second largest one was our $165 million. It tapers off dramatically after that. There's been another maybe 3 or 4 projects that have been north of $100 million. The vast majority of these awards are in the $20 to $50 million range. So I would say this is something that can help complete a plan of finance, but if you go to the feds and this is the cornerstone of your plan of finance, I'm not sure it will be, they'll react well to that.
I know, Mr. Katzwitz, you are next. In the past year and a half, we've created a freight advisory council that Kathy McGee and Barbara Nelson from the Port of Virginia have put together. David White from the Virginia Maritime Association is chair of that board. And I do believe, Carlos, that looking at that collaborative solution that we've all talked about, but really coordinating with this freight council, I think is going to be really helpful. You're bringing together multimodal opportunities. So anyway, just say that that's another resource in bringing that together. Mr. Kaspowitz.
Madam Secretary, thank you. We'll get our speaker back here in a minute. Hey, Nick, question on the second bullet, the 1.5 to 1.6 billion per year. Just for clarification, so a significant freight project would include a rail-based project as well in the availability of those funds?
So in the first bullet, any mode of transportation, including port, is eligible. In the second bullet, highways and rail is eligible. Rail is only eligible for up to a certain percentage of funds that used to be capped at 10%. It's recently been increased to 30%. So there is eligibility there. Transit is not eligible under that second one. And then under the third one, highways, transit, and rail, as I understand it.
It's very significant in some of the conversations we're having right now about potential rail options.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And again, the Freight Advisory Board is made up of all of those components, and I think could be really helpful in supporting any application. Mr. Merrill.
Secretary, Mr. Donahue, I know you said that some of the funding would allow us to accelerate projects earlier, but could some of this also be used for some of the projects that were not funded in the I-81 original plan to expand some of those efforts on I-81?
I mean, so the discretionary grants are whatever we choose to apply for. The other thing I have to note, those local governments, your MPOs, all of those folks can also apply. So in an extent, we're actually competing against ourselves as well as the rest of the nation at times. But yes, certainly that could happen.
But our MPOs we're not at $200,000. I mean, 200,000 population base for those MPOs are somewhat.
So these anyone can apply. Any local government can apply. Any MPO can apply. Any transit agency, if transit's eligible, can apply. This doesn't have any of those kind of cutoffs like the formula dollars do.
But that kind of coordination, the board has asked such good questions. Oh, you always do. But in the past couple of days, I think some questions that help clarify it for people who are watching this or listening to this. But that coordination to make sure we're not competing against each other is an important part of all this as well.
Next slide.
Nick.
Oh, Mr. Smoot.
Madam Secretary, the passenger rail grants, under a column that begins, what does this mean for Virginia? I assume that 7.2 billion per year is not coming to Virginia. That's a nationwide number, of which the allocation, as you say there now, go up under the multimodal grants. Are those grants coming to Virginia? Is that nationwide too?
Everything you see is a nationwide.
Okay, so we get our piece, whatever it is, of that.
Yeah, we're competing for these. We have to compete like everybody else, but I think what we tried to do over these past couple of years, not even knowing if this was going to happen, but really pushing for discretionary grants, particularly in rail, is to position us to be in a really good position, position us to be in a good posture to do this. With the transforming rail in Virginia, we funded the $3.7 billion, right? We're gonna roll out phases 1 and 2, but we've planned and negotiated phases 3 and 4. So it's there if we do compete, and the decision could be to accelerate 1 and 2 and separate faster. So many opportunities, I would say.
Next slide. Just a few other kind of grants here. Again, there's stuff to expand transit systems, which could also help us with the Long Bridge project. So we actually have submitted a grant request under the capital investment grants for $700 million, I believe, Jennifer. They have increased the amount of funding in there, so that could be a source of potential funding for Long Bridge and a pretty significant potential source. There's also $2.5 billion a year for bridge replacement grants. So, there's real opportunities there to maybe pick off 1 or 2 of the special structures that we have. And then there are ad nauseum other grant programs, some down in like the $1 million range, some in the $2 or $3 million range, but there's probably another 20 or 30 different discretionary grants that are included in this bill that I am not going to be going through today.
Mr. Lawson? You don't have a hook, do you?
Was finishing up talking about the federal money and getting ready to move on to another topic. I wanted to come forward and with that, the definition of protect that I know everyone is just eager to hear, and it's really creative. Promoting resilient operations for transformative, efficient, and cost-saving transportation.
Ow.
Yeah,
Oh.
is that for a good one?
All right.
Cost saving is hyphenated because there's no S in the thing.
Yeah. That is quite an acronym. Director Mitchell, can you remind us what freight is? Protect and freight are two of my favorite ones.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to put me on the
I
spot
know,
like
sorry.
this.
Who do we have out in the audience?
Let's see, I can look it up real quick.
Oh, never mind. But remember freight? Do you all remember when they were showing the program to us and the acronym? I was like, wow, that is really something. Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Add, I hope you've really grasped the magnitude of all the different discretionary grant programs that are coming forward. And I think one thing that this board will have to do as it moves forward is pay careful attention to what you want to go after, because you could kill yourself trying to go after everything. And I just think that's important to think about as we move forward.
Mr. Casplet.
Yeah, it's just a comment that's kind of broadly scoped in consideration of all this. Nick has said several times in this presentation that we need to be prepared to compete. John just said that we should grasp the magnitude of this program. And my question really, and this comes at a time we have an administration change, is Nick, can you tell us, from your perspective, what staffing, I'm assuming there'd be additions or changes that we need to make, and please don't say at the end of this we need to go to a 3-day board schedule. Yeah, but it's going to create additional workloads. It's a tremendous opportunity, but I don't know of anybody in the organization that we interact with that's not busy right now. And to be prepared to compete, that means we need additional resources that are at the ready, that have been schooled and brought up to speed on how these programs are going to be deployed. So I think fundamentally that's a huge question for this board. To the prepared, we'll go to, I don't say the spoils, the benefits of this very significant program, but that preparation should literally be underway or started now.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Kasputz, I assure you, I have read every single one of those grant programs, and we have other folks on staff who are doing that. I think from a resource perspective, the hard part is going to be the prioritization and the strategy. And to me, that is kind of an executive level type of function, as it has been in the past. And so you got to make time for the things you got to make time for. And then when it comes to the application preparation, what we've traditionally done is use a mix of staff along with consultant augmentation, and I suspect that will probably be the most efficient path kind of moving forward for that type of work. But the harder part, again, is going to be understanding the nuances of the grants, understanding the priorities of the administration that's in place at that time, and then finding a way to meld those two to be as successful as possible.
So is that answer that we're staffed appropriately? Executive level decisions will flow to either staff or contract resources that will actually support the application for these programs?
Madam Chair, Mr. Kasputz, what I'd say is in the past when these have existed, we have been able to do that. How people choose to use their time in the future is the decision they'll make then.
Okay.
Madam Secretary,
Mr. Smoot.
the programs which go or involve allocations to MPOs or other local entities, do they require any state endorsement in order to be considered at the federal level? In other words, how do we avoid just a hodgepodge of submissions from various levels which may conflict with each other or do not fit into the state plan for transportation?
Madam Chair, Mr. Smoot, I would say a lot of hard work. They do not require any state endorsement. In fact, some of them are tailored specifically to avoid that requirement on the belief that there are sometimes local needs that states do not address. And so it is engagement from you all with your local communities, engagement from the executive and staff at VDOT, DRPT, and the Secretary's office to try and ensure that the state can be as successful as possible in what it pursues. And we have done that in the past, so I don't mean to imply that it's some sort of insurmountable task. I'm just saying it gets harder when there's more opportunities.
But will the state be an advocate for those programs?
Madam Chair, Mr. Smoot, I think whoever's in the decision-making authority for the state at that time can better answer that question.
Director Mitchell.
Yeah, two things, and I do just want to address the point and emphasize the point that Nick just made as well. I know on the transit side, we work very hard with our local transit agencies that are pursuing federal funding to make sure we're not competing against each other, and that when we do, we always want to support our transit agency grant requests across Virginia. But we have heard loud and clear from FTA and other federal agencies that they want to see coordination among the states, and they want to see that we have prioritized in the state what is really the most important thing. And so I know that our staff does try very hard to do that with our transit recipients and MPOs across the state too. I do also just want to let you know that FREIGHT stands for Freight Rail Enhancement to Increase Goods and Highway Throughput. So
There you go. There you go.
So to this point around resources and preparedness, I'm sorry, does the board have any ability to acquire or allocate resources? Is all that at the discretion of the secretary or the commissioner or the director? You know, to your point, Mr. Casper, we're going through this transition. Obviously, I know that the existing administration is going to do everything they can do to position us, but because the new team will be catching up, do we have the ability to say, hey, let's go and get a consultant to help us in the interim? Or I don't know, I'm just trying to understand where the rails are. Yeah.
We work with all the agencies across the board. If there is consulting help that's required or we deem to be necessary, we actually coordinate with the agencies to make that happen. So that's how it would work, right? It would really come from the Secretary's office in this particular arena. I will say to Mr. Smoot's point, it was really clear to us, not just in reading, but in conversations with staffers in Washington, that level of coordination, I think, to be the most successful that we can, we are going to be coordinating with our federal, state, regional, and local partners. That is how I think Virginia is going to be the most successful. So hopefully it comes up that, there's going to be a project that somebody wants to submit, and certainly, as Jennifer said, we want to be as supportive as we can. I think for these major grant opportunities, really working to coordinate that submission is going to serve us. So that's what I would say.
Madam Secretary.
Ms. Hines.
I want to unfortunately take us from this really global conversation back down to a very tiny point on slide 12, which has to do with paving. People may remember or not that one of the ways that cities can get additional paving support is through the revenue sharing program, but that we very rarely get down to paving. There's so many other requests. But as we're looking at this, I know there are a lot of cities, at least in my part of the Commonwealth, that are behind in their paving schedules, that are seeing degradation of paving because of the weather events, et cetera. And so I just want to understand from how it's all structured today, whether there would be any potential for localities, for cities in particular, and the two counties that get maintenance payments, to access any additional paving money.
Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, absolutely. So the $135 million in additional funding that we're projecting would go through, and I should have said this, these are numbers that have not been fully blessed by the Fed, so I assure you they will change to a certain extent. They're generally accurate, but they're not precise, so let me say that before somebody comes back and asks why they changed. They're going to change, but not by a lot. Of that $135 million that will flow through State of Good Repair, it's going to work exactly as State of Good Repair does today. So again, each district gets their share, and then within the district, depending on the cost for local work and state work, we split it up pro rata. And again, those locals will all see additional resources that will be available to them. I can't promise you which city or which jurisdiction that has locally maintained roads may see it, but what we can promise you is those funds will flow through the existing State of Good Repair framework where they do have access to funds. So an increase in there will, by its very virtue, increase the available resources they can compete for.
Great, thank you very much. I knew that was a question I was going to get when I went home.
I hope maybe at the next meeting, we might be able to address that more
Excellent.
thoroughly. Okay.
All right, next slide. So as a result of these additional federal funds and the potential for increased revenues in the December forecast, we want to make some recommendations as well to this body about the use of the Garvey bond program. As a quick just refresher, some of you, I think actually only Mr. Miller and maybe Mr. Tunkt were here in 2012 when the 2011, when the Garvey bond program was authorized. Garvey bonds are bonds that we sell backed by federal funds. We sell around $120 million on average each year over the 6-year program. We're going to get an extra $320 million a year because of this federal transportation bill, and we think this warrants a revisiting of kind of our assumed use of our Garvey bond program. It's an ongoing authorization that's capped at $1.2 billion in outstanding proceeds at any given time. There's another kind of collar on what can be authorized, but that's the pertinent one for purposes of today's discussion. And so what we'd like to talk with you guys about is looking at the likely influx, or not, the influx of federal dollars and the likely influx of state dollars in these early years. Is do we want to change the timing and award of our, or sale of our Garvey bonds to maximize kind of the opportunity for the board in the award of funds? And so if we go to the next slide. The top of this slide shows you our current planned sales of Garvey bonds along with the debt service. And again, that debt service is just deducted out of our federal formula dollars that would otherwise go through the construction program. And you can see today on a whole over the existing 6-year program, proceeds compared to debt service, we're going to net about 560. That is not an NPV value, but I can assure you we can have that discussion if folks want to have it. What we'd like to suggest doing is dramatically delaying the sale of those Garvey bonds. I doubt you'd actually sell $737 million in bonds in FY27. This was intended to kind of be illustrative for the discussion's purposes here, but by doing that, we can actually enhance the kind of available resources over that 6-year window and your programming window by about $300 million. And so we would like to, in the 6-year financial plan we bring back to you all in January, change kind of the assumptions about the Garvey bond program, because we're getting so much incoming money. Into the discussion earlier about acceleration of projects, we can accelerate to an extent, and we're going to work to accelerate as much as possible, but we're not sure it's wise when there's hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars coming into the system above and beyond what is currently forecast for, that we keep selling debt. And then, you know, what it will really do is you'll increase the resources available over the programming window for your future rounds of SmartScale. The Garvey bonds essentially augment your SmartScale program. And so what you'll do with this kind of change in plan is see a net increase of around $300 million into the next round of SmartScale through this modification. So you'll still be able to award all these funds. No project should be impacted. But it will reduce our debt service over the next 5 years, and you'll still have all the available Garvey bond capacity to be able to deploy in your programming processes next spring. And so just kind of looking for reactions of whether or not this is something you'd be interested in us, and us, I'm not going to do it. Somebody who's much better than me is going to do that. So Ms. Farmer is going to do it. But kind of developing a revised strategy there that we think results in a better kind of timing and use of our financing capabilities.
Question on that.
Mr. Yates.
So you're saying delay selling all the Garvey bonds over time is what you're recommending?
What we're saying is instead of selling on average $120 million a year is don't sell any for several years and then sell larger amounts in the outer years of the program. Again, the alternative plan here is an illustrative one. I doubt we would ever sell $737 million in Garvey bonds in a single year.
But what about the impact of rates increasing over that time? That's the thing that I worry about.
So, I mean, Ms. Farmer can answer that question.
What's going to happen? There are a few bankers on the board here who might have an opinion on that too, like Dr. Smoot.
Hello, Ms. Farmer.
Morning. So our assumptions for future Garvey issuances do have a buffer interest rate in them. Based on current rates, we add at least 100 basis points to factor in interest rate potential. And so To us, it makes logical sense, given the infusion. These funds that are coming in would replace the Garvey bonds that are currently sitting on SmartScale projects.
What's the buffer, though? How much can they go up? How much can our interest go up?
We haven't completed that analysis, Mr. Yates, but we'll definitely take a look at it. Sorry?
Isn't that worth doing?
Sir, of course,
Okay,
yes.
all right. That's all I'm concerned about. I think we all understand that rates are certainly going to go up.
I think right now, we're living with some uncertainty about where they're going to be. I said we really need to pay attention to where the inflation is. I think the thinking is, why incur more debt? Because we're paying the interest rate, right? Why incur more debt if you have the funding coming in, and then perhaps save that for the outer years when the bulk of the program stops? So we're trying to just level the funding a little bit so that you all would have, the board would have access to that debt in the outer years. And so it's just kind of thinking about where we are, recognizing that we're going to pay, but interest rates may go up, may come down at some point.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Yates, what I would say is most of these sales are assumed to be in the future as well. And so what we're really going to be comparing there is the 24 potential rate versus the 26 or 27 rate. What it may be after they do that analysis is that we do want to maintain 22, because maybe we can get that in while the rates are still lower. But for the future, I would suggest we're going to be subjected to those higher rates anyway. And I personally think that based on some of the things we've been told, and again, I'm not an expert, you know this better than me, so if you ask questions back, I'm going to look kind of confused and be only respond so much, but that in 27, we might be in a better place than we might be in 23 with just kind of the current increase we're seeing today. We don't know that, but I think all of this is a future issuance to an extent, and so I think we'll certainly evaluate whether maintaining 22 makes sense because of the potential interest rates there, but the bulk of these sales kind of are in the future as well, and so I would say that we're kind of subject to that risk one way or another, and the question is whether we think rates will be better in 5 years versus in 2 or 3 years.
Well, and the analysis has to be done. This is something that we're bringing to your attention, so we're thinking about this. That's an option. Thank you, Ms. Farmer.
Just to make sure I am reading the room correctly, this is something you are open to, but you do want to see some additional analysis on kind of the... Perfect. That's what I need to have, and again, I promise you, I won't be doing this analysis. Ms. Farmer will be doing it, so please don't get concerned by my lack of
Let me jump ahead, Madam Chair.
Mr. Brown.
Do we know, do you have an estimate as to what the SmartScale Round 6 pot may look like in orders of magnitude in light of the fact that we know this federal funding is going to come through that program relative to rounds previously, right? Can you speak to that roughly?
Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, I would say in January, we can, with the December state revenue forecast, we can give you a much more fulsome picture of that, and I think that would be a really good time for us to do that.
Get it.
We definitely want the governor to present the numbers in December, I think, before we get too far out ahead.
But larger is most likely the outcome.
I'll editorialize. So the first round was 800 million because we had two tranches. The second round, I think, was about 4 or 5, and then we got some money back from the 66 program. So that ended up being somewhere around 800 million. I forget what the fourth round was, but what was it? 1.4 billion. So I guess we know that we're going to see another 500 million on top of what we've traditionally seen. Plus, there should be some enhancement. So we should be looking at something in that larger, the billion plus range relative to, compared to the $400, $500 million range that we would normally expect in traditional financial times. Am I thinking about that?
You are directionally accurate.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I do for a living, right? So if you give me long enough, I can get this out.
I'm sitting here going, Nick.
The governor will have a lot of additional information for all of you all on December 16th.
Madam Secretary, one quick question for you. Is there time limits on these grants as far as applying for them?
So there certainly are going to be time windows. So that what they'll do is they'll release kind of the application criteria and say, you got 90 days, you got 120 days to apply for this, and then typically you'll get some sense of when they'll make a decision as well there. So absolutely there are. We don't know what any of them are at the moment. The other thing is Congress has a history of giving them time windows as well in the annual appropriations bills, and so I suspect there's some ongoing dialogue between USDOT and congressional staff about when some of these things need to get out the door.
Thanks.
Next slide. So again, the December revenue forecast, we've been kind of dancing around this topic, and I'm going to keep doing that. But I just want to remind you about some of the discussions we've had to date and getting to some of the other things that we haven't talked about today that I know we've talked about in the past. So as we prepare an updated 6-year financial plan for you all in January, we're going to stick with these kind of 2 tiers of allocations that we've previously discussed with you, absent further recommendations or guidance today. And tier 1 is pretty simple. It's about $258 million. The first part of that is moving revenue sharing projects back to years 3 and 4, so getting them out of years 5 and 6. You do that once, and then the net effect is they're always going to be there. So you just got to do it one single time, and then we can keep doing it over and over at that window, and then restoring the remaining FY23 omnibus allocations that were cut. We've started that process. Again, we believe there's direction from the Assembly to focus on that. And then any remaining dollars, we're just going to send them through the formula. We're not going to try and push anything here or there. The omnibus bill in 2020, the Assembly gave us a formula. Let's implement it. Let's move forward. Let's get it done. Let's put all the funds there. And so that will be the real focus of what we're doing as we seek to incorporate these state revenue estimates along with the federal dollars into the 22 budget and the 6-year financial plan. So next slide. And I believe this is my last slide. So in January, we're going to come back to you with those 2 documents. It will include both of these things. And then the other thing that will be happening, and again, the second thing is going to be extremely iterative process, is VDOT and DRPT, where appropriate, are going to keep coming back to you guys over the coming months once we have a discrete sense of the resources, looking at what can be accelerated, the extent of it. And again, we're going to start with 1 year and try and pull forward, start with the next year, try and pull that to the year after, and just keep moving forward, try and accelerate these projects as much as possible so that we're using the dollars efficiently. And also, trying to get them done before some of these inflationary pressures that we've also hinted at today take effect.
Madam Secretary, Nick, I know when you started off the federal part of this discussion, you said that the code requires that any plus up of federal funds flow through the programs in a particular way. In this Tier 2 recommendation that you just had, is that also true of plus up into the I guess it's the Commonwealth Transportation Plan, or does I guess what I'm trying to understand is there flexibility for the next administration to move that increase in the projected revenues around?
There is limited authority within the existing caboose bill to make certain changes, and then the limited authority within the existing omnibus bill to make certain changes through FY23. That is it. After that authority does not exist. I think the real thing is the Assembly will tell us, or tell you all, what they want to see happen with the revenue sharing program and whether they support getting it back to years 3 and 4, because candidly, their action is necessary to bless that moving forward, because again, that program has a certain amount each year, and to get it to years 3 and 4, we have to double that. And so they'll either bless that and let that happen, or they won't. And so I think that's going to be the real driver in some of that decision making.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. Donahue, most of it was on highway today, and there's a lot of information in that bill about ports. And to your point, Madam Secretary, about the importance of collaboration between the various agencies, are similar presentations being made to the Port Authority Board and anything that they might be doing that has implications for the highway and transit systems that we'll have to be considering?
I will say that there's coordination. They haven't seen this particular presentation. You all are getting it first. But this kind of it's just part of our natural jobs here, but making sure everyone is aware of what's going on. And again, that's done through the Secretary's office. Okay, Mr. Donohue.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, we're going to go to Kendall Wallace on the bridge program.
I'm Secretary, Commissioner, members of the board. My name is Kendall Wallace. I have the honor of being your bridge engineer, and I'm here to talk about the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act. I think Secretary Donahue did a good job setting up this presentation. So,
and that's why you're next.
So, Madam Secretary, before Kendall gets into this presentation, and I think as Deputy Secretary Donahue had indicated that we had been leaning forward, understanding that the infrastructure bill may be occurring, and this is a work product that we have been working through since probably late May, early June, to be able to look at what our bridge program is, what it could sustain, and we've been running sensitivity analyses since the May-June timeframe on what this would look like. I'll let Kendall go through it, and I'm sure I'll have some additional comments near the end as to how we're leaning forward into this. And so, Kendall.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was signed into law on November 15th. Federal rulemaking, the guidance that the feds are going to provide us, we're expecting it in September of 2022. We've already met with FHWA and made a presentation to show our draft plan. They didn't have any red flags that they were concerned about, so we think we're on track meeting the federal requirements. We're anticipating $107 million for 5 years, each year, to accumulate to $536 million. We've been working, as the Commissioner said, on our plan since May. The law does allow for preservation activities to be used on existing fair bridges, and this is key. This is I'm actually very thrilled to see that this eligibility is included in the bill. It allows us to put funding on our fair bridges that will prevent them from becoming poor, and that's key to any bridge management program of the inventory. There's also a set-aside, 15-20% of the money would have to go on non-federal routes, and that will be handled by the VDOT portion of the funding. We got a tight schedule to get the projects developed, get them in the 6-year plan, and get the funds obligated by September 30th of this year. So we've already begun the development of the projects. We will bring approximately 22 contracts to the board to be included in the 6-year plan come this January. Next slide, please. So our focus is going to be on restoration, restoring the condition, extending the service lives of our bridges. We are focused primarily on the fair bridges on the interstate and also high-volume primaries. We included the high-volume primaries because Lynchburg District does not have any interstates, so we want to make sure that everyone got a piece of the pie.
That was for you, Mr. Dodson.
Thank you, bless you.
I've been in your shoes, so there you go.
We don't want to be excluded.
Yes.
So our plan is to take 75% of that money to focus it on preserving the fair bridges, and the other 25% will be allocated to the poor bridge inventory. This aligns directly with the 2019 comprehensive review. My assistant, Dana Mateo, put together the modeling for the 2019, and he was able to prove and present to you all how efficient, if we use the money on preservation, we can efficiently use the money and extend the average life of our bridges in the inventory. Next slide, please. Okay, so the top table is the VDOT portion of the funding that we're planning on, $403 million, and how we're distributing across the districts as well as over the years. Basically, and then the bottom table is for the locality side of the house. They'll get $132 million over the 5-year period. In year one, column labeled 1. It's the Salem District, Fredericksburg, and Culpeper District have opted to focus on larger projects for component replacement or total replacement. And so their first year is going to be primarily doing preliminary engineering and getting the projects ready to be advertised. We recognize that from a locality bridge standpoint, we've indicated 0 mainly for the first year, mainly because we're going to be working with them to get estimates correct and projects developed, and the money that we're going to be providing is to help them with their poor inventory, but they're still getting 25% over the 132 million, which is 25% over the 5-year period. Next slide, please. So I love pictures, so I got a lot of pictures here to kind of explain the types of work we're going to be doing. The first type is deck overlays. The deck overlays basically help seal the cracks that are in the bridges. Concrete cracks, bridges expand, concrete shrinks, we get cracks. And so we come in there with different types of overlays to help protect the deck over time. Now, a lot of these things are going to talk about new materials, new methods of construction. Were really came from the Research Council. We're very thankful for their efforts, and we're implementing their hard work as we address the inventory. Next slide, please. So bridge decks have a top layer around 2 1/4, 2.5 inches. Salts that we put on our bridges starts to migrate into the top layer, and so we will have some projects where we do more of a restoration project on the existing bridge deck. So in this case, you see an example of hydrodemolition. This is a new technology that's being applied to our bridges. It removes that top layer of concrete, gets it down to the reinforcing steel, creates a really great roughened surface for the new concrete to adhere to, and it extends the life of these structures for quite a long time. Next slide, please. Okay, replacing or eliminating leaking joints. So leaking joints are the #1 issue that we have with deterioration to the beams, the superstructure of the beams, as well as the supports underneath them. We've had situations, in many cases, bridge joints leak day one when we take over the bridge. It's just that they are technology that is not as durable as it really needs to be. So we've adopted a policy back in 2011 for jointless structures. It's a requirement for any time we touch a bridge that they're able to eliminate joints. And this is just a picture showing that we've got a leaking joint, we've got the closure port that's put in, and then you see what's left on, what the resulting condition is. So once again, we're removing water infiltration that carries salt down to the beams as well as the substructure. Next slide, please. So substructure repair, this is an example of a pier cap that's sitting underneath a leaking joint. We've got deterioration of the pier cap, we get spalling, and the picture on the right, not the same bridge because it's different beams, but this is the pier on the right is after rehabilitation has been taking place, and the joint has either been eliminated or replaced with a more durable material, and then we put an epoxy coating over the entire pier to protect it from future water damage. Next slide, please. Okay, beam end repairs. Beam end repairs are a very cost-effective solution to removing a poor designation for a bridge. The example on the left, once again, it's because of a leaking joint at that location. The first 5 to 10 feet gets deteriorated, and then we have to drop the rating on the bridge. But the picture on the right shows an example where we actually cut out the section that had been deteriorated, brought it back to a very good condition, and that's an example of what we would be looking at. Next slide, please. Okay, there's part of the law allows us to have 6% of the money go to rehabilitating culverts. The example on the left is a steel culvert that has, along the water line, deteriorated and lost structural support. I mentioned the council in their efforts. The pictures on the right are showing the new cementitious construction material for a flow liner, as well as actually a whole complete structural improvement with a full liner across for the culvert. Next slide, please. And lastly, painting. We're going to do a lot of painting in the first year of the program. They're easy contracts to generate, and they add 15, 20 years of service life to the bridge. Though these are different bridges, but the intent is to certainly remove the rust, do a nice finish, and add some service life. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so year one is where we have a 5-year plan, but year one is where we really concentrated and identify what the project should be as we move forward. All the activities I just described will be in year one as well as into the following years as well. But we also have preliminary engineering that will be taking place in some projects as we develop them to move forward. The locality side of the house is, like I said, we're going to be reaching out through the districts to the localities to identify projects, identify and ensure that the estimates are right, and get some preliminary engineering and planning begun. So that's our first year, and those projects are what will be coming before the board in January. Next slide, please. So years 2 through 5. 2 through 5, from a VDES standpoint, same as what we were doing in year 1. Those contracts will actually carry over to other projects in the future that we can use those contracts for. And we're going to also start building into developing projects that are going to do major component replacements or repairs. And then also the localities, we're focusing in on their poor bridges. It's a supplement of the State of Good Repair funds that we currently provide them. Right now, there's around 90 poor bridges for the localities. 60 of them, plus or minus, are already programmed, and that we'll be focusing on the last 30 with the additional funds. Next slide, please.
Madam Chairman.
Miller.
The special structure bridges they're not part of this plan, is that correct? These are just the non-special structure bridges. Thank you.
That's correct, yes. Okay, this slide is an attempt to show you the different types of contracts. The top bar is year 1, and you work your way down to year 5 to the bottom. The point here is to show what kind of work, the contracts that were easiest for us to develop and be able to meet the September obligation date primarily are these preservation restorative contracts that we have. Painting, beam end repairs, substructure repairs, some culvert work, and some multiple components. The components are the bridge deck, the superstructure, and the substructure, so we're doing repairs to the multiple components. But as you start moving down in the years, you start seeing that more larger projects are coming into play to the point where we get to the very 5th year, we're really doing a lot of replacement activities because they just take time to develop. Right, and the last slide, I believe, please. So in summary, we're anticipating $535 million through the program. 75% of the money is going to be into the VDOT-owned bridges. We're going to focus primarily on the interstates and high-volume primaries, and there'll be preservation activities. The requirement for off-system bridges, we'll handle that for the VDOT bridge program instead of asking the localities to do that. And then the localities, like we said, we're going to focus on the poor bridges, supplement the State of Good Repair funds that are available. This whole program, if we're able to move forward with it, will touch approximately 500 bridges that are on the interstate, and that equates to approximately 20% of the interstate inventory. There's 2,500 plus or minus bridges on the interstate, 2,000 of them are in fair condition, and then we've got a real small percentage, it's like 26 or 27 bridges, less than a 1/100% of the inventory that is in poor condition. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could, just.
Yeah, I just really want the board to understand why this presentation right now and what we're really presenting to you and asking at this moment, and why it's important.
So, Madam Chair, if I could get the slide deck back up and go back to the slide 14, which is the bar graph that we had that shows the work planned over the next 5 years and what we plan to do. As the slide decks are coming back up, preceding slide, one more back, this slide. As Kendall has indicated, that the year one is going to be really focused on the preservation activities of painting and looking at our deck and girders and these types of items. While he used the term easiest, we need to recognize that the federal bill was signed into law last month. Clock is already ticking on obligation for September 30th of 2022. This gives us the greatest opportunity to make sure that we have much needed work done and in place and moving towards making sure that we're using every federal dollar as possible by that September date. I should also note that the federal government is under a continuing resolution, and this is, as Nick pointed out in his preceding presentation to you, this is a new program. The funds have not been identified yet or have been appropriated yet. So as we're moving through the system, this is a new program, no new funds yet. We're under a continuing resolution until February, and the clock is ticking for us to obligate these funds by September 30th. So we're leaning forward on these projects, and so in January, we will be coming back to the board, as Kendall said, and asking the board to at least program the first suite of projects, which will touch about 200 bridges in those 20 contracts, to be able to do the needed work for preservation activities that are lower scale in the contract development as well as in the preliminary engineering. Now, in years 2 through 5, we will be back in front of the board asking you to program that next suite of projects, hopefully in the spring, so that we can advance those in the preliminary engineering phase. But we felt that it is necessary to get a jump on the program and make sure that we have the contracts in place to ensure that we do not have any federal dollars lapse. This is the work. You might think, oh, painting. What Kendall said, this will take 15 to 20 years in extending the useful life of those structures that are out there. It is needed work. We were going to program it. This is the right time to be able to allow us to use this money to advance that and allow the residual monies in years 2 through 5 for heavier preliminary engineering, more reconstructive activities to be able to eliminate those joints and extend those and make those bridge end beam repairs that are much needed to be able to take these bridges away from teetering into a structurally deficient phase and get it back up into the good category. And we're going to see an extension of these structures, like we've said in the comprehensive review, back into another 40, 50 years of useful life. So this money will be well spent, and I think we do have a good program, a suite of projects over the next 5 years that will touch a total of 500 bridges across the Commonwealth with the $535 million in extra funds. With that being said, the first, again, coming back in the January timeframe, we are leaning forward, at least programming the year one projects to allow the department to start the preliminary engineering, the contract development, and leaning forward into the program.
And we deliberately put this one after next to let you know, what can we do to make sure Virginia's prepared. And so this is for year one, and then years 2 through 5 will be programmed at a later time. And this spring, do you think?
I would hope that we have the projects identified, but obviously with a change of administration,
We wanted to make sure that this was a well-vetted approach with the next change. I'm hopeful that there wouldn't be a change to this because this is the much-needed work that would recognize that it's a preservation-first approach, where we talked about 75% of the money's going to preservation and 25% to full reconstruction or replacement. This accomplishes that philosophy that the board endorsed back in late 2019, early 2020.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Farmer. 36 hours late, but we're here.
Yes, ma'am. I'll try to be as efficient as possible. My first presentation is on the Route 58 Corridor Transportation Revenue Bond Series 2022. I'm going to give you a little bit of background about the Route 58 Corridor Bond Program and where we are today and a future action that we'll bring to the board. Next slide, please. So back in the late 1980s, the General Assembly established the Route 58 Corridor Program as well as the fund and authorized $600 million in revenue bonds at the time and dedicated $40 million of recordation taxes for that program's funding to support debt service. Approximately 10 years later, they authorized an additional $104.3 million, identified the projects that have received that funding, and required that the Secretary and the Governor propose funding to support debt service for the additional authorization. So over time, we've supplemented that with construction dollars over the life of the program. The General Assembly increased the authorization in 2013 by $595.7 million to get to a grand total of $1.3 billion. At that time, 3 sections were identified as prioritized needs to address: the Crooked Oak section, the Vesta section, and Lover's Leap. Additionally, there was an enactment clause on that legislation that beginning in fiscal year 2020, VDOT would begin to provide $20 million worth of highway construction funding each year for the program. And so with the 40 originally, $60 million per year was provided to the program beginning in 2020. And that additional debt was, it required that any additional debt be supported by the program's existing revenue stream. Next slide, please. So in Chapter 1230 in 2020, or the Governor's Omnibus Bill, the $40 million that was provided from the general fund representing recordation taxes became a off-the-top allocation from the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. In addition, the legislation added the completion of Corridor Q in the Appalachian Development Highway System to that prioritized list of projects. All the authorizations that were done prior to 2013's action have been issued. Our last new money was approximately 20 years ago, and we have just over $58 million still outstanding on those issuances. Next slide, please. So beginning for January, we would like to bring to you an action item to authorize the issuance of bonds to support projects that are in the 6-year program. But I remind you, in November of 2020, Ken King told you about the Lover's Leap section and the notice to proceed on that project. And so we need to issue bonds to support project expenditure activity. And so our target par value is $133 million with a final maturity over 25 years. And we anticipate the ratings in the same AA category as we've known for this program, and they're secured by the funds dedicated to the Route 58 program. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, we will bring to you an action item for your consideration in January, to advance to the Treasury Board in February, and request ratings in March, with a competitive sale in March and a planned closing in April. And I'll take any questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Move on to my next short item. The counties of Fairfax and Loudoun have brought to us a need to amend the Route 28 district contract, And I'm going to walk through a little bit of background about that program and the administrative change that they would like to have to the contract. The reason it's coming to you is that the CTB is a party to the contract and will need to approve the amendment as they move forward. Next slide, please. So the Route 28 Transportation Improvement District, or the Route 28 District, was created pursuant to a multi-county Transportation Improvement District Act. It contains portions of Fairfax and Loudoun counties. In 1988, the session enacted bond legislation that authorized the issuance of contract revenue bonds not to exceed $160 million to finance the cost of acquisition and construction. In September, the board, Fairfax County's Economic Development Authority, or the authority, and the state Route 28 Highway Transportation Improvement District Commission entered into a contract related to executing that suite of projects. The agreement undertakes certain modifications and improvements to Route 28. It sets forth the method of financing and establishes procedures related to levying special improvement taxes on the corridor and the property owners in that area. It's had amendments over time as this program has moved forward. All the highway improvements have been completed as authorized, and this is simply a potential action for refunding in the future months. Next slide, please. The revenues are held by U.S. Bank as the fiscal agent, and the district revenues are dispersed to pay debt service on the bonds that are issued by the authority and the board to finance the Route 28 project. Excess revenues ultimately fall into a surplus fund called the District Project Completion Fund. It can be used for debt service shortfalls as the tax rate and receipts over time have changed. It can also be used to complete improvements. The commission and the localities have done that over time. And it also, the remaining surplus will be paid back to the counties for general governmental purposes at the end of the projects. The board and the authority have public issues outstanding, and we've also taken advantages of refinancings. The board has issued the $160 million and currently has $157 million outstanding. The commission, through the EDA, has issued $175 million, and $150 of that is currently outstanding. At this time, we're not pursuing refunding at this time of the board issuances. We'd like to maintain those options flexible for the localities as they look at potential partial or complete defeasance of the items related to the board's outstanding bonds. Next slide, please. So with regard to the contract that governs this arrangement, the authority and the commission are in the process of refunding existing debt for savings, and the structure of those bonds requires that a reserve fund be used as a credit enhancement. The original issues for those, the authority obtained a surety to fund the reserve, and that same surety was able to be used for the refundings. The terms of that surety bond does not provide for it to cover refundings or refundings, so cover refundings of refundings. So the authority has to fund the reserve fund in another manner. And so that's the crux of the issue. Next slide, please. So the authority has requested to amend the Route 28 district contract to allow for a portion of the surplus revenues in the project completion fund to be used to fund the debt service reserve fund for the refunding bonds. Allowing the project completion fund to be used for this purpose is expected to improve the savings for the overall program and no material impact to the board's bonds. The requested amendment would not increase the liability or exposure of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Funds in the fund have historically not been needed to cover debt service for any of the bonds, and if they were to draw in the reserve fund, the counties have undertaken a moral obligation to replenish it. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, the proposed contract amendment will be provided in your January packets for your consideration. And we have drafts of those that are currently under review with bond counsel that supports the board that can support that recommendation next month. Be happy to take any questions of our very detailed issue.
Madam Secretary, real quick, is there still a U.S. bank or has it been a name change?
Yes, sir, I think
I mean,
they are.
banks change names.
I understand,
All
yes.
due respect.
As the
you know.
trustee, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, we're going through a similar thing with Wells Fargo today. That piece of their business is becoming something different, so, yes.
Mr. Stant.
I'm sorry, explain to me what the moral obligation is. I've never seen that before. Moral obligation of the county, of the counties to replenish the reserve fund?
Yes, sir.
If necessary, is that a standard procedure?
Yes, and most debt instruments of the localities, that's my understanding, is they'll support with a moral obligation.
I don't know what that means.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, dear members of the board, it's 11:28. I was really hoping to get Mike Fitch's presentation on the update on the VIM study today. But, Mike, I'm really sorry. If we move you to January, would that be okay? We could go right into the action meeting, and we wouldn't be too far off a deadline. Or would you all prefer to get the presentation today and then move into the action meeting in about 15 to 20 minutes?
January.
Okay, I think it's pretty unanimous.
January.
But it's riveting. I'll give you a big commercial, and you can go first at the next meeting. But Mike, I know how much work you put into it. I think it's really valuable, and again, I'm sorry.
It'd be much
about
better if we were like fresh to hear the riveting proposal.
Anyway, thank you. I really do appreciate you being here. With that, I'm going to adjourn the workshop, and we're going to move into the action meeting.
Public comment.
Ms. Mathis, do we have some public comment? I have Lisa Guthrie signed up to speak. Lisa Guthrie, Virginia Transit Association. It has been really fun working with you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm here to sing your praises as well.
Well, didn't know that. I would just say it's been an amazing 4 years.
It has. It really has. So I just wanted
Well,
to.
and actually, before that, yeah, we were.
Back in your legislative days.
Yeah, there
Yes.
you go.
Well, my name is Lisa Guthrie. I'm the Executive Director of the Virginia Transit Association, and I just wanted to take a minute to share with you our gratitude for your service during Governor Northam's administration. I especially want to acknowledge Secretary Valentine for her hard work and achievements during the past 4 years and plus. And she, along with Deputy Director Nick Donahue and DRPT Director Jennifer Mitchell, have led transportation initiatives to new heights. So especially groundbreaking was the 2020 Transportation Omnibus Bill that increased funding and streamlined the revenue allocations. And I know Secretary Valentine worked really hard on this, so I saw her in many a legislator's office that session, and I know she poured every ounce of energy she had into that victory. During this administration, we also saw dedicated funding for WMATA, VRE, Northern Virginia, Central Virginia, and Hampton Roads Transit. There's also dedicated funding for zero fare and regional connectivity. The Virginia Transit Equity and Modernization Study is identifying ways that our transit providers can ensure better and cleaner access for all. Because of the forward thinking of Secretary Valentine and all of you, our future is quite different than it was a few years ago. It's far easier now to reimagine public transportation despite the pandemic setbacks. So this is why VTA was proud to award Secretary Valentine and DRPT our Distinguished Leadership Awards in 2020. We thank you for your commitment to possibilities. Mobility in our Commonwealth has been well served by this outstanding team. So thank you.
I would say that in transportation, we do nothing alone. Everything's in a partnership with our team, with this board, and with VTA under the leadership of Lisa Guthrie. And I just remember the fiscal cliff and dealing with all the instability and whether or not bonds were going to, well, bonds expired, so we knew that, and then actions taking place in Congress and at the Governor's Transportation Conference, I did a top 10 list. And I said in there, the CTF, how important it was that we created the Commonwealth Transportation Fund to really stabilize all modes of transportation and to make that financial commitment to a multimodal system. So Lisa has been there for a very long time, really being a tremendous advocate, and it's really wonderful to be able to leave this. And I really thank the board, because would not be able to do this work without each and every one of you. So anybody else?
Yes, Mr. Rob Whitfield is signed up to speak.
Good morning, Mr. Whitfield. It was really lovely to see you in Crystal City up at the Governor's Transportation Conference.
May I take my mask off to speak? I'm Rob Whitfield, and the discussion about Route 28 just now reminded me that back in the mid-1980s, Route 28 was a two-lane road when I moved to Fairfax County, and one of the people, well, Delegate Vivian Watts was Transportation Secretary in the late 80s, and Charlie Waddell was the state senator for most of Loudoun County. And Charlie, I haven't heard from him in a year. He was in a nursing home, but he helped the 28 bill. So I've lived in Fairfax County 40 plus years, and the world has changed very much. And I've been coming to CTB meetings probably 5 or 6 years, and thank you. Just today, it made me realize just how vast your job is, and so thank you all. And I did get to thank Nick in particular. I don't know how he has a good endurance, what can I say? That said, to kind of give you a perspective on yesterday's presentation, I was on my way out to Winchester when I was able to hear, thanks to this device, I heard the discussion about the Route 1 corridor, and I would first mention that it didn't say where on Route 1 it was discussing, and it was only when I heard Rob Cary speak that I realized he was talking about Crystal City. So I guess all I can say is that the information presented was very incomplete, and as you saw, I immediately sent a letter to Jack Potter as soon as I got back, and I haven't heard from him, but I clarified, Mr. Miller is here now, I had meant to talk to you earlier. I don't know what the intent was, whether it's to take a vote on what you were talking about yesterday, or are you waiting until the completion of the second phase? But all I can tell you is that you didn't justify the demolition of the existing elevated improvements. And perhaps a fundamental question is, what kind of section 527, or was it 527 or 870? I never know the traffic impact analysis requirements, but certainly HQ2 was a major project. And as you probably heard me say to you last week, I support the Roslyn bypass connecting the orange and silver line from the courthouse station to the blue line at Arlington National Cemetery, because I was told 10 years ago by the Metro strategic planner, Nat Bottinger, and subsequently by General Manager Richard Sars, that a 3/4 mile tunnel paralleling Route 50 in Roslyn could be built for less than $2 billion. And so in terms of where you go in your transit project priorities, that piece of the puzzle should be advanced under the new administration as rapidly as possible, because I see that as bringing substantial ridership and economic benefits to the entire Northern Virginia region, whether it be for the people in Loudoun County and Western Prince William and Western Fairfax heading eastwards to link down to the Pentagon, Crystal City, Reagan Airport, Alexandria, and Springfield, but equally important for the people who live in southern Fairfax County and Alexandria to do the reverse direction to go out to Tyson's, the Dulles Corridor, Dulles Airport, and beyond. So I hope, and I don't know who to ask and how to ask, but I will certainly be asking all parties involved in Northern Virginia and yourselves to make that a priority in 2022. And so I know I've used my time, but to give you one perspective on how problems are in Fairfax County, last month at the Hunter Mill Transportation Advisory Commission, Tom Bashadney told us that funding in Reston, we have two big projects there. One's called the Soapstone Connector, which has increased in projected costs from like 83 million in 2014 to over 220 million now. That's a horrible increase in expenses. But more complicating is the fact that the connection between Reston and the other areas to the south, that the bridge to connect Sunrise Valley Drive to the Fairfax County Parkway, that he estimated that the funds would not be available before 2038. And that, I mean, for an advanced economic community, that's not a very advanced. So I wanted to give you that perspective. I know funds are tight, but maybe they're less tight than they were 6 months ago, and I'll be glad to work with you all, whoever's here next year. Thank you.
Mr. Whitfield, thank you. Before I leave this position, I would like to place a phone call to you. I rarely have a chance to speak to you except in a more formal setting. So anyway, thank you for all you do. With that, do I have a motion on the minutes? Do I have a second? All those in, yes. Okay. All those, I'm like, okay, which meeting are we in? Mr. Folks, just to tell you, we went through COVID for so long, and they were electronic meetings, and then we had to do individual votes. But anyway, normal meeting. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. All right. Ms. Lloyd.
Good morning. This agenda item has to do with Route 799 in Giles County. VDOT has requested that this road be discontinued because it no longer provides public convenience to warrant maintenance payments. The Giles County Board of Supervisors passed a resolution on November 18th supporting this discontinuance, and the CTB's approval is required for this action.
Mr. Smoot.
Madam Secretary, this action has been endorsed by the Giles County Board of Supervisors. I've talked with the district staff about it, and I'm pleased to move approval.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Maxwell, always with the riveting presentations.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I will have to say that the first item that I have for you is far less than riveting. This is a very technical amendment that we need to make to the land use regulations. From time to time, the General Assembly recodifies certain sections of the code, and when they do that, if there are regulations, for instance, that cite to the particular code section, the regulation has to be modified to incorporate the new code section. When they do a recodification, there's absolutely no substantive change to the law. So all we're asking the board to do today is to give VDOT the authority to go forward and make the change to the regulation, the land use regulation that's noted in the action item. And basically, it's just to change a reference to code section 67-1103 to a new code section, section 57-617. That is the gist of the issue.
Moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Madam Chair, I have a second item. This is an item that the board heard as a presentation in the workshop in October. This is the final set of regulations that we will ask the board to approve, or regulatory actions we'll ask the board to approve for this round of, or the full complement of regulations. What we're asking for the board to do today is to adopt the recommendations that we proposed in the presentation in October, and that is basically for the rules and regulations that control outdoor advertising and directional and other signs and notices. We'd ask that the board approve approve retention of those regulations as is. For purposes of the airport access fund policy, we're asking the board to repeal that regulation, but at the same time retain the policy. The policy that's currently in place today is verbatim of the regulation. And finally, the third set of regs that we're looking at, the integrated directional signing program participation criteria, we're asking that the board retain that regulation as is. If the board approves this action, then VDOT will be given the authority to go forth and make the repeal of the one regulation report regarding the airport access fund policy. So that is the extent of our.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Chairman, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself because I'll fall under one of these regulations with one of the signs. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. One abstention.
Yeah. Madam Chairwoman, can I make a suggestion for your consideration? And Mr. Miller has whispered this in my ear. In that most of us are probably familiar with all the agenda items, as opposed to having each presentation kind of recite the purpose, since we have it listed, unless there's an objection from one of the board members, we could just take the action as action item number 4. Does anyone have an objection, and then move forward with it, and therefore we could expedite
100% in
timing?
agreement.
I think we can keep it very brief, but there are people who stream this. I just would like to know, just at least say what the vote is. And we usually go through this pretty efficiently. When I can, I try to bundle it. And so with that, we vote?
Yeah, we voted.
Okay. Okay. My brain, I know, went somewhere else.
In other words, no.
Thank you. Robbie Prezioso.
I try, you know.
Hello.
This morning for highway naming. The first being the renaming of US Route 1 in Caroline County to be named US Route 1 from Jefferson Davis Highway. The County Board of Supervisors voted on this in September and sent the recommendation to the board for the renaming, and VDOT recommends approval of this request.
Mr. Rucker.
In keeping with the wishes of the Caroline County Board of Supervisors, I vote that we approve this measure.
Do I have a second? Any further discussion?
Yes, ma'am. I got a question, Madam Secretary. The General Assembly passed legislation that I believe, my memory serves me correct, that if by January 1st of 2022, if the name of the U.S. Highway 1 was not changed from Jefferson Davis to Richmond Highway, whatever, it will become Emancipation Highway, I believe.
Yes.
And is there any other counties that haven't come up in front of us to change the name, or this completes the naming of?
I think this is the last one.
Ms. Maxwell, do we have additional ones? I believe we.
I didn't know if.
No, we
other
have more
counties-
coming. I just don't know if it's for
Is it complete the Route 1 or
Jefferson
not?
Davis in Northern
No,
Virginia.
Madam Chair, as Robbie pointed out, all of the counties have changed the name, and they've been able to do that before the deadline. I believe the only locality that's left, and the road would be changed to Emancipation Highway, the road name, is Fredericksburg.
The city
You're right.
City of Fredericksburg, and they want Emancipation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Madam Secretary, Board, the next action item is for the Scott Allen Hilton Memorial Highway. This is for the renaming of State Route 8 on the northern side of Floyd County. This extends from the Montgomery County line down to the northern corporate limits of the town of Floyd. The County Board of Supervisors passed this resolution back in June. Mr. Hilton was a resident of Floyd County and a 1978 graduate from the high school there. He spent about 20 years with various police department, law enforcement departments around the community in Hillsville, Radford, as well as the Floyd County. He also served in the United States Army National Guard. Throughout his career, he was recognized as having extreme devotion for duty and a fair and friendly approach to the citizens he served. He was tragically killed in the line of duty working with the Christiansburg Police on May 9th, 2003. The Department of Transportation would recommend approval of this.
Mr. Smoot.
Madam Secretary, I'm pleased to move the approval of this resolution.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Madam Secretary, I was going to ask a question. I know a number of years ago, I asked my fellow CTV member, Mr. Smoot, was this the officer that was killed when the Virginia Tech student ambushed him on a trail?
No, this is not that officer.
Okay, it's not that officer. All right, thank you.
All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. Kim Pryor.
Which one?
Would not be a meeting without you.
Good morning. I only have one small item for you this month. It's the approval of transfers. The list includes the transfers necessary to allocate Interstate Operation Enhancement Program funds to the interstate projects amended to the program by the board a couple of months ago, as well as the allocation of funds to the Route 1 multimodal corridor project discussed by Mr. Cary and Mr. Donahue yesterday. And I recommend your approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you. Chris Hall. Oh my gosh, did not see you. I was like, Commissioner, so you were behind the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
You positioned yourself well.
Good
Welcome.
morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I have one action for your consideration this morning, and that is to provide the Commissioner the authority to enter into a standard project agreements for the remaining 3 segments of the Hampton Roads Express Lanes networks, and those are segments 1, 4AB, and 4C. This would authorize, those standard project agreements would be for the remainder of the PE right-of-way phases on those projects, and to authorize the Commissioner to enter into future amendments on these SPAs to address construction and any other activities necessary to accomplish project delivery.
Mr. Stan.
Madam Secretary, this matter is fully discussed at the Hampton Roads TPO meeting, and I move that this be passed.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. Hall. Chris Swanson. Morning.
Morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I have one action for your consideration today, and it is project related to limited access control change. The project's located in the city of Bristol in Washington County on Interstate 81 from mile markers 8 to about mile marker 10. This is a state-funded project which will widen 81 southbound to 3 lanes to improve operations. The limited access needs to be modified at 2 locations to encompass the required construction for stormwater management facilities. VDOT held a design public hearing in October of 2021 to solicit input from the public on the proposed project and the changes in the limited access. This project has been endorsed or supported by the city of Bristol and Washington counties, and Federal Highway has approved the changes in October of 2021. The total estimated cost is $33 million, and I recommend your approval.
Mr. Folks.
Madam Chair, I move approval of this proposal.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you.
I just had one question.
Mr. Merrill.
Estimated time for completion of this, because that's a busy corridor.
Let's see. Mr. Swanson, do you know what the timeline is for this project, when it would be completed?
I do not know. I can look very quickly and come back.
Do you know? Okay.
We'll look right now.
Thank you. And at least report back to Mr. Merrill. Okay, thank you. Jatinder. Is my understanding there's peace in the valley? Ms. Hines?
That's your place. The peace in the valley is at your place.
Chair, members of the board, the item that is in front of you addresses the following items. The first one is it is requesting board action on the long-term policy policy that allows OIP to work with VDOT and DRPT to monitor the trends that were presented to you in September, October, and the video yesterday. The second thing it does, based on the modifications that were provided by the board on the strategic actions, request approval. It also directs VDOT and DRPT to monitor the trends and provide annual updates to the board, as well as monitor the status of strategic actions and report progress to the board every 6 months. And finally, it directs OIP, VDOT, and DRPT to start incorporating these trends in the planning activities that have been conducted. So with that, the staff recommends approval of the items, and I'm available for any questions.
Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to move this forward, and I thank my colleagues for the good conversation that we had yesterday. The two major changes, as Mr. Ramtantani said, is a speed up of the reporting back, moving from once a year to every 6 months. And then in the attachment A, which is the list of strategic actions, basically tightening those up, making them clearer, so that we're being, I think, a little more forceful about what we're hoping to see as a result of these strategic actions. So I want to thank Ms. Jitender and Nick for working with me last evening, and I'm very pleased to move these forward.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Chairman, question. In the resolution itself, it says to develop no later than May 2022 and implement a plan. Does it mean that the plan needs to be implemented by May 2022, or that means we need to develop by May 2022 and then implement it sometime after that?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, the intent here is to provide a more definitive timeline as to how things will be done, some of the resources that might be required for these activities. We do anticipate that some of these items will require continued conversations with local entities. For example, collection of data will be an ongoing exercise. So we will have a game plan ready for all of these actions by May, and then the implementation will start soon after that.
But I'm just questioning the language because it implies that you're going to implement the plan in May 2022, and I don't think that's your intent.
The intent is to have a plan that then would be implemented after that time frame.
Just wanted to clarify the language. And let me just say, I mean, I appreciate Ms. Hines' work here. Obviously, we saw this morning when we sat down, and we haven't had a lot of opportunity to read the changes in it. You know, it's just, I sort of breeze through it, and I'm comfortable with it. But I hate getting changes when I sit down and we're in a meeting. You know, when am I supposed to read it and get through it other than not paying attention?
Well, I can move the vote if you want to. You take time today to do it. I think the changes are very targeted.
I think they are. I mean, but the point is, you sit down to a meeting, and you know, in theory, we're paying attention, and now we got to read through another document.
You know, it's Mr. Williams and Mr. Kesswitz and Mr. Tunk will certainly know this, that there have been many board meetings where there are negotiations taking place on these votes often. We try to avoid that. We've worked really hard to make sure you all are getting as final a version as we can produce, which is why, you know, we try to get the bulk out on a Friday to you all. Rarely happens during this particular CTB. But I will say that part of the work here is really getting together, negotiating, talking, bringing your points forward, and so happened all the time.
I would say, yes, you do try, but I would say it is very hard sometimes. And Scott and I have had these discussions. Negotiations going on with one board member, and the rest of it haven't been exposed to it. And then to honestly say I've read and digested it all, and I know what I'm doing, I'm voting ayes, a lot of times it's not the case. It is.
I will say that
you do try to avoid it.
I've avoided it pretty well.
I haven't read the changes. I haven't read the changes, but I'm just trusting that everybody's okay with it.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes.
We have a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Secretary.
I'm going to go to Ms. Tatunk only because I rarely look over to the side down this line. Ms. Tatunk.
Thank you, and I too appreciate the work that's gone in to tighten up the obligation here. I do have a quick question because yesterday I sat through a technology meeting which discussed the challenges in data collection, and I know from my own experience, my own work experience, the magnitude of that task is. So my only question to you is I just want to make sure that we're completely comfortable with the language change in this strategic action number 1, where we're removing the development of the roadmap and funding for that, and just stating that we're going to collect the data, because that is a huge undertaking and requires lots of planning. And obviously, maybe the data points are not that great in what we're trying to analyze here, but in traffic accidents, for example, yesterday I learned there are 184 data points, and they often don't talk to each other.
Madam Chairman, we are comfortable with that again. So what will be coming by May, or if not sooner, is a plan saying which data are we collecting first, what is the other things? And so there's still going to be work in there. I think the intent of that change is to say you're not just going to have a plan about collecting data, you're going to develop a plan to collect data and then actually go collect it in these variety of areas, particularly as it relates to the coastal flooding, inland flooding, and some of those other areas there. So like an example today is like we don't have great information on city street flooding. What can we, like that's a clear thing that I know is going to be in that plan. And like we need that knowledge, particularly like with the protect funding that I talked about and coming from the federal bill. As you guys think about allocating resiliency funding, like the first thing you have to have is great insight at all the potential problems. And the truth is today, we can't give you that full insight in some of those areas. And so the intent of that change as I read it was to make sure that beyond having a roadmap, you in fact actually go and collect it. So we're going to come to you, or somebody will come to you in May.
And then develop the road plan. Okay, thank you.
So as far as part of further discussion, it's my understanding it's those 3 changes.
Yes, ma'am.
And so would you mind walking through those before
Sure.
everybody votes?
Very happy to do that. I think Nick characterized the change in the first one, and I think the presence of the federal money and the need to develop a plan quickly so we can be positioned to deploy that is part of what led to my wanting to make this one more action-oriented. The second one is really focused on policies, using that data to develop policies that will help us ensure that flooding risks are reflected in the transportation asset life cycle and/or transportation project planning processes. We don't have a lot of policies around resiliency, around sustainability right now, and so it's a gap in our board work, and it needs to be prioritized if we're going to use the money that's coming. I mean, the governor just released the Coastal Resilience Plan yesterday, which has a lot of implications for us. So again, we're going to need to do that work sooner rather than later. And then the third one, which actually has the least amount of change in it, beyond state agencies, puts in regional agencies, because those are more and more of a player in network preservation and dealing with resiliency, and basically just says, our goal is to facilitate consistent and systematic prioritization in our collaboration, as well as support the allocation of state resources to address flooding risks. Just a little bit tighter, a little bit clearer, one more partner added.
Any further discussion?
Madam
Mr. Smoot.
Secretary, I would like to assure that in the analysis of long-term risk, that slide potential is specifically included. I don't have an amendment to this that's necessary, but as you work through it, just please keep that in mind.
Sure, will do.
Anything else? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay.
Madam Secretary, do we need to act on Mr. Smoot's suggested modification, or is that in?
Well, were you making an official
We just
amendment?
did.
No.
We already did.
Course.
by not including it, we just did.
Thank you, Madam
And
Secretary.
we will keep that in mind, Mr. Smith. Bart Thrasher, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Do you know that? You know, that was kind of mean, actually, but
I was
Mr.
told to
Thatcher-
do that by one of the members of the board, but they will name him anonymous on that.
Wasn't me.
Mr. Thrasher, do you know the answer to Mr. Merrill's
I
question?
certainly do.
I thought maybe you might.
March 2025, Mr. Merrill.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, I have one item to bring forth to you today. The 2019 Acts of Assembly established the ID1 Fund, the ID1 Program, and the ID1 Committee. The Act also requires the Commonwealth Transportation Board to update the ID1 Program by July 1st of each year and to report to the General Assembly on the status of implementation of the program by 15 December of each year. In October 19, 2021, the CTB workshop meeting, the ID1 Program Director, Mr. Dave Covington, provided an update on this corridor. Based upon that update, the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment provided the ID1 Advisory Committee the copy of this update, asking for their review and comment. We did not receive any reviews and any comments from their review. Thus, today, VDOT brings a resolution to the board for the CTB requesting approval of the annual ID1 corridor update plan.
Madam Secretary, just a point of order. The report is not attached in our packet. It's referenced as attachment A. I just noticed that, so we just want to make sure it is attached when it's transmitted.
Thank you. Very much so.
Thank you.
I move approval of the 81 improvement plan.
Mr. Merrill?
Second.
With the attachment.
With the attachment.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Would, Mr. Thrasher, would it be Ronique who would get that attachment? Or Dave Covington? Do you have it?
I'm sorry, Madam Secretary?
The attachment. Do you have that? Okay, so it's with Ronique. Okay, thank you. Ms. Farmer?
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. My action item authorizes the issuance and sale of Commonwealth of Virginia Capital Projects Revenue Bonds, Series 2022. With us today is Arthur Anderson, who's from McGuire Woods, who's serving as bond counsel in case you have any questions related to the transaction. Current rates as of December 3rd for the bonds anticipate a TIC of 2.09 on this issuance. In your package is the preliminary official statement, the supplemental master trust, the continuing disclosure agreement, the notice of sale. It also includes the refunding resolution that we have advanced to you back in June of 2020 that authorizes the refunding. The refunding of the 2012 CPR bonds has an anticipated present value savings of $46 million based on current rates. And so we're very excited about that potential option as long as the rates hold till February. So I'll be happy to take any questions you have.
Have a motion?
Moved.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
My
God bless
next item is action on the revised fiscal year 2022 annual budgets for both the Commonwealth Transportation Fund and for VDOT, and the allocation of the available funds from the Priority Transportation Fund, the details of which have been briefed several times by Deputy Secretary Donahue on the project selections, as well as restoring funding to the mass transit efforts and $10 million for safety. And I'll be happy to take any questions you have. The materials include revised budgets and the attachment A that includes project updates from both VDOT and mass transit investments from DRPT.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you. Jennifer DeBrule. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I have action item number 13 for you, which is the addition of our first set of transit ridership incentive program projects to the 6-year program. So we briefed you on these projects last month. The only change in our recommendation is thanks to the action that you just approved, we are able to include the Tier 2 zero fare recommendations as part of this addition as well. And so we recommend your approval.
So moved. Second. Any further discussion?
May I ask one question?
Sure.
I asked this at the workshop as well, and I'm just trying to get my head straight on it. We've got a couple $1 million in HRT to move folks on a federal naval base, which, you know, I guess is probably a good thing. But it makes me think about where does our responsibility and our opportunities begin and end? And, you know, it's not a state facility. It's not accessible to the general public, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If we were Newport News Shipbuilding and we said, can you provide some buses to move the people around on our facility from the north yard to the south yard, which is a fair distance, by the way, or to one of our other locations, is that available? Is that a project that would be available for this kind of funding?
I think the difference between moving between facilities on Newport News Shipbuilding's different properties and this particular project is this was identified as part of their transit strategic plan.
Who's
Hampton Roads Transit.
I understand that, but
And what came out of that strategic plan and what this funding is going to enable us to do is to help unlock an issue that HRT has identified by providing that incremental amount of funding to extend one of their regional backbone routes onto the naval base for a period of 3 years. And so our funding commitment is very small. It's only for 3 years, and it steps down over that 3-year period, at which point in time other sources, including regional funds, would pick up that difference.
all right, but I still don't hear the difference. The fact that it's small, the fact that it goes over 3 years is not a difference between Newport News Shipbuilding and the Norfolk Naval Base. What's the difference?
I would state that there are a number of routes that HRT operates that do provide services that they do coordinate with Newport News Shipbuilding, so they regularly work with major employers.
I'm really talking about inside.
The difference is inside the gate. I know that's been a point of discussion for a long time. I've been down there with HRT, with the naval base folks, and ridden the base looking at opportunities for different types of transportation funding. Being able to unlock the access inside of the gate, right now there is some HRT service that's inside the gate, but it's fairly limited. It really is.
We already got some service going there.
We already have some service going inside of the gate, so this would just extend upon that and hopefully be able to entice more of those folks going to the base every day to ride transit instead of driving.
Because isn't it true, Mr. Brule, that, you know, people would be willing to use public transportation, but once you get to the gate, it's so vast, and there's no way for them to travel within the gate, so they end up driving.
I understand that.
And
I mean, I totally get that.
So that's really the thinking. How can we help such an important strategic and economic base for us have the access that they require? And so anyway, I did want to just say that part of the reason that we've been told and has been identified, the willingness to use public transportation, which is going to help congestion in Hampton Roads, but the choice being, you know, if you take public transportation, you still don't have the connectivity you need to access what you need to on the base. And that is the reason for this work.
All I'm suggesting, I'm going to leave it alone and I'm going to support it. To me, Newport News Shipbuilding employs 25,000 people on that site. A lot of people. And transit's a big deal, and I worked on it when I was there.
Yeah.
So they have the same issue, right? But they buy their own buses and they move their people around. Would it be better for the consumer, the rider, to be able to ride right into their facility? Absolutely it would be. Now, would they let that? I don't know. But I'm just trying to understand where our authority sort of begins and ends. And could it be to a major employer that's not a naval base or not. And perhaps we can't answer that today, maybe we can, but, and I don't want to delay my colleagues any further, but it sort of raises that question for me.
Director Mitchell.
The only thing I'll add is this is, again, this is really within the purview of HRT, and what, we can only control what they apply for. And so understand, and I think it's a very good point, and I think it's something that we can certainly work on with them as we're working with them on their strategic plans. So I just.
Again, I'm not against it. I just don't, thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Merrill.
Just on the additions to the plans, I'm assuming these are funded? These various projects, the 7 projects that are listed, that because they were not available when we were doing the plan because the DRPT was still doing their finalization. Is that correct? So this is not going to change the economics of the 6-year plan?
Correct. These are funds that were identified and just held as a placeholder while we walk through the policy development process with the board, solicited those applications, so it doesn't change anything else in the 6-year program.
Good question, though.
Very good question.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jackson.
Hello, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Bringing you one action item today, asking for board adoption of the updated policy for the SmartScale prioritization process. Methodology and policy updates were presented to the board in October, and we held a public webinar with the applicant community in November. And then we summarized the presentation with the board, or we summarized the updates with the board yesterday. The staff recommends approval.
So moved.
Second. Any further discussion?
I was hoping Mr. Miller was going to make the motion.
Sorry, Brooke. It was a long day.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you. I know, Mr. Caples.
Fredericksburg District project to repair the swing span rehab over Milford Haven Inlet. This is Gwynn's Island Bridge. We had 5 bidders on this project. The low bid was within the range of the evaluative estimate and did exceed the design estimate by $114,000. After conducting our analysis, we find that it represents market value and are recommending for award.
Ms. Hines.
This is mine.
Oh, so sorry. Mr. Rucker.
I move that we advance this motion.
I'll second that. Like switch seats. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay.
This project is order number F06. This is a Richmond District project for bridge rehabilitation over Nottoway River, and we had 6 bidders on this project. The low bid was within the range of the evaluative estimate and did slightly exceed the design estimate by $645,000. After conducting our analysis, we find that it represents market and a good value for the Commonwealth and recommend for your award.
Mr. Dodson.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
The final project is order number F31. This is another Fredericksburg District project for SmartScale road widening in Caroline County. We had 5 bidders on this project. The low bid did not exceed the evaluative estimate nor the design estimate. We are recommending for your award.
Mr. Rucker. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you, Mr. Caples. Oh. Right here. Hello.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary.
Good afternoon.
Have one final action item on the bids for your consideration today. This is one of the bundled interstate maintenance contracts. This is for I-66 coming through Arlington County, Fairfax County, and Prince William County, as well as a portion of Route 267 up to the toll plaza. The bid was within the engineer's estimate. The recommendation is for Ferrovial. The low bidder was Ferrovial Services, and staff recommends approval of this.
Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay, thank you. New business, the holidays are quickly, Mr. Dotson, did you have something?
I won't be thrown out of the meeting, Madam Secretary, but I was going to ask Carol, if we want to if we want to update our profiles, I know, some of these profiles have been changed. Haven't changed since I've been on 3 years. Can we just contact you about dropping this and dropping that, what have you? Okay, thank you.
Want a new picture?
Why don't you come back inside? I was looking forward to you not getting reappointed, okay? Thank you, Madam Secretary.
With that, Mr. Foltz, it is your first meeting. I thank everybody. I know that it has been long. I do wish you and your families a very happy holiday. And we will see you back here January 11th and 12th, and we'll try to finish up all of our commitments cleanly and clearly. So anyway, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.